Welcome to IRONMAN Vitoria-Gasteiz. The name alone tells you a lot about the place, with Vitoria coming from the Spanish influence and Gasteiz from the Basque Country. We are located in the northwestern Pyrenees, straddling the border between France and Spain, on the coast of the Bay of Biscay. Vitoria-Gasteiz is the capital of the Basque Country and the province of Álava in northern Spain. The Basque Country is an autonomous community within Spain, and you'll see the residents beaming with pride, flying their Basque Country flag. Consistently ranked one of the top 5 places to live in Spain. Our local host here, our hosts are rich in culture, architecture, renowned wineries, and the Old Town has some of the best preserved medieval streets and plazas in the region, and it is one of the few cities with 2 cathedrals.
This will be the 11th race in the Ironman Pro Series and the 4th Ironman race. 5,000 points go to the pro male and female winners. Today's prize purse is $125,000.
Cha-ching!
Yeah. We have a strong field of approximately 80 professional athletes. Sam Laidlow, 2023 VinFast Ironman World Champion, headlines the men's field, making his Pro Series debut. 2023 Vitoria-Gasteiz champion Gruts Frades headlines a strong women's field.
That's right, and let's take a quick look at what the athletes will face in terms of weather. Right now, it's a cool start to the morning, 55 degrees Fahrenheit, 13 degrees Celsius. The wind light at 1 kilometer per hour. The humidity going to be the big story of the day. It's at 95%, so thanks to our friends at Roca for bringing us today's race weather. We will keep you abreast of developments in the weather, but for now, welcome into studio. My name is Dee Dee Griesbauer, and I'm sitting alongside Ironman champion and 13-time 70.3 champion Joe Gambles. Joe, with so many pros in today's field looking to both move up the points ranking in the Pro Series, as well as quite a few looking to secure a qualifying slot to their World Championship event, how do you see the race playing out today?
Yeah, that's a tricky one, Dee Dee. Yeah, as you said, some athletes are trying to get the last chance to get their qualifying for World Championships, either in Nice for the women's or back in Kona for the men's. For instance, Laidlow needs to validate his spot, so that's important that he finishes today. No doubt he'll be going for the win, but yeah, definitely it's a real mixed field and some really great athletes out there, and we're going to have some great racing. It's
definitely going to influence who's super aggressive in trying to get their slot, but also be conservative because you still need to finish the race, and as we know in the Pro Series, every second matters. Let's take a look, Joe, at our course that is on tap for today as we look at our Roca swim course. It is 1 lap, as always, 3.8 kilometers or 2.4 miles. The swim takes place in the beautiful Ulibarri-Gamboa Lake, located in the Landa Provincial Park outside Vitoria-Gasteiz. Athletes will swim counterclockwise 1 lap in what is drinking quality water with a very short run into transition.
Yeah, after that short run into transition, they'll tackle the full gas bike course. So it's a 3-loop course, 180.2 kilometres or 112 miles. There's 2 large loops of 74 kilometres and 1 smaller loop of 32. The full gas bike course truly showcases the beauty of the region of Vitoria-Gasteiz and takes athletes through the most scenic towns of the Alva region, and even shares a section with the Camino de Santiago. The elevation gain is 1,000 metres.
That's right, and of course then we will take to our Hoka run course, and Joe, this course is a fan favorite. It is 4 loops, 42.2 kilometers or 26.2 miles. As always, it is flat and fast. Look for the runners to do very, very well and post some fast times. The Hoka run course is flat along the wonderful city center of Vitoria-Gasteiz, completely crowded with fans cheering on every single athlete, and the finish line is located in the Plaza España. Each loop is 10.5 kilometers through the historic city center. Lots of turns. So the athletes talking a little bit about how many 180s and twists and turns in the course, but no doubt they're going to have a tremendous amount of support out there from our crazy fans here in Vitoria-Gasteiz.
Yeah, from that graphic, that's definitely a lot of turns there, Dee Dee. So, but amazing crowd support out there, I'm sure. So I'm sure they'll be excited to hit the run course out there around Vitoria-Gasteiz.
Absolutely. Well, let's talk a little bit about the updated Ironman Pro Series for the pro men in the top 10 point standings updates through the last couple of weeks of racing. Matt Hansen stays atop the list with some of our big movers. Paul Schuster moving up 8 spots. Patrick Lange dropping down 1. Chris Leiferman dropping down 1. Clement Mignon being our biggest mover on the week, up 18 slots to number 8.
Yeah, and then we've also got Nick Thompson, Marco down the 2. They've actually dropped down out of the top 10. So Lalo's making his Pro Series debut, so he could get right in the mix with a strong race today, DD. So we've got a few athletes to watch out for. We've got Robert Vilkovetsky, who's 84th in the point standing, and if he has a good outing today, he'll be back in the mix. So there's definitely a few guys to watch in the men's side.
Yeah, definitely. Christian Hogenhag, another one to looking to move up, and Antonio Benito Lopez looking to put himself in good position. Again, let's talk a little bit, Joe, about some of our women. In the past week, Maya Stage-Nielsen has moved up 6 spots, overtaking first place in the standings. The first pro female or male to pass 11,000 points in our series. So congratulations to her. She finished 7th place at Ironman 70.3 Les Sables, earning 2,257 points. That means that 2nd through 7th all move down 1 spot, and Alice Albert from the United States remains 8th. Julia Molo from France moves up 7 spots to move back into the top 10 based on her performance at Les Sables just a couple of weeks ago. And Ellie Salthouse of Australia drops 1 spot into 10th place in our overall rankings.
Yeah, and the athletes to watch that are actually racing today is Daniela Blemel, who she's currently sitting in 13th in the point standings. So hopefully with a good race today, she can break back into that top 10 after she got 9th in Les Sables only 2 weeks to go. Kat Matthews currently in 21st. Is in the point standings right now. She's looking to get back into the mix with a good day. Only points earned for her first place at Memorial Herman's Texas.
Yep.
Because unfortunately she did get that DQ in Hamburg last month. She'll be looking to get back onto that top spot.
Little redemption with a win today
yeah.
could move her well into the standings. And of course, Elisabetta Corridori, she's currently 19th in the point standings and could, with a good performance, move in to the top 10 overall. So athletes getting busy here around the reservoir here, getting ready to get underway as we take a look at our defending Ironman world champion.
Yeah, there's Sam Lalo. He's a very quiet season so far.
Yeah.
Been putting in some great training over the last 3 months, I hear. And yeah, this guy only knows one way to race, and that's from the front, as we saw when he won the world title back in Nice last year, where he was out the front in the swim, and then just basically, sort of took the race by the scruff of the neck, and that was it. Game over. So we'll see if he's in that form today.
I think a lot of people are curious to see. He has been putting his head down and doing a big block of training to see what sort of impact that will have on his results today. Mindful, he is an automatic qualifier for the World Championship, but needs to validate just to establish his fitness, improve his fitness, that he is going to accept that invitation back to the World Championship. Again, the men competing in Kona. As we take a look at some of our women's professionals getting ready to get underway. A smaller field for the women, but as you mentioned, Joe, our defending champion here, Guru Fradas, she's the local hero. She lives just up the road here, so the crowds will be going wild for her. And then, of course, Kat Matthews, after that disqualification in Hamburg, certainly looking to capture the win today. Els Visser, another top name. Man, this woman races a lot.
Yeah,
hey?
she has. She's raced a lot. Started her season early in racing in Oceania a little bit, and then I think this is her 3rd Ironman of the year. I might be 4th. So yeah, she's definitely asking a lot of her body right now, but I've seen it done before. So yeah, let's see how Els Visser ends up today.
And another notable, we've got Daniela Bleimel. She had a great race in Hamburg, looking to increase her point standings. Of course, Simone Mitchell as well. And then we're looking at our first view of Ruth Astle this year, who's been battling some calf and Achilles issues. So I know she's super eager to get out there, get some points on the board for the Pro Series, and get a qualifying slot for Nice.
Yeah, and here we are with our men's introductions. As we mentioned, this is our men's number 1, Sam Lodlo from France. He's defending Ironman World Champion from Nice in 2023. He needs to finish this race to get his verification for Kona this year.
And wearing bib number 2 from Poland, it's Robert Wilowiecki. He was 10th at Ironman 70.3 St. George back in May. He is qualified for the Ironman World Championship.
And we've got male number 3. We've got Christian, nope. We're waiting on Christian Hogenhau. No, this is Antonio Benito Lopez from Spain. Hasn't raced so far in the Ironman Pro Series in 2024, but was first at Pucon and Swansea in 2023. So watch out for Antonio.
Next, will it be? Nope, it is going to be bib number 5. That's David McNamee out of the UK. He hasn't been racing a lot these last couple of years, but he's a 2-time podium finisher at the Ironman World Championship, so look for him to be pretty solid here today.
Yeah, if it gets hot on the run, watch for him. He's very good in the heat. And this is Matthias Petersen from Denmark, second at the African Champs early this year at Ironman South Africa, and he's already got a Kona qualifying spot, so he's going to try and build on that season. And here we have Arthur Horseau from France, who won Ironman Lanzarote in 2023 and was 6th at the Ironman World Champs in Nice last year.
And then next in our lineup should be wearing bib number 8. This is Anthony Costas from France. He was 3rd at Ironman 70.3 St. George this year and 4th at Ironman 70.3 Chattanooga as well. So going the full distance here today.
And here's my fellow Tasmanian Cam Worth from Australia, Tasmania, Australia. He was 3rd at the African Championships early this year and did get his Kona spot. But as we've seen Cam, he likes to race a lot. Planning on even maybe racing Lake Placid next weekend as well as he builds towards Kona.
Holy smokes. And of course, rounding out our top 10 is bib number 11, Bradley Weiss from South Africa. He was 2nd at Ironman South Africa in 2023. And of course, 7th at the Ironman World Champs in Nice 2024. He's been a little underwhelmed with his performances so far this year, but he knows the work's in the bank. So hoping for a great day out there today.
Yeah, and watch for Brad, great runner. And in this course with the undulations, 1,000 metres of elevation gain, over 3,000 feet of elevation gain will suit someone like Brad Weiss, who's very good on the hills.
And let's take a look at our top 10 women wearing bib number 1. It's Guru Frada. She is our hometown hero and defending champion from this race a year ago.
Yeah, this lady can run very, very fast. And here we have F2, Kat Matthews of the United Kingdom, the 2 times winner at the Ironman Texas in 2023 and 2024. And she's already qualified for Nice later this year.
Absolutely. Wearing bib number 3. We spoke of her before. This is Els Visser from the Netherlands. Her results page reads a bit like War and Peace in that she races a lot. She was 2nd at Ironman New Zealand in 2024 and 5th after an unfortunate puncture in Hamburg and just raced a full distance last week.
And here we have women's number 4, Danielle Blamel from Germany. She was 3rd in Hamburg after one of the strongest bike splits on the day. So she's already got her spot for Nice later this year. So watch for her for on a strong bike ride.
And wearing bib number 8 out of the United Kingdom is Simone Mitchell. She was 5th in 2023 at Ironman Austria. She is one of our athletes in pursuit for a qualifying slot for the Ironman World Championships in Nice.
Wearing number 9 is Ruth Astle from United Kingdom. She's returning to racing after an Achilles and calf injury, which has been plaguing her last year. So this is her Pro Series debut, so she's looking to get a good, consistent race out there.
And wearing bib number 14 out of Italy is Elisabetta Corridori. She was 9th at Ironman Hamburg at the Women's European Championship, where she picked up her Nice qualifying slot. So no pressure on her today, but certainly looking to add some points to the board for her overall standings.
And here we have number 15, Heini Hartikainen from Finland. She was the 2nd Ironman Wales in 2023. Had an unfortunate DNF at Ironman France in Nice. So she's looking to get her qualification spot here.
And wearing bib number 19, also out of the United Kingdom, is Rebecca Anderberry. She was 13th at Ironman Hamburg and is coached by the great Tim Dawn.
There you go. She's in very good hands there. And here we have, Ruth Cobello from Spain, who's a local in Vitoria-Gasteiz. She's the former Spanish middle distance champion who raced internationally at the ITU Worlds with Spain's elite national team.
And a, quote, masters athlete at 44 years old. So extra support out there for Ruth, showing what's possible.
Absolutely.
As we take a look at our gorgeous swim venue here today, athletes will get in the water, do a bit of a warm-up, get themselves ready to tackle what's sure to be an exciting day of racing. As our pros make their way to the warm-up, we're going to run away for a quick break, but don't go away. We're going to come right back with all of today's actions. Lots of Pro Series points, big prize purse, and qualifying slots all up for grabs. So don't go away. We're going to come right back.
Your new vehicle, Mr. Lawrence. The VinFast VF8.
All the latest tech?
Precisely.
Whoa!
Cut. Great delivery, Joey.
I've had a lot of practice saying that word. It's pretty cool, huh?
The VinFast?
Yeah. It's got
Action.
402 horsepower.
All-wheel drive.
Over-air updates and a 10-year unlimited miles battery warranty.
Yes, but...
15-inch
Okay.
infotainment screen.
Cut. None of those lines are in the script, Joey.
I just think people are really going to want to know those things.
That's what the website's for, Joey.
Open up the sky, 'cause I'm coming up to you. So send down your wings and let them bring me to you. You know I'm standing at the station, ready to go. Oh, big old aeroplane, I'm trusting your soul. Get on up, big bear.
Here's Elizabeth in the middle of the perfect workout for her. To create it, we analyzed her biometrics and genetics, her recovery rate, injury risk, and aerobic potential, her recent training sessions, the temperature, humidity, and elevation, the demands of her next race, and billions of data points from athletes just like her. With TriDot, Elizabeth gets faster. And what does she have to do?
I just opened TriDot and did my workout.
TriDot. We do the technology, you do the training.
And welcome back to IRONMAN Vitoria-Gasteiz. We're here with a pre-race actions, our professionals in the water getting their swim warm-ups going. And as we talked before the break about all that's at stake for some of these athletes today, certainly looking at a pro prize purse of $125,000 and looking at valuable series points as we talk about the Ironman Pro Series and our points allocation. The Ironman Pro Series, pro female and male winners will be determined by the total number of points earned throughout the entire race series. For this Ironman event, the first place pro female and male will earn 5,000 points. Of course, our VinFast Ironman World Championship will be worth 6,000 points. Points for all the remaining pro finishers behind first place will diminish at a race of 1 point per second to the first place finish time. So, for example, if second place finishes just 1 second behind first place, they'll earn 2,499 points. Top 5 results will count towards year-end standings, and only a maximum of 3 full distance results will be counted. And Joe, let's talk about the money that's up for
let's
grabs.
talk about the Ironman Pro Series year-end bonus pool money allocation. So the end of season pool money will be earned in addition to any individual event prize money earned during the series, and it'll be allocated is the same for both the males and the females. The Ironman Pro Series champions who earn first place in the pro female and male point standings at the end of the series will earn $200,000, second $130,000, and third $85,000, all the way down to 10th, which is $10,000. So these guys, these men and women have a lot to push to for today, DD, to try and get in that top 10 in the overall Ironman Pro Series.
And actually, you know, absolutely every second matters. Interesting and how these points and this bonus pool impacts race strategies out on the day. Previously, if athletes thought they had a particular place locked up in a race and were, air quotes, safe from challengers behind and sort of not able to catch racers in front, they might sort of settle in and say, okay, I'm just going to be conservative. But now, since every second matters, those valuable seconds to the leader could impact their payouts at the end of the
Yeah,
year.
and I got to witness that firsthand when I was fortunate enough to commentate Les Sables d'Olonne. The top 5 men were within a minute of each other, and the top 5 women the same.
Yep.
Which I've never seen racing like that, which is amazing to see. So every second does matter, and that's definitely driving them to even more great performances. So we're going to have a short commercial right now, and we'll be back after this short message.
Introducing the Ironman Pro Series Virtual Edition on Full Gas. Join athletes from across the globe as they conquer bike courses from the Ironman Pro Series. Challenge yourself, travel the world, and earn your exclusive Finisher's Medal. Push your limits and make your mark. Exclusively on Full Gas. Unleash your inner champion. Register now at fullgas.com.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
To point to you.
And welcome back to IRONMAN Vitoria-Gasteiz. Beautiful scenes here, Dee, as the pro men gathering in just before they're about to go down to the water, about 7 or 8 minutes away from the pro male start. So we're going to go have a look at some of the pro male notables now, and you'll see that some of these are in different swim caps. That's for our benefit as well as yours, to so we can pick them out when they hit the washing machine of what is an open water swim start. So we're going to have a look here. So we have in the orange, we have Laidlaw from France, a current Ironman world champion, who's looking to get his qualification validation. I'm making up words now. We've got Vilovetsky in the green. We've got Benito Lopez in the yellow, McNamee in the violet, as well as Horchot from France. We've got Bradley Weiss in the pink, and in the yellow we have Zapunkt, and in green Robert Callan, and in the pink as well, we have Richard Varga, a ex-ITU athlete, which he may be one to watch. This is his first Ironman distance race, but this guy can really swim.
And talking about some of our notable women, of course, our defending champion from just up the road, that's Guru Fratis. Kat Matthews will be wearing a green cap. She wears bib number 2. Out of the Netherlands, it will be Els Visser in the purple cap. From Germany, Daniela Bleimel, bib number 4. That will be F4, not M4. She will be wearing yellow. Ruth Astle, wearing bib number F9, will be wearing purple. We've got Elisabetta Curadori in silver. Heini Hartikainen also in silver. Anderberry will be in silver. And, of course, Steph Clutterbuck, this is her first year racing pro. She's a super standout swimmer. She will be wearing orange, so look for her to have a super strong swim for our women, many anticipating that she will lead out for the women.
Yeah, that's right, Dee. We've got some really good swimmers here. This is the nervous moments before they actually get to go down to the water. Still about, from my clock, about 5 minutes away. So these guys are going to be standing there a little bit, just really burning through some nervous energy right now.
So let's talk about, you talk about Vilovietsky as being a super strong swimmer. You talked about, you know, certainly Sorry, who was
Varga?
it? Who was it?
Richard Varga.
Richard Varga being a great swimmer. We would expect Sam Laidlow to be up there. Any other big names you expect? And who are going to be our key athletes who might be chasing a little bit from behind?
Yeah, well, I think you mentioned the top 3 swimmers there. But you also need to take note of where someone like Dave McNamee, who's on screen right now in the violet, he's a very, very strong athlete, 2-time podium finisher in Kona. Bradley Weiss, also definitely one to watch also as well.
So certainly, if you're an athlete who is looking to mitigate the damage in the swim, what's your strategy as you line up here? Looking for faster feet to line up next to, or just trying to do your own thing out there?
That's a really good question. Like, because if you are not a strong swimmer, you're better to pick someone that's maybe more of a mid-pack swimmer and try and jump onto their feet as opposed to jump on Laidlow's feet, because that might be a little too fast in the opening 100 meters or so.
No one needs to get lactic in the first 15 seconds of an Ironman.
So someone like
So Cam Worth.
Cam Worth. Look, this guy is a bit inconsistent with his swim. He'd be looking for to get on the likes of David McNamee, Brad Weiss's pack, because that for him, that would be an amazing swim, because they're likely to maybe be just off the pace of the likes of Laidlow and stuff like that. So yeah.
these guys race each other frequently enough that they know each other's strengths and weaknesses. So strategically, they are lining up, as you see Cam Worth lining up there right next to Dave McNamee, almost like he heard you.
Yeah, I just gave him a few tips earlier today. No, not really, but these guys, they know exactly the strengths and weaknesses, and they are standing next to someone that they're like, okay, I found one person that I know that I need to come out the water with. So no, it's not by chance they're standing like they are. That's they've already been sort of pairing each other up a little bit. Unless you're a Laidlow or a Varga, they don't care. Yeah. Because they're such great swimmers, they'll just go to wherever they want.
They may be looking to sneak and move away. You know,
so
if you talk to some of the superstar swimmers, they try to maybe lay in the background a little bit, and people sort of stand around them lurking, hoping to get on their feet, and then all of a sudden at the last minute they'll do a head fake and move to the other end just so they have open, clean water
I've
to
seen
themselves.
someone like Josh Amberger literally swap from the far left to the far right within 30 seconds of the gun going off, just because he knows there's like 5 guys that have already identified him. So getting really close here, you can feel the tension. Look at Cam Worth here getting fired up. Dave McNamee saying, give me a little bit more space, thanks Cam. You sit behind me, that's where you belong right now. And then I'll try and follow you when you come past me on the bike.
Absolutely. As we talk about our swim venue here at Land O'Lake, it's a unique blend of recreational beauty and ecological benefit, making it an exceptional destination for sports enthusiasts and nature lovers. The vast wetlands here play a crucial role in improving the water quality and supporting the city's hydrological systems. Acting as a natural water filter, they help regulate water levels, mitigating flooding, all while providing a habitat for a diverse array of wildlife. And point blank, it's just plain pretty.
Yeah, absolutely stunning. And as we talked about earlier, this water is drinking water quality. So these athletes are in for a treat really today. And look, beautiful conditions.
Better than our Olympians in Paris will face in
Absolutely, a little bit more better quality than the water of the Olympic in 2 weeks' time.
And watch them all race down here to the water's edge to suss out their starting spot. So, definitely people wanting the outside edges, maybe not to get crushed in the middle there, because to your point, it's a bit of a washing machine when things get underway.
This looks like a great start line, to be honest. There's plenty of space. It's not super narrow, so there'll be plenty of room for everyone, but they're going to be trying to follow those seeded cap colours, so definitely watch out for the ones we went through earlier. And then we're very, very close to the start.
So very light winds, no currents to speak of here in this protected lake. So not any strategy there, but definitely want to find your line, find your sight lines that these athletes will have sussed out in the days prior to the race as we wait and get underway. Just a minute to go here. Nerves at an all-time high. Is this your least
this has been a long
part?
time for these athletes. I feel for them that they've had to wait a little bit, and it's a lot of nervous energy, a lot of nervous chit-chat going on there. But they don't have to wait very long now, DD, until they're going to fire the cannon, and they'll be on their way.
Of course, a lot of talk about the weather. I think the weather expected not to be a factor. And then for a few days there, predictions were for a bit of a heat wave, but so far not necessarily playing out, but we are going to have very humid conditions out there.
Yeah, very humid, but maybe, might heat up on the run. But I think to start off with, the swim and bike are pretty close to ideal conditions for fast racing here today.
Absolutely, and a wetsuit swim benefiting some of those less aggressive swimmers, perhaps. A little bit of extra flotation tends to favor the less speedy swimmers.
Yeah, I completely agree, Dee Dee. And here we are, seconds away.
And our professional men are off here at IRONMAN Vitoria-Gasteiz. We talk about some of our fast swimmers. Look for Robert Wiecki, Anito Lopez, Sam Laidlow, certainly David McNamee, Robert Callan, strong swimmer, Kostas Zapuntki, Brad Weiss looking to maybe hold on to that lead pack too, although that's a big ask.
Yeah, like someone like Brad's a great one to talk about here. Very, very fast pool swimmer, but struggles a little bit to connect that to his open water swim, but he did when it counted last year in Nice when he exited the water with that front pack and came away with a 7th place overall. So let's hope he can have a swim like that today.
So right out of the gate, to your call, it is Richard Varga in the pink cap off to a very, very quick start. And the orange cap, no doubt, that is going to be our defending men's world champion, Sam Laidlow, trying to hold on to his feet. So a good start for both of those men.
Yeah, and that's absolutely perfect for someone like Laidlow to have a Richard Varga in the field.
You can tell the pace. They're already strung out at the front, single file. Usually you'd see as we look back in the pack how they're bunched up. That is sort of more traditionally what we would see at the start of an Ironman race, but the pace is on that Varga is setting. So our top 5-6 guys are already strung out there.
No, I'm really happy that Richard Varga's here because it's just amazing to watch such a great swimmer at work. But you're seeing separation nearly between third and fourth already, and we're less than 150 meters in, Dee Dee.
And at the tail end of that pack, looking to hold on to that lead group, I saw the yellow cap of both Ruben Zapuntki as well as Antonio Benito Lopez. So both of those superstar swimmers looking to hold on, but Varga sending a message from the start. He's yet to finish a full Ironman, but he's getting underway pretty quickly here.
Yeah, no, I think what we've got here, so we've got Varga, and then we have Laidlow sitting on his feet, and then from my mind, it's for Antonio Benito Lopez hanging on for dear life in that 3rd spot, and you can already see separation between 3rd and 4th.
Yep.
So a little bit of background on Varga. This is a guy that the Brownlee brothers used to love because those guys were the best swimmers in ITU, and still are. And this guy used to lead out every swim in ITU World Cup. So this guy's renowned, and I saw him on the start list, and I'm like, I really hope he turns up because he will really change things up in the swim. And this is going to be really hard for these other athletes to stay even in touch. Even someone like Laidlow, to be honest.
Well, that's what I'm saying. With Laidlow, strategically, just real quickly, how risky is this for him to try to hold pace with Varga? Is he really just using Varga for the first 500 meters to pull him away from any other close-by competitors, and then he's really got to let him go? Or is he really going to try to stay on those feet? And what's that going to do to the rest of his day? I'm going to let you contemplate that while we run away to a quick commercial break. And when we come back, I'm going to be looking for your answer.
Perfect.
For 12 years, for 4,383 sunrises, across millions of mornings, we've been working to make one thing better. This, AG1 is foundational nutrition, a science-driven formulation to support whole body, brain, and gut health with just one of these, or one of these, once a day. Welcome to foundational nutrition. Welcome to AG1. Start at drinkag1.com.
And we are back to the action here at IRONMAN Vitoria-Gasteiz. We are on the Roca swim course here at the beautiful Ulibarri-Gamboa Lake, located in Landa Provincial Park outside Vitoria-Gasteiz. We're about 17 kilometers outside of the center of the city for this gorgeous swim venue where we have our women's race leader, Steph Clutterbuck, doing a great job of it. This is Steph continuing to move through the pro men's field. This is the second pro male she's picked off. She established a gap. She pulled Kat Matthews out from the start line, but then was able to distance herself from Kat. We think Kat's about 100 to 150 meters back of Steph Clutterbuck at this moment, but Steph Clutterbuck having a great swim so far. She owns our course best. We'll see if she can beat it again today.
Yeah, no, she's had a great start to her day. Yeah, Kat looked like in the first 100 she was going to just be able to slot in on her feet, but obviously the pace was just that little bit too high and unable to hold it. But we'll get a split back to Kat shortly and see how she's going. We'll think about, as you said, about 100 meters or so back.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Kat's not certainly stressed about Steph Clutterbuck at the moment. Would have probably liked to have taken advantage of some of that free speed on her feet for as long as possible, but Kat's made some great improvements in her swim. Not what I would consider a front pack swimmer just yet, but has been improving and working in that direction. So, you know, I don't think she's necessarily stressed about where she's at right now. Lots of racing left to go, and just is looking for a strong swim to start the day.
Yeah, absolutely. Where would you place Kat, like in a Kona swim? Where would you see her coming out? Like, is she a 50, like second pack or a first pack, first main pack? Obviously, you got Lucy Charles.
Yeah, you've got Lucy Charles and Lauren Brandon and some
and
of those superstars. And this was the move. Oh no, this is Laidlow now backstroking and letting Varga go past. Yeah, this is another exchange where Laidlow is on his back and Varga is going back to the front. I don't know if that's from before or if that's...
Yeah,
because Varga's now at the front.
It's just a short replay
of
what just happened. But this guy's having fun with it. Yes, so we have, Varga back on the front. Keep thinking he's putting the pressure on, but then he just seems to stop and do a bit of backstroke. So not under any pressure whatsoever.
To your point about Kat Matthews in the swim, I would say, I think a great swim for her. She would be back of the first chase pack with, say, a Jocelyn McCauley.
Okay.
But I think that would be a great swim for her.
Yeah.
I also wouldn't be surprised to see her front of the second chase pack. So somewhere in between there, obviously aspiring to be first pack, Sans, Lucy Charles, Lauren Brandon, superstar swimmers, but I think that is where she would envision herself, but probably maybe a half step to go, and depends on conditions and her start and how factors play out in the race. But the swim has been an area of great improvement for her. She's always been a super strong cyclist, always a great runner. Obviously had the setbacks after the crash and is working her way back from that, or I should say is back from that. I think we can let that story go because she is back to her old ways. But the swim has been an area where she, if you were going to pick a hole, say, hey, let's put some work in here. And she has been doing so. So it's just a work in progress. And with race dynamics in this day and age, you know, the demands of the top of the sport, you cannot have a weakness. And the better she can improve that swim, the less she's got to chase on the bike.
Yeah, and then left, there's definitely more in the legs come the run as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, definitely. I'm just interested to see your perspective on that. Obviously, racing as a female professional as well, where she sort of fits in your mind. And obviously, her bike's come back to what it used to be, and her run's always been amazing. And she's obviously got her sights set on another World Championship medal. So definitely the swim is something that she's just going to keep progressing and working, chipping away, and limiting that deficit to Lucy Charles Barkley.
And I believe our men have rounded that last buoy. They keep that buoy to their right shoulder as they make their way towards the exit of this Roca swim course. Race time right now, 44:46. Of course, we're looking at that 46:45. Joe, I think you nailed it.
45:59, I said.
Yep.
I think I'm a little off, but Imagine if these guys went as full gas the whole way.
Yeah.
Like, imagine what they could do without the backstroke and
the bobbing.
and the silly business. But it's been quite an interesting swim to call. But you can see here, I think, Varga, as I sort of expected, he wanted to lead this swim. I don't think he's not ever led a swim. So first one to stand up on the Roca swim course, Richard Varga, closely followed by Sam Laidlow in the orange cap.
Now let's see what sort of gap they were able to get themselves on by our eyesight, about 12 men in that chase pack. As Varga with a very fast run through transition. As we know, it's not a long run to transition in the gear bag, but once they pick up their bikes, it'll be slightly longer as Laidlow working there to get that wetsuit down. It is Richard Varga into the gear bags first, pulling up that swimsuit. Surprised to see him, and this is the sign of a swimmer. They often don't like stuff on their shoulders. Missed his gear bag there as we see our swim split presented by our friends at Wahoo Element Arrival, 45:23 there. That is going to be a course best for Richard Varga for the 3.8-kilometer swim. Bypassing the gear bag there, I was under the assumption that the wetsuit had to go in the gear bag, so I'm not sure exactly what Varga's doing. Occasionally, officials will allow helmets to be on the bike, but the gear has got to go in the gear bag, so I don't know. Maybe the gear bag's allowed to go, because here we have Laidlow grabbing his gear bag, and looks like he's going to leave it by the bike. So maybe that's what they have been allowed to do. And actually, I think Varga has done the same. So interesting, because usually you have to re-rack your gear bag, but apparently the pros here able to leave it by their bikes.
Yeah, and let's look. We've got the third male and the next group out of the swim. We've got Pimpernel Perrin from Belgium in 1:02 behind Sam Laidlow. David McNamee had a great swim, 1:06. Antonio Benito Lopez, 1:07. James Teagle, the young British athlete, 1:09. Tomiz Bramore, 1:10. So quite a big pack here. Thomas Davis, Robert Callan, and Robert Zapunkti. All in that big group that we kept getting glimpses of on the Roca swim course.
Anybody missing from that group? Disappointed not to see Brad Weiss in that group, or is that not necessarily surprising?
I reserve comment. He should. Brad is an amazing swimmer. I'm hoping we just need to scroll down further and see if he's made right on the back there, because I would think with a big pack like that, someone like Brad Weiss definitely has the ability to be on that pack. But hopefully if he hasn't made it, he's close enough that he can bridge up quickly without wasting too much energy. But we're seeing Dave McNamee here, closest putting on his number belt as he runs to go get his bike and make his way onto the full gas bike course.
As our two men's leaders are now across the mount line and underway on the full gas bike course. The finger goes down to the bike computer, to that Wahoo Element, and press start. And they are, I would say, off to the races, but we've been at the races for about an hour now.
Already have been, yeah. With that blistering swim of 40, unofficial new course record of 45:23, which surpasses Josh Amberger's 2019 swim record of 46:45. So yeah, a minute 20 and change faster than Josh Amberger. We know how fast he is. So these guys were definitely moving, even though they looked like they were out for a Sunday stroll.
And as we preview again the full gas bike course, we're looking at 3 loops for your 180.2 kilometers or 112 miles. It's 2 larger loops of 74K and 1 smaller loop of 32K. Bike course is known to showcase the beauty of the region. It's a rolling course, but it's a great course. You can really carry the momentum from the downhills through the like I would call it a rolling course, so a strong cyclist will be able to carry the speed through those rollers as our men continue to exit the Roca swim course. So as we take a look at our women's swim leader, Steph Clutterbuck, who continues to dominate this Roca swim course. Joe, talk me through the mindset of the guys after they come out of the swim. What's going through their minds as they start the bike? assessing position, thinking
Yeah,
nutrition.
they're looking around who's around them and assessing whether they're in a good position, but also really focusing on what they need to do and not making any silly errors, making sure that they get their wetsuit off completely with no dramas and getting all their nutrition in their back pockets, and just basically just want a smooth, non-urgent transition that feels it's efficient, but you don't have to be super fast. You just got to make sure that you don't make any silly mistakes, because there's still many more hours of racing to go. But all those guys seem to get through without any major dramas.
As we continue to look at our pro men, I see that orange cap there. That is going to be Cameron Worf. He was with a other violet cap, which I believe is Arthur Horsaw, and a sea of other silver caps there. So if we look at the deficit now, about 5 minutes, again, just spitballing that out of the water for Cameron Worf. Bigger than expected, as expected. Manageable.
Yeah, manageable. Yeah, I think the problem for Worth is that takeout speed. It was super fast, and Cam's, would be the first to say he doesn't quite have that top end speed. So he probably didn't, like the other guys, able to get into that front group, and then he probably just saw them just out of reach that whole swim, and it would have been a very frustrating swim just seeing where he'd really like to be. Cam does really well in those Kona-like swims where it's a deep water start. It's a little bit, there's more feet to sort of jump on, whereas this was quite a select. There's only 8. There's the 2 out the front, then only 8 athletes sort of separated. And Cams doesn't quite have that swim pedigree to jump on that. So I want to see.
But as we talk about some of the stronger cyclists in the field, certainly Sam Laidlow fits the bill there. Cameron Worf, another super strong cyclist. But Christian Hogenhaug, also a great cyclist, and he is actually out. Where's Cam Worf? Not far from Cam Worf. So there are some really strong cyclists back there that could be good partners. Robert Vilovietsky, also back there. He's at 3:01 down out of the swim. So there's still some firepower back there.
Yeah, no, if you've got Cam Worth and some of these other great cyclists, 3 minutes is not much at all. So, here we go. We've got Sven Weiss as well, Christian Hogenhau. Costes was right at the back. And Brad Weiss actually did make that pack.
Yeah,
he was right at the end.
Yeah,
so,
and he's moved up into 9th place overall.
Yeah, and Brad, he's got so much power. Xterra world champion, that guy has so much VO2 power. He just needs to sort of like contain it right now and sort of chill, because that's a really good swim for him. So he'd be really happy that he's made that group. Costes, you'll see him very distinctive on the bike, very slippery aero position. We'll see him out on the road shortly. But yeah, that next group, it's definitely got some firepower. So yeah, watch for someone like Christian Hogenhau, who's a very aggressive rider, to potentially try and bridge back up to that bigger group of the likes of McNamee and Weiss.
Will Hogenhaug and Worf be compatible bike-wise?
Well, there's a gap between them right now.
But if they...
I think I'll put my head on the neck on the chopping block, but I think by the time Cam catches him, I think Cam will have found that rhythm that Hogenhaug cannot actually sustain.
Okay.
If Cam's on one of his better bike days. He could just be using this as a training race. You never know with Cam.
He's already qualified.
It's a bit of a lottery,
Exactly.
And this is, and we talked about it a little bit off air, that he'll use these Ironmans and 70.3s as training days and progression to his main event, which is Kona in October. So, Cam's... Yeah, you never know what you're going to get with Cam, and that's sort of the fun of it as well.
As we take a look at some of our chasing pro males, presumably with eyes out for this woman, Steph Clutterbuck, who is our women's pro leader. I've asked our camera guys if we have access to get a sight line back to our women's chaser, who we assume is Kat Matthews, and presumably assume Kat Matthews is all on her own based on some of the swimmers in the field. I would be surprised if anybody was with Kat. Possibly Franzi Reng from Germany is a good swimmer. Possibly Simone Mitchell, but that would be a great swim for Simone. So Steph Clutterbuck continuing to lead, and we assume Kat Matthews holding down second position, trying to get an update either from some of our spotters on the boats or if our camera angle allows it to see what's going on back to Kat Matthews as our men continue to stream through transition.
Yeah, one of the surprises for me was Arthur Horseau from France. Yeah, back with Cam Worth, which it's an opportunity. Like when you're with Cam Worth, that you can burn a match and maybe get back in the race. But I expected him to be more up with the likes of maybe. I'm trying to think, at least up with Hogenhull, like around the 2.5 minutes back out of that lead pack. But yeah, he's a little bit back and got some work to do. Arthur Horseau of France.
Super surprised by the number of guys who are not swimming with their kit up, even in a wetsuit swim. Surprising to you?
I would agree what they did, but it also does slow down your transition. Because the restriction, if you're not a good swimmer, I think it puts a lot of extra pressure on your shoulders, especially when you're in the water for
we
nearly
saw
50
Varga
minutes.
do it, so even for a good swimmer,
yeah,
they
it
prefer
doesn't,
the naked shoulders,
it wouldn't
perhaps.
feel natural. Yes, and yeah, it's definitely, I think, adds a little bit more restriction, especially if your wetsuit is fitted quite tight.
Sure.
So, yeah, the problem with this is because it's a very short transition, you didn't really have enough time to get your wetsuit down and then get your suit back up.
Are those things you factor in? Would you deal with the discomfort of slightly more restriction to speed up your transition? What do you think the tipping point is there, and how much time?
Because for when I raced, I'd be the difference between me making the front pack or not.
Yeah.
So I'd rather lose 20 seconds messing around and trying to get my suit back up. I'd like Jan would do the same thing. He would have it roll down. It's only really good swimmers you see that have them like their sleeves up anymore, because I think people have learnt that it does add a lot of pressure, and you just create a lot more lactic. It seems. You just get this really uncomfortable feeling. So
on the women's side, we actually see Lucy Charles Barkley swim with it up, but Lauren Brandon swim with it down. So it's a matter of personal preference. But the reason I asked the question is that it's a factor that you need to consider. You need to consider the length of the transition. How long am I have to stand there while I pull my kit up? Because obviously you can't start biking if your kit's still around your waist.
Yep.
And these are the things that you have to sort of think about that are specific to each race venue that people might not realize that these are considerations.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see our lead female exiting the Roka swim course. What an amazing swim here.
50-ish and a half minutes. Of course, we will get the official time once she crosses that timing mat, and we will show it courtesy of our friends at Wahoo Element. Wahoo Element Rival. There we have it right there. Whoops, that wasn't it, but it's coming. Nope, still not it. It's coming. But just eyeballing the clock, it doesn't look like she bested her time from a year ago. She's at 50:40. That's Steph Clutterbuck out of the UK. Again, a good swimmer. Kit is up. She's going to grab that blue gear bag so that she can deposit her swim gear into the bag. Leave it by the bike. I believe the pros have been giving that permission that may be different to the age group rule. Sometimes there are small specific differences like that, so always good to attend that briefing, read the athlete guide, and know what the rules are. She is actually one who's stripping her wetsuit at the gear bags.
Well, she's got plenty of space. There's no one around her. She's not fighting for space at all. So, yeah, it looks super relaxed here. Yeah, just taking care of business. Long day ahead, but yeah, making it look pretty easy right now. But it's interesting to see that she was a little slower than her age group time last year. But I think that's actually a good thing. I don't think she's really expended much energy in this swim at all. And look, I think she could have probably swum faster than last year if she had to, and she had maybe some other female around her.
Well, I was going to say, last year she might have had some age group men around her that helped push her.
Yeah, I think this is a great start. She looks super relaxed. She looks pretty fresh running through transition here. Seamless transition. And going back to the kits, it's also like how the kit is designed by whichever apparel you're racing in. These race kits are made for aerodynamics. They're not made for swimming.
Yeah.
But some fit differently, and depending on your body type as well, they may actually feel quite relaxed around the shoulder, but some are so tight that you have to breathe in to basically get it zipped up, and that's purely for aerodynamics. So that does not make sense to put that restriction on your chest and your ability to breathe and shoulder restriction in a swim. But this kit, obviously for Steph, had no bearing on that at all.
But key takeaway there, practice.
Yeah,
right?
and
try it both ways.
And test it. Be that athlete at the pool that turns up in their race kit.
Yeah.
Didi, you do this. And, and yeah, practice, do a 400 for time one day in a wetsuit with your sleeves up. And then the next Friday, do it with the sleeves down.
Yep.
And do it in the same time of your training schedule, so you're the same sort of fatigue level. And
do it in different wetsuits. Test your wetsuits, because different cuts of wetsuits suit different body types, different body positions in the water. There's lots of value that can be added from testing these things in training. Yeah,
no, I completely agree, and that's a great use of time. And yeah, take your wetsuit down to the race. Like these people that turn up to a race and it's a wetsuit swim, and they haven't actually swum in their wetsuits since Ironman Arizona, and it's oceanside, and they wonder why their shoulders were on fire in the first 200.
Why are my shoulders?
To a swimming pool and practice. So definitely all that work could be undone just by not actually practicing in the equipment that you're going to use race day. So anyway, and we are here with Sam Laidlow, looking the goods. Super smooth, relaxed, nose breathing, just, yeah, found his rhythm very, very early.
So go ahead, hypothesize, guy of his size, what kind of power range is he pushing, and what's the bike strategy for someone who's as strong on the bike as Sam Laidlow?
I think he will try and even split this bike. He would be okay if someone tries to ride up to him. I think he's going to execute his race. Because he will probably hit around, I'm guessing, I don't know what Sam can push, but I'm guessing around 300, close to 300 would be at his weight and size, but I might be wrong. So.
We've got Kat Matthews exiting with a very large pack, including Daniela Blymel, Ruth Astle, and Els Visser. I'm surprised by this.
Yeah, well, it's a lonely, if she got dropped early by Steph, then yeah, it's hard to sort of keep that pressure on the whole swim. And if she had a cheeky look around some of the buoys and went, oh, why am I busting myself when I could sit back with the pack? I'm only 20 seconds in front of them anyway, and just, yeah, comfort in numbers, but yeah. I'm surprised it was actually such a big group. I thought we were going to see ones and twos. But
I thought it was going to be Kat all on her own with maybe another pack of 3 to 4. But surprised, great swims there from the likes of Daniela Blymel. Ruth Astle has also been doing a lot of work on the swim. Isn't that often the case? When you suffer a run injury, your swim and bike tends to come to a new level. And know through the frustration of injury that Ruth was working on that swim, and it seems to be paying dividends. And Els Visser, Daniela Blymel, and Ruth Astle all there with Kat Matthews.
Yeah, so Kat Matthews second out of the water, 4:27 behind women's leader Stephanie Clutterbuck, who had an exceptional swim. Closely followed in third, Els Visser, Simone Mitchell, Elisabetta Curidori, thank you. Ruth Astle, Katrina Wolf, and Francisca Rang as well in that pack. So I think we have 8 women of my counts, all exiting the Roka swim course together, and yeah, pretty frantic. Yeah, Steph definitely had a lot more space than these ladies in here.
Wow,
they're definitely fighting for position here. Yeah, I think we're getting mixed up with one of the pro men, who's, yeah, and here we go. And
this, get me out of here before I get swallowed by the rest of the pro women.
Who's, yeah, putting the pressure on early. And this, look, just could be tactical. I want to be sitting in second wheel. That's the wheel in front. Daniel Blymel, I think he's in the pink. Correct me if I'm wrong.
No, that's a pro male in the pink.
Oh, that's a pro male, sorry.
That's a pro male in the pink with Elisabetta Curidori and Els Visser.
Okay, Els Visser, sorry, Els Visser. So she just wants to be on the bike. If you're on first, less chance of running into another athlete.
Particularly at that mountain line, right?
Yeah, it is quite narrow from what we saw. So that's, look, she's a great little runner. So yeah, good to get some space, but look, give it a couple of kilometres and all space out pretty quickly. But what I used to like to do when I used to actually push my bike an extra 10 metres past the mountain line.
To give yourself some space.
Give yourself some space. Because people just get bunched up and then you're like crashing into people. I was like, well, I'll just run past and then I don't have to worry about you guys.
Well, and it's one of those times where you actually do almost by necessity take your eyes off the road in front of you because you're looking down to make sure your feet are getting on the pedals, your feet are getting into the shoes. So you want a little bit of space for safety reasons to be able to do that. So good to see all of the women safely mounted. I saw Kat Matthews charging to the front, and no doubt she will charge to the front of that pack. Probably be joined, I mean, again, Daniela Blymel, outstanding cyclist, one of the fastest bike splits at Ironman Hamburg at the Women's European Championship. As we look at our women's defending champion coming out of the water, this is Guru Fradas. That's not a bad gap necessarily. She's looking at less than 5 minutes, so maybe 3 to 4 minutes there to the chase group. So yeah, really good swim for Guru Fradas, I would say.
Yeah, really good swim. Yeah, and we'll definitely keep an eye on her on the bike, and if she's in any range of the podium off that bike, watch out, because a couple of sub 250 marathons I think she's had in. Yeah.
She's the one athlete that could put pressure. Again, we're foreshadowing quite a bit, but could put pressure on Kat Matthews. I think she's one athlete that could do it if she can just mitigate the damage on the bike.
Yep.
Depending, again, on the factors on the day. We know Kat wants to win, but race conservatively. She's got other big races coming up. Guru Fradas, great swim for her, and could impact how things play out.
Yeah,
but,
and as defending champion, just gives you that little bit extra, or maybe a lot, of motivation to really bring out everything on race day. But here we are. I think we've had a lead change for the men's. Robert Callan, if you correct me if I'm wrong, followed by Sam Laidlow there sitting in second.
Yep, and the men stretched out behind them. We can see a big group there and all riding draft legally. The men sorting themselves out as the women take to the full gas bike course. But we're going to take a quick commercial break as we will come back in just a minute.
Beyond the finish lines, our commitment goes the extra mile. We are the Ironman Foundation. We've given back more than $55 million to support our mission of leaving a positive impact throughout race communities. Without our amazing athletes, volunteers, and givers, we wouldn't be where we are today. Together, let's continue this journey of impact. Join the Ironman Foundation and be a part of something extraordinary.
Open up the sky, 'cause I'm coming up to you. So send down your wings and let them bring me to you. You know I'm standing at the station, ready to go. Oh, big old aeroplane, I'm trusting your soul. Get on up, big bird.
Your new vehicle, Mr. Lawrence. The VinFast VF8.
All the latest tech?
Precisely.
Whoa.
Cut. Great delivery, Joey.
I've had a lot of practice saying that word. It's pretty cool, huh?
The VinFast?
Yeah. It's got
action.
402 horsepower.
All-wheel drive.
Over-air updates and a 10-year unlimited miles battery warranty.
Yes, but
15-inch infotainment screen.
Cut. None of those lines are in the script, Joey.
I just think people are really going to want to know those things.
That's what the website's for, Joey.
We are back to the action here at Ironman Vitoria-Gasteiz as our pro men have made their way across the mountain line. Our pro women still getting out of the swim as we look at our women's defending champion. This is Guru Fradas making her way through transition. She trailed that lead pack. She's not in the top 10, but she is 12th place. She's 7:43 back. You know, it's a good swim for Guru, and that bodes well. What doesn't bode well was the dynamic during the swim and the fact that there was such a large chase group following our women's leader. that pack is going to be, if they can get organized, they're going to motor through this bike course.
Yeah.
And Guru's sort of all on her own.
Yeah, she's really got to play the long game here. She's got to focus on what power she's trying to hit, her nutrition strategy. She can't really be thinking about trying to ride these women down. She needs to execute her bike. In that pack, the problem with pack dynamics though as well is the stress of like penalties. Obviously, Race Range is helping that a lot. But they might end up overbiking a little bit as well. So, and that's just if she's able to actually just execute her bike plan and get off and then execute one of her top runs, then there's no reason why she can't get back into this race. But it's going to be, we're going to be talking about this in about 3 or 4 hours.
Yeah, it is the long game. But the good news is that we talk about this all the time, Joe, in terms of she's not used to being in the chase back on the bike. She's used to having to play this game of chase and really fighting her way back into the race after a pretty significant gap at the swim. So it's not unfamiliar territory for her necessarily, which also, works in her favor. We know she does well in the heat, so if the humidity does play up later in the day, she's won Ironman Cozumel the last 2 years running. So we know that the heat is not a factor for her necessarily. And I think really the only woman who can outrun her or match her is going to be Kat Matthews, who is, what did I say? She was 11 minutes back.
I think it was about 11, yeah.
Nope, sorry, 7:43 back. So she's really only 3.5 minutes back of that chase pack.
Yeah, so we're just going to keep an eye on that. It's a really important split to note, is what the gap is to Kat, because most likely Kat will inch her way forward and start riding time out of our leader, Steph Clutterbuck, right now. But yeah, long way to go, but looking good so far for shaping up to be a really exciting women's race.
Yeah, I love the fact that there's a big pack out there chasing Steph Clutterbuck down. I think that's fantastic. Great swim for some of those women. I had assumed that Kat might be flying solo in pursuit of the lead, but the fact that Els Visser and Daniela Blymel are with her, that's going to be a smoking bike split for sure.
Yeah, well, Els Visser, amazing backing up after such a intense first half of the year of racing.
Sure.
It bodes well that she's had a good swim. Energy levels must be back up pretty well to be able to make that main group. It's always a good indication if you're trying to turn around and race again quite quickly. So she's put herself in a really good position. And I think from all the interviews and social media from all the athletes that have been out there on the course, they are excited about racing on this course. The roads are beautiful. It's not that technical from what I understand, but it's a lot of undulation. It takes, of course, an athlete that's able to sort of use momentum and sort of go up a little bit, push a little bit higher power up the hills, and then carry it over the top and create it into speed going down the other side. So an athlete that's sort of is very smooth on the pedals, it'll suit really well. As we look at the men's here, and we are looking at M5, which is David.
Actually, I think it's M51.
Oh, is that M51, is it? It didn't look like David McNamee to me. He's M5, so yeah.
But you can see the line of men here, and perhaps it's a good time for us to talk about...
That's Richard Varga right there.
About,
so that might have been McNamee. It might have been. We'll see. We'll get a closer image soon enough.
I was going to say, it's a good time for us to talk about our new friend, Race Ranger.
Absolutely.
You'll see some of the lights, the fixture on the back of the bike there where the second bib number is. And from this vantage point, we can't see the fixture on the front. But this is called Race Ranger, and it's a new technology that's being used across all of the Ironman Pro Series events this year. It's a tool that allows the athletes to self-police their drafting zone, color-coded so that when your front fork comes within a distance of the rider in front of you, it will indicate a color to you, indicating that you are in a safe zone, in a closed zone, or a flashing red light for if you are in the draft zone. It not only helps the athletes to police themselves, it also helps our officials out because they can police a larger number of athletes. An official still has to spot a drafting violation, but if they see a red light flashing, they can certainly zoom ahead or drop back to investigate what's going on and make sure that the athletes are playing fair. Before, we always had to guess at what that drafting zone was, but now with Race Rangers, you see that blue light indicating that the athlete behind is outside of the draft zone. It turns orange when you're getting close to the draft zone and flashes red. So just a great addition to the technology available to us and to the athletes out there to ensure for safe and fair racing.
Yeah, so that was right on screen. That was Dave McNamee sitting in blue zone, so a legal zone behind Thomas Davis from Great Britain.
As we take a look at our top 3 fastest transition times presented by our friends at Morton, it was Christian Hogenhaug at 2:09, Anthony Costas at 2:10, and Davis at 2:12. So some pretty good time splits there. Didn't see Richard Varga, the short course specialist, not with the top transition time.
No. I thought he'd be the fastest, but not today. So in the women's, we have Udestat 2:17, Kurodi 2:18, and Commander at 2:21. So very similar to the men. Very speedy transitions. Very short from the exit of the Roka swim course to getting your gear bags and onto the bike. So made slippery work of that transition.
As we check in with Steph Clutterbuck, she is our race leader now. Keys for Steph Clutterbuck: she led the swim and enjoyed a 4-minute and 15-second gap on the group of, I think it was 7 women that were chasing her, who sit at 4+ minutes back. But right now, probably good strategy for her to put her blinders on and focus on her race and not worry about those women behind her. There's nothing she can do about that pack. She probably doesn't even know about it. No. And right now, focus on her first full distance race as a pro.
Yeah, and that's one of the difficult things about when you're actually leading. You don't get splits to really know, or accurate splits to see how far the chasers are. So yeah, as you said, she just needs to focus on her race, her nutrition. For the other women in that pack, that's where mistakes get made, is you get caught up in the moment.
Yep.
I haven't had any nutrition. It's 45 minutes. I haven't had a sip of any of my electrolyte. Whereas she's got all the time. She's got 4.5 minutes to basically just ease into this, and from that first pedal stroke can sort of sit at her target power and really settle in. And then 4.5 minutes is a long time. And if she doesn't get caught until like halfway through the bike, potentially, by that stage, it might not be a pack anymore. It might be 1s and 2s, and then she can make that decision at time. Okay, I feel good. I'm going to go with it. No, that's too much. And you can but she's got options, and that's one of the things of being a great swimmer. You have options. You can push on, try and extend your lead, or you can just settle in, and it looks like she's settled in nicely.
But again, pretty heady stuff for a woman in her first pro Ironman. Certainly the first time she would have ridden with a moto alongside her, and so that can be heady stuff. And so she's got to be sure not to let the adrenaline and the excitement of leading your first Ironman as a pro get the best of you. But so far, looks like she's settling well. We're going to take a quick break, but we're going to come right back. So don't go away. We'll resume the Full Gas Bike Course in just a minute.
Introducing the Ironman Pro Series Virtual Edition on Full Gas. Join athletes from across the globe as they conquer bike courses from the Ironman Pro Series. Challenge yourself, travel the world, and earn your exclusive Finisher's Medal. Push your limits and make your mark. Exclusively on Full Gas. Unleash your inner champion. Register now at fullgas.com.
IRONMAN Vitoria-Gasteiz is brought to you by Full Gas, real roads, real results, and by VinFast, boundless together.
So, Joe, we are now an hour 19 into racing for our professional men, an hour and 13 into racing for our professional women. We have concluded the Roca swim course, and we are a handful of kilometers into this full gas bike course. Talk to me about the surprises for you so far this race. We'll start with the men.
Yeah, well, I think the man on shot there, Robert Callan from Sweden, made very short work of getting back up to the front. Only took him about 8 or 9 kilometres to make up that minute deficit that he had coming out of the swim. But in doing that, he brought everyone else with him back up to Laidlow and Varga. We saw quite recently just sitting towards the back of that actual group of about 8 or 9 men, I think it is at that point. So.
Yeah, so we have a big group at the lead of the men's race. And the opposite here in the women's race, our sole leader, Steph Clutterbuck. We had a chance to chat with Steph before the race, and here were her thoughts about racing here at IRONMAN Vitoria-Gasteiz.
So IRONMAN Vitoria is one of my favourite races. I raced here as an age grouper last year and got overall fastest age group. I came 4th fastest female overall and actually qualified for my pro licence here. So it's a race that I know really well and I know suits me and I actually just love. So it was really hard to say no when I saw it on the list for the Pro Series this year. I'm excited to take what I learned last year. So for me, it's a great swim. It's a lake swim, so it's simple. Lots of straight lines, which means it can be really fast, which is fantastic. And last year I had the age group men to swim with, and this year I'm hoping that I'm going to be out pushing the pace at the front of the race. The bike course is one that suits me because it's very rolling. And there's so much time to be fast in aero, but then use the power to get up and over the rollers that are around the course. So I'm really hoping that knowing where those points are is going to play into my favour. Know where to get my head down, but equally know where I need to put out that little extra power. And also just knowing that on the run course, there's so much support to lift you up. So it doesn't matter if you're a little more tired than you would like to be, but the amazing Basque community here will be out on the course to cheer you on. It's not one where you can just switch off and run. It takes a lot of concentration. There's lots of different parts to it. You're running through the buildings and through the streets, but then equally there's the park, and then the various different, like slightly more industrial elements. So there's a lot to keep you engaged, but equally a lot that you need to concentrate on as you're attempting to run really fast. So when I started this season, I kind of didn't think I would factor in the Pro Series. It's my first year and we didn't have any idea about where I would stand, but after finishing top 10 in Mallorca, it changed the plans for the rest of the year and Vitoria became an absolute must. And I'm really hoping that I'll be able to be on the start line for Tallinn in August, and hopefully after this weekend we'll have a qualification slot for Nice.
Well, there you go. Thoughts from a first-year pro. Based on her first 70.3 performance, basically revamped her entire race strategy around this Pro Series.
Yeah, she's on an accelerated program to really mix it up in the women's field, and yeah, has pretty high aspirations. Very early days, and right now you're not going to doubt her, are you? Because she's had an amazing swim, and really looks the goods so far on the bike. But yeah, very early days. But yeah, it sounded like she'd done her research. She obviously did well here as an age grouper and won. So it made sense to come back and race this race as her first professional race. And yeah, it's, as we talked about on the swim, it's great to come back to a race that you've done before. Just especially, she obviously loves this area and really found it wonderful to race here. So why not come back again?
Yeah, I think we just saw the play back there. I'm trying to see a bib number on here of who that was, but very aggressive move to move to the front of this race. And wow, look at that gap.
Yeah, that was like a Tour de France movie. I think, yeah, I'm not sure who it was. It might.
I know. I'm looking for a bib number.
I don't want to say, but I feel like it might have looked like that Thomas Davis that we were talking about earlier about Race Radar. But that was a very aggressive move. I don't recognise the pedaling style from here. I'd say that would be an Andreas Dreit sort of move, but I don't think he's quite moved up to the front of the group. But if we can get a number on who it is. How's your eyesight?
Not very
17.
good. M17. I was
Oh, it's
gonna
Ruben
say.
Sapunki.
Oh, that's Sapunki.
Yeah,
Okay.
well, and he had a good swim. He's that pack definitely played into his hands, and he's a very strong rider. From what I remember, I think he won Aix-en-Provence 70.3 earlier this year. I'd have to double check that, but he's very, very powerful rider, and we saw that just moments ago when he put in a very aggressive attack, and yeah, didn't want anyone to go with him, and no one's responded, but we'll see. Like Laidlow might just up the power 5%, and all of a sudden he might have some company.
Well, if we look back at Ruben's results, he was second at Ironman 70.3 Switzerland and won the Ironman 70.3 in Provence back in May. So we know he's got the bike legs and a very aggressive move now to put himself in the lead.
Yeah, he's really put that hammer down here, and it's just going to be interesting to see who actually responds to this very aggressive move. Very, very early on, we're not even through the 24.8 kilometre checkpoint yet, and Ruben Sapunki is really applying a lot of pressure. We'll see what happens. It'll be good to get a long shot here and see who has actually gone with this move. I think someone like Laidlow will be like, okay, you can do that, but I'm just going to stick to my numbers. I think Laidlow knows what he needs to do, and if he executes anything like he did last year in Nice with similar power numbers, I think he will. Maybe later, it will pull this lead back in.
Yeah, well, Sapunki is one of our athletes here who needs a qualifying slot for the Ironman World Championship, so maybe looking to assert himself into the conversation to get that very thing done.
Yeah, looking really, really smooth, and he's looking back already. Yep, and just making sure that gap has actually stuck, and now he needs to go about his work. It's very, very early days to make an attack. But if you look at the course profile here, down the bottom of the screen, this is actually like it's a net loss right now, so it's quite a fast part of the course with a few little undulations. So maybe when he pre-rode the course earlier this week, this was a section he already identified that maybe, oh, this suits me, this suits my strengths. If I'm in the mix, have a good swim, this is where I'm going to try and put the pressure on the likes of, I think, this is Varga, who actually led our men's swim today, navigating that roundabout, and he's being under pressure, put under quite a lot of pressure right now, because when you have someone put on that much pressure at the front, there's definitely going to be a response. You can't help yourself. So it looks like Varga is the last male in this group, and he looks like he's working pretty hard.
A little bit off the back,
pretty hard to try and stay in contact. So it's definitely been an injection of pace into this men's top 10 right now.
That's right. Our men now through 29 kilometers on the bike. We're waiting for that bike split to update from 24.8 kilometers as we come back to our age groupers back at the Mount Line, getting them. Practice those transitions there. We saw that athlete nearly stumble over there. He caught himself. Glad to see that. But just a good lesson to practice your transitions. One of those small things that can pay big dividends.
Yeah, for sure. And definitely you don't want to start your day like that. And when you train 12 to 20 hours a week, just take maybe 20 minutes of those hours and of that time a week and just practice the little things, because they can make up, could really have a big impact on your race. And we're back with our women's leader, Stephanie Clutterbuck of the UK, looking super smooth, enjoying quite a good buffer on the chase females of around 4 minutes, but we'll get an update on that split at the 24.8 kilometre and see if they've managed to pull that back at all.
Also an update from out on the course. Unfortunately, if you are a Franzi Ring fan, bib number F29 from Germany, she has withdrawn from the race. She's actually a strong swimmer. We thought we would have seen her a little bit further up, pushing the pace in the swim. She is ill and is unfortunately a DNF here today. We hope she has a speedy recovery and can get herself onto a start line super soon and use all of that good fitness. It's tough when race day coincides with a sick day. It's really tough to manage. So our thoughts go out to Franzi and hope she's feeling better soon.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not the way to start a long day of swim, biking, and running if you're not feeling 100%. And we are back with our men's leader, who's looking really smooth right now, putting a lot of pressure on the chase men. But I think, as we saw, when, they seem to have started to respond because it's starting to spread out quite a bit, as opposed to 10 minutes ago when they were all quite happily in a nice sort of pace, evenly spaced pace line going on the flat. But this has definitely injected a little bit more intensity into the men's bike early on.
Yeah, it's definitely an aggressive move to make early on, but Ruben's strength is his bike, more so than the swim and the run. Well, he's a good swimmer too, but the bike is definitely his strength. As we said, he was second at Ironman Switzerland earlier this year, back in early June. And he won Ironman Provence 70.3. He likes some of the punchy courses. Yep. He's done quite well in Mallorca. He likes to race in Switzerland, so he likes to use that bike strength and certainly putting it to work out here in the early stages of this full gas bike course. Yeah,
no, super strong, and he knows his strengths and his weaknesses, and with some of the pedigree of the runners out there, David McNamee, Weiss, obviously Laidlow, he sees his opportunity if he wants to get a Kona spot, which is there's only 2 more races where you can actually qualify. This is a course that suited him, and he's picked it, and he's showing his hand very early, but this might be his best shot at setting up a podium finish.
Sure. As we take a look and check in with our women's chase group, this is Els Visser, who is backing up back-to-back weekends of full Ironman racing. You ever done that?
No, and never will. Thank you very much. Yes, no, that it's amazing because doing Ironman, I wouldn't want to train for at least 2 or 3 weeks. Never mind actually race again. And yeah, it's amazing to see, and it definitely became. I feel like Chris McDonald was one of the first ones to do this and actually win the second weekend and get second in his first one. So yeah, it happens quite often now. It never would have happened 20 years ago, but now with the opportunity to race,
one of the benefits about it potentially is that you don't overdo it, right? You talk about the adrenaline on the day, the legs are fresh, you're feeling zippy, and you might overdo it. And Ironman is about patience and pacing. And Els Visser, again, she's an athlete who likes to race a lot. I mean, again, we joked at the top of the show that her race calendar reads like War and Peace. There's so many races that she does in a given year. So she's used to racing a lot. This back-to-back is certainly a big challenge, but if she's patient with herself and has the mindset for it, which she has in the past demonstrated that she has, she's so tough mentally, held on for a 5th place finish at Ironman Hamburg after a really unfortunate puncture that took her out of contention there. Really fought her way to that 5th place finish and was super proud of that performance. If she's a little patient and forgiving with herself, and right now she's in a great spot in this chase pack, so she's letting the others set the pace and sort of racing strategically, it could really work out for her. We had a chance to chat with Els pre-race, and here's what she had to say.
And this one was like really on my list, and I really wanted to do this race. I raced here last year, and it was just this very special event. But then in the meantime, Rod, we also know that that's a special event as well. And I thought, well, let's just like give it a go, challenge myself, and try to do back-to-back racing. I think like the Basque Country, it's just like a very special area. The ride we do, it's like rolling. You ride like through the fields with sunflowers. It's just like beautiful scenery. Some climbing as well. So yeah, just lots of variation. I really enjoyed that bike course last year, and yeah, there are not many races with run course like this, and so many spectators. Like Spanish are just like crazy people. They're sitting there on the terraces drinking beers, and enjoying some food, and we run past, but they, in the meantime, they really interact with us as athletes, and they're just like super encouraging and supportive, and that's, yeah, what I especially remember from last year. I have my slot for Nice. The Pro Series, it's in the back of my mind. I just want to take it race by race. I don't want to like have fixed races this year. Of course, Nice will be an important race for me. But I just see how I feel after each race in the Pro Series, if I decide to continue with the next one or not, or if I focus on other races. But yeah, of course, I got some good points at Ironman Hamburg, and unfortunately, I lost a lot of crucial points as well, standing on the side of the road with a flat tire for 10 minutes. So that was quite disappointing in terms for like the Pro Series. But if I put a good race together here in Victoria and yeah, maybe have a good race in Nice, then can still do pretty well in the overall series. I think yes, actually the field is like really competitive, and we all need like a good race to win this race. Kat, she's an incredible athlete. Guru, she's the local hero here, so you can never underestimate her. But then there are also like other great girls on the line, so it will be a fun battle out there.
So you heard it from Els Visser, back-to-back racing. She couldn't say no to either one of these events. Obviously, her race last weekend, a priority for her schedule, and she had such a positive experience racing here in Vitoria. She decided, why not go for it? She has very little to lose. She's doing very well in the Pro Series. Certainly, the more points, the better. But a big week for Els Visser as we take a quick look at our women's leader, Steph Clutterbuck. We're going to go to a quick commercial break, but we'll be back. Don't go away.
Here's Elizabeth in the middle of the perfect workout for her. To create it, we analyzed her biometrics and genetics, her recovery rate, injury risk, and aerobic potential, her recent training sessions, the temperature, humidity, and elevation, the demands of her next race, and billions of data points from athletes just like her. With TriDot, Elizabeth gets faster. And what does she have to do?
I just opened TriDot and did my workout.
TriDot. We do the technology, you do the training.
Hey man, do you have a non-alcoholic beer that
actually tastes good? I think you mean athletic.
Excuse me, do you have that great non-alcoholic beer?
I'll set it.
Found it.
Do you have a favorite non-alcoholic beer on the menu? Ah.
Athletic it is.
She's funny.
Back to the action here as the athletes, pro men, threw about 30K on this full gas bike course. As we take a look at our men's chase group, I believe this is one of our men's chase groups. Yeah, here's our first look at Bradley Weiss.
Brad Weiss, yeah. Would be interested to see how he's going. Definitely trying to get some calories right now. Don't think he's maybe gone with the move that Zabunkt sort of started, but looks like that might be McNamee, which, yeah, would make sense. Pre-race footage of those guys running together for a course preview. But yeah, these guys are probably outside of Laidlow, the two pedigree runners. But it looks like they've maybe been dislodged from this group at this point.
Yeah, from the lead group. And also looking at the tracker, if you're a little confused by some of the names that you are seeing, I believe we've had a malfunction with the 24.8 kilometer tracker. It indicates guys who are further down the field. It doesn't look like the timing mat woke up in time, so we're showing our leader as someone who moved up 34 spots in the last timing segment. So give us a sec to straighten out those timing splits, and don't be alarmed. We will update that as soon as all of the data flows in. Sometimes it's just a little slow coming from some outer more parts of the course.
Yeah, that's a shame. Hopefully, when the women come through that checkpoint, it's we can get a good split on the chase group of Kat Matthews and Els Visser and Daniela Blamel, and see if they've managed to pull back any time on our women's leader, Stephanie Clutterbuck. But we are looking, I believe, at Laidlow.
Yep. So this is our lead three men.
So yes, we're seeing Laidlow and Callan, I think, are the Swedes sitting there and leading our men's race. I'm assuming they've pulled back to Sapunkte.
And talk to me now, if you are laid low, you're just laying low.
Did you have that one planned, dude? That was pretty good.
That was pretty good. I really cracked myself up.
Yes, like he's just doing everything right. He, as we talked about before the gun even went off, he just needs to validate his Kona spot. He's the current world Ironman champion from Nice last year. He hasn't raced much this year. He's been in a big training block and just building his season nicely to the big dance in October on the big island of Hawaii. So yeah, he's doing everything right. Looks super smooth, but look, it's an Ironman. That things can go sideways pretty quickly, but at the moment he's just making sure that anything he can do and sort of conserve energy he's doing. But he looks super aero, super relaxed.
He looks, yeah, I mean, and I actually really like how he's scripted his season. We've talked about the fact that he hasn't done a lot of racing, and I think, not that I've ever had this experience, but he became Ironman World Champion last year, which is pretty heady stuff. And with that comes obligations and commitments and opportunities, certainly that he will have wanted to take advantage of. So the fact that he spent the end of his year sort of settling into his role as Ironman World Champion and has had a really patient start to the year, I think bodes really, really well for him.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree. And just notice then, have you seen how he's got his bib? He's not got it flapping in the breeze.
Yes.
He's actually got a special design that keeps it close to his skin. So
it's laminated into his kit.
Yeah, he got a custom kit with his race number. No, he looks like, I don't know, he's got Glad wrap around it.
Yeah.
But he's managed to, like,
in his hotel room with an iron.
And I'm sure he's tested that in the wind tunnel. Like, okay, that's going to save me a watt, but a watt over 180 kilometers, maybe it's, I don't know. Someone will tell me. Yeah, someone chime in and tell me what a watt would save you. But yeah, it's interesting, the attention to detail, no stone left unturned. So, and here we are on shot with Robert Callan of Sweden. I think he was the driving force to bring the chase group out of the swim, which were about a minute 04 behind, back up very quickly to the front of this race and bridge the gap up to Laidlow.
He was super aggressive through the opening kilometers of this bike course, but maybe just to reinsert himself, and he's done a good job, and now he's sort of relaxed and sitting in.
Yeah, no, he's, yeah, it's sort of same tactics they used in the swim, just sort of burn a match, get in position, and then settle into your pace. And these guys are just so, are able to just dig really deep for 5 minutes and just bridge up really quickly and then settle back to what is comfortable for them, which are Ironman pace. So probably for someone of Robert's size and stature, like probably making 300 watts look like he's out for a recovery ride right now.
And he's off to a great start this year. He is qualified for the Ironman World Championships in Kona by virtue of his 5th place finish at Ironman Texas, which for a guy of, again, we talk about his size and we talk about those conditions that were there for the Memorial Hermann Ironman Texas. Really windy, really hot. And so we talk about, it's a gross generalization, but someone of a taller stature, the heat tends to impact more because there's more surface area, you know, in terms of the skin and makes it a little bit harder for most to manage that heat. But so he's off to a great start. He's qualified, just looking to add to the points in his series rankings.
Yeah, absolutely, Didi. And on shot, we have Antonio Benito Lopez of Spain. Looking pretty comfortable out there right now. we're waiting for that timing mat to update so we can get an idea of where he's currently sitting on the road. But looks like he's found a pretty good rhythm early on and looking pretty smooth out there on this full gas bike course.
Yeah, he was amongst those chasers, strong swimmer in that chase pack. He's
on the back of Brad Weiss.
Yeah,
and
he's, yep.
Legally on the back of Brad Weiss is the next athlete on the road.
Brad Weiss's wife was just like, say what?
I say what? and then we're leading this little group is David McNamee of Scotland. So.
The good news, guys, is that the timing mat at 24.8 kilometers has started functioning again for our women. We don't have cameras on it because we're in a bit of a dark zone there, but just an update in our women's race. Steph Clutterbuck continues to lead. Daniela Blymel, Els Visser, Kat Matthews, and Ruth Astle sit at 3:15 back. And then that group has splintered a little bit with Katarina Wolf, Simone Mitchell, and Elisabetta Corridori sitting at 4:40 back. So that large chase group out of the swim has become a smaller chase group with some likely names in there. But Steph Clutterbuck continuing to lead. But the chasers chasing down. We're going to take a quick break, but we're going to come back to you after this quick commercial. Don't go away. So much racing left to go here at Ironman Vitoria-Gasteiz.
Open up the sky, 'cause I'm coming up to you. So send down your wings and let them bring me to you. You know I'm standing at the station, ready to go. Oh, big old aeroplane, I'm trusting your soul. Get on up, Big Bear.
Beyond the finish lines, our commitment goes the extra mile. We are the Ironman Foundation. We've given back more than $55 million to support our mission of leaving a positive impact throughout race communities. Without our amazing athletes, volunteers, and givers, we wouldn't be where we are today. Together, let's continue this journey of impact. Join the Ironman Foundation and be a part of something extraordinary.
Back to the action here on the full gas bike course at Ironman Vitoria-Gasteiz. We're looking at a Pro Series race here. A lot of our athletes looking to add to their Pro Series points. A couple athletes looking to secure their World Championship qualifications, take their share of $125,000 prize purse, and 3 slots available each for men and women to the Ironman World Championship. Of course, the women racing in Nice, and that window of qualification is closing quickly. The men have a little bit longer because their race isn't until the end of October, so quite a few races left, opportunities for the men. But the women, if they're wanting to compete in Nice, they've got to think about getting that job done.
Yep, absolutely, Dee Dee. Yeah, no, there's definitely lots of things to race for here. For this athlete on screen, her first pro Ironman race, Stephanie Clutterbuck, having a great start to her day. Still maintaining a decent lead over a very strong group of 4 females. Daniela Blymel, Els Visser, Kat Matthews, and Ruth Astle have got some separation from last split, and they've sort of formed a bit of a firepower group. But Stephanie Clutterbuck doing her thing and managing to keep the distance still at 3 minutes 46 at last check. Just on screen just before, that was Ruth Astle, who we believe is sitting at the back of that group of 4 chasing down Clutterbuck. So yeah, here we go, back with Ruth Astle, who's come back to racing. She's had a bit of a bad patch with injuries, calf, Achilles problems. I did jump onto some of her YouTube videos, and she was a little anxious about not knowing whether if she can actually, her body can withstand a full Ironman yet. But hopefully, yeah, she's in good shape and she has a good day today.
I actually saw a little soundbite from her saying that the blessing of having battled this calf and Achilles issue for as many months as she has been, and it plagued her through last year as well, is that she's used to going into Ironman racing with minimal run training, and so it hasn't necessarily impacted her confidence. I think the lack of confidence comes in, will the calf hold up, or is this going to set me back again? Can I get through this race healthy? And that's a decision each athlete has to make. That the athlete on screen had to make that decision for Memorial Hermann Ironman Texas. She suffered a calf tear in her kickoff race to the season and did a beautiful job defending her title at Ironman Texas. Raced strategically and got it done, and now is healthy and strong and back in the mix.
Yeah, and having an amazing season. So no, you can come back fitter and stronger and get back to the top very, very quickly if you do all the right things.
And if you're looking for some exciting race opportunities, I want to make you aware that the sun is rising over the horizon in Cascais Bay at Ironman Portugal Cascais on October 19th, 2024. It's go time. You dive into the calm waters of Cascais Bay. The day goes on, and the bike takes you through the Sintra Mountains, a UNESCO World Heritage Site, through the Estoril Formula One circuit and past the iconic monuments to Lisbon. The running course takes you through the center of Cascais, which vibrates at your passing. You can register now for our late season Ironman events.
Yeah, it's a beautiful part of the world there. Lucky enough to commentate that one last year.
Good punchy bike course there, yes?
Yeah, for sure. No, it was yeah, unexpected, and yeah, beautiful race course, very well supported. Beautiful part of the world. And we are back with Els Visser, the Dutch lady, with a very busy racing schedule this year. Doesn't seem to have bothered her one bit, as she's putting some really good power down here and trying to close the gap to women's leader Stephanie Clutterbuck of Great Britain. But yeah, looking pretty good out there, Els Visser.
Yeah, and I think this chase pack is doing a good job. I mean, they are sort of gradually reeling her in. There's no sense of panic. There's a sensibility to the moves that they're making. It looks like... Well, it looks like we lost that split update on the website from 29.4 kilometers, but we know that they, at 7.9, were 3:46 back, and I believe at 29 it was more in the low threes, so another 30 seconds through that block there. So just going about the job, racing their race. This is a really, really strong group. Daniela Blymel, Els Visser, Kat Matthews, and then Ruth Astle on the back of that. So some good firepower there for the women on the bike.
Yeah, and the good thing is Stephanie Clutterbuck has no idea unless...
Oh, yeah, exactly.
And so she's
Nor
just
should she.
Yeah, and it's great. As she's put herself in such a good position with that amazing swim. As we check back in with weather presented by Roka, it's definitely kicked up a notch, Dee. 70 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 21 degrees Celsius. Few clouds, not so much to speak of. A little bit of wind. Not much. Humidity has dropped, but that's still quite humid. So hopefully the athletes are taking care of their hydration needs and sticking to their fuel plan, because it's only going to get hotter.
It sure is, as we check out Daniela Blymel, who is coming off a really solid performance from Ironman Hamburg, had one of the fastest, if not the fastest by recollection, splits on that day. She's known for her cycling prowess, and she had a super solid marathon run as well. So she is qualified for the World Championship. This is just opportunity to race. This is more points in the Ironman Pro Series. She did not have a great race at Les Sables, but no doubt probably a little tired putting her focus on this race. I think if I look at her strengths as an athlete, I would classify her, if I had to put her into one bin, as more of an Ironman athlete and less as a 70.3 specialist. So probably took Les Sables as an opportunity to toughen up the legs a little bit ahead of this race, but has had a difficult had a DNF at Ironman South Africa, which was tough, but really redeemed herself at Hamburg and looking to add more points to that tally here today.
Yeah, and obviously Ironman events carry more points. So 5,000 points for an Ironman. She's already got a good Ironman down. Obviously, Les Sables, good performance there. She's currently 13th in the point standing, and with today, a good performance today. And if she's close to the winner or potentially wins, that'll really boost her into that top 10.
And back to race leader Steph Clutterbuck, who has a different agenda altogether. I mean, certainly we heard in her pre-race interview that she was sort of invigorated by her finish at Mallorca and is sort of inspired by this Pro Series and what her chances might be, but also one of our athletes looking to secure her qualification for what would be her first ever Ironman World Championship as a professional.
Yeah, what a great opportunity, especially because some of the other athletes in this field already have spots.
Yes.
So she's obviously trying to open her Pro Series account, but this is an opportunity. She mentioned this in her interview, that why not? Try and qualify for the World Championships in Nice. Obviously, it's just a jump over the ocean from Great Britain over to Nice, France for the World Championships. So great opportunity.
It's super opportunity because we look at some of our top women and some of our contenders for the day. Kat Matthews already qualified. Guru Fradas already qualified. Daniela Blymel already qualified. Els Visser already qualified. Even as Elisabetta Curadori is qualified. So real opportunity for Ruth Astle, great opportunity for Simone Mitchell, great opportunity for Steph Clutterbuck.
Yeah, there's 3 spots with their names on it, isn't there? So yeah, imagine in your first pro year, racing season, you qualify for the World Championships, and it's so competitive to get that spot. It would be an amazing performance, but very early days, but she's doing all the right things right now. I wonder what's going through her mind right now, Dee Dee. Is she like, where are they? I thought they would have caught me by now. Or do you think she knows that she had that? She's probably got that much information that she knew she had 4 minutes, and she's probably doing the calculations ahead and going, okay, maybe a minute every 20 kilometers. They'll catch me around 80 kilometers.
I don't know that she would have done that calculation in her head. I think she probably, by the time she left transition, those athletes weren't even out of the water yet. So that information may not have come to her. She may have gotten an update along the way, but I think she... If she's doing the things she needs to be doing, she needs to not worry about that chase group, because everybody in that chase group, minus Ruth Astle, has a slot, right? So they're almost irrelevant to one of her goals anyway on the day. She's got to focus on process. How's my nutrition? What's my power? How's my cadence? How are my legs feeling? What's my respiratory rate? Like, is this effort appropriate? And just keep cycling through those thoughts. Am I holding aero? Am I being efficient? Am I powering up the climbs? Am I holding aero through the descents? Really focusing on that process, and really has to shut out the other things behind her, I think, at this point.
Maybe she's not even thinking about World Championship qualification. She's probably just thinking of being in the moment and, doing all the right things. Look,
because by doing all the right things, she's going to get the World Championship qualification,
end result, but
right?
that's in the back of her mind somewhere, and maybe she gets to think about that on the run. But at the moment, she's probably got a very specific watt range she's trying to hit, a specific heart rate zone, a cadence, as you mentioned. And really, at this time, you've got to just break it into chunks and go, okay, this next 10 kilometers, I know it's going to be a gradual uphill. I'm just going to stay aero as long as I can and just really be economical, and whatever happens. And if she can just execute her race plan, that'll be set her up for a really good day.
As we look at our men's leaders now, through 52.1 kilometers, we can check in with some of the splits. It's Robert Callan, Sam Laidlow, and Ruben Zapuntke. They are our leaders. They are chased by Christian Hogenhaug, who has moved up 12 spots since 8 kilometers. Again, we were missing that 29-kilometer reading, but he sits at 143 back, with Matthias Petersen out of Denmark, still looking for the Bradley Weiss group, which should be the next across that timing mat, I believe. But little bit of separation in our men's race.
Yeah, and that was to do with the man on screen, Ruben Zapuntke, who, now I remember, was actually, before he came to triathlon, did race at a very high level as a cyclist in Europe, raced for some continental teams. So it goes to show, that power that he applied to the pedals really, really separated the likes of the McNamee and the Weiss group. So yeah, he's doing the right thing as well, because he, as you mentioned earlier, he does not have a Kona spot, whereas the two guys in front, Callan has a spot, and Laidlow just has to validate. So if that's what his goal is, don't know if that is on his radar, but he's doing the right thing to set himself up to get one of those 3 Kona qualifying spots.
As we get a nice overhead cam shot of our beautiful scenery here in Vitoria-Gasteiz. This transformation of Vitoria's, we'll just call it transformation of the city into a green capital, is actually a really remarkable story, Joe, of environmental restoration and sustainable urban planning. Back in the 1990s, the city embarked on an ambitious project to rehabilitate some of the degraded areas and created the expansive green belt, which now encircles the entire city. This network of parks and gardens and natural areas has not only revitalized the natural ecosystem, but also has provided critical habitats for diverse flora and fauna. So a mission that set out in the 1990s has produced a fantastic host city for today's race. So it's stunningly beautiful.
Yeah, and that's why you see athletes coming back here to race after they've raced the first year. It's many athletes that have had success that want to come back and experience this beautiful race course here in Vitoria-Gasteiz. I remember Heather Jackson was one of the first athletes to win this race, and she is one of the high points of her career racing here. She just couldn't believe, especially the run, the energy and the atmosphere that was there for the 4-lap intercity run. And yeah, she's still talks about it to this day, as that's one of the highlights of her career.
As we check in with our men's chasers now, this is 6th through 10th place. This is the Bradley Weiss group. We've got Bradley Weiss in 10th place at 3:20 back. He's riding with James Teagle, Thomas Davis, David McNamee, and Antonio Benito Lopez, and they sit about 3 minutes, 15 seconds back. So they are another minute and a half back from the chasers of Hogan, Haug, and Peterson. And again, that 3:15 back from our race leader. So not dire.
Yeah, no, I think it's 8 of these athletes, and there's definitely some good riders in there. Anthony Costez is a very, very strong rider. I expect him to push forward. Varga, there we just saw in shot. Anthony Costez going through A station, getting a drink there from that volunteer. Yeah, watch for him to make a move. Very unusual setup on the bike. It always looks a little unusual. Definitely.
It's like a sternum rest, that water bottle. You just lay your chest right on it.
One of the first athletes to really embrace the aerodynamic side of things. And yeah, very nice little flick at the back there. But yeah, there's
great reminder too, looking at that position. Look, he's got his chin right on that bottle. Yes, it probably tests fast in the wind tunnel to take up that airspace, but a good reminder for holding your head in the right position. If your chin is touching that bottle, you know you're right.
Yeah, exactly. And tendency as you get tired and you do start to lift your head a little bit, but if you have that cue, like, okay, my chin needs to be touching that bottle, and if I'm doing that, I'm good. So
I think the only thing I would check, it looks like he's looking down an awful lot. You see the tail of that helmet flicking up after the shoulder blades. He wants to hold that right there tight in his shoulder blades. I don't know if that's a power meter he's looking down at, but might want to play around with the position of that. But otherwise, that position looks tight.
Yeah, really, it does. It looks really, really economical, really efficient. A very aero position there by Anthony Costez of France. But yeah, here we go back with M51. Who is...
Go M51. Let's scroll down to our men's list here and have a peek at who we're looking at here.
Through one of the flatter
this was our early swim leader from Belgium. I'm going to mispronounce his name. Perrin from Belgium. He was our early swim
of the second pack.
Yeah, of the second pack.
He was third out of the water.
We had a color-coded cap on him, a very, very strong swimmer. Currently making work of this full gas bike course.
Yeah, I think we're following Bradley Weiss.
Yep, that's Bradley Weiss.
Around this roundabout. Make good work of that. I think just in front of him, David McNamee of Scotland. But yeah, these guys, last time we got to see these guys about 20 or 30 minutes ago, they were quite isolated. But now this seemed to have, the group behind has managed to catch up. So now we actually have a very strong 8-person group here. So
you're good buds with Brad Weiss and good buds with David McNamee. I know you chatted via text with both of them going into the race. Given their position right now, you think they're happy with how this is playing out? Do you think, you had mentioned that Bradley Weiss was slightly disappointed with his results, only in that they do not reflect the work that he's done and the quality of work that he's doing, particularly coming off his really impressive 7th place finish at the Ironman World Championship a year ago. Really emotional performance from him. Has been a little disappointed with the results so far. What do you think? Happy with how things are going? Is this a pass or a fail right now?
Yeah, but you touched on that. Yeah, I think for the amount of work and effort he's been putting into training, the results haven't shown yet. But he feels, I think he's starting to turn the corner, and he was really excited about racing this race. And actually even more excited that he gets to race such a quality field. And there are opportunities. Look, McNamee, they're good buddies as well. They both need their Kona spot, and Dave, obviously success there, 2-time 3rd place finisher in Hawaii Ironman. Brad, he's raced there once before, not the best results, so he wants some redemption there, but hopefully this is a turning point in his season. Look, it's only July, plenty more racing to go, but hopefully this is a good spot. But to answer your question, they probably will feel a lot more happy now. There's the likes of Anthony Costes around them and other strong riders that will help limit that gap and keep them in the position to get that Kona qualification. And we'll check in with this just after this short commercial break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is you're always looking for what's next.
Back here, joining our pro men's chasers on the full gas bike course. Our pro men are through 65 kilometers now on this full gas bike course. And Bradley Weiss, one of our athletes looking to secure a qualifying slot for the Ironman World Championships in Kona late in October. We had a chance to chat with Bradley before the race, and here's what he had to say about racing here at IRONMAN Vitoria-Gasteiz.
Yeah, we got in a couple days ago. I've been pretty excited about this race all year. Yeah, sort of had it on my list of planned races for the season. Yeah, the preparation's gone really well, and I've been pleasantly surprised with the course and the whole environment here. I mean, I've only heard great things about the race, and yeah, it's honestly like surpassed my expectations. Swam in the lake today and it was beautiful, like completely. I don't think you could find a pool that's that flat. Not a ripple on the water. Yeah, beautiful, clean, crystal clear water. Bike course is incredibly fast. I'm a little bit worried about that part of it. Yeah, definitely the bike course record will go this weekend. Looks like we'll have some great conditions for some fast racing, and it's just, yeah, it's a super fast course. But it's pretty dynamic at the same time. It's like the Spanish roads are never flat. Well, there's always a little bit of undulation in them. And they're never straight either. They're always like quite winding, and it's quite nice and it's stimulating for a bike rider to enjoy and to make the most of. So I really like that aspect of it. And you always go through these little villages around Vitoria. So yeah, it's great, awesome, beautiful scenery. Not that we'll see much of that on race day. So been trying to soak a lot of it in, and yeah, hopefully come race day, I'll know my way around the course. Right now I'm here to try and qualify for Kona. There's 3 slots available on Sunday. It's an incredibly competitive field, and there's a lot of guys without their slots. It's crazy how difficult it's become to qualify for Kona. It used to just be like an automatic thing. I just rocked up at an Ironman and I would get my slot to World Champs, but it's not the case anymore. Even getting 7th at World Champs last year, it doesn't guarantee you a spot for the following year. You have to go and, everyone starts with a clean slate come the 1st of January, and we'll all have to try and get our slots again. So yeah, it's proving quite difficult for some athletes out there, and I hope that if I put my ducks in a row and manage to execute the race I know I'm capable of, I should be able to get a slot for Kona. And then that'll become a big focus for the year for me. But I can't make Kona my focus if I'm not qualified yet. So first things first is to try and qualify this weekend. But yeah, I'm very excited to get back to some Ironman racing.
Well, there you go, Bradley Weiss. Such a sensible young man, just really level-headed, inspiring work ethic. Did a lot of his prep for Nice last year with Jan Frodeno. I think Jan is a great, I don't want to, it sounds corny to use the word, but great mentor to him, great sounding board for him. And the fact that Jan Frodeno points to you and says, hey, I want to do my prep for you for this race. I mean, just it's outstanding opportunity for Bradley Weiss to learn. You were making the point during that interview that the Nice course really suits Brad. He's a small guy, so all that climbing, super good for him. A little bit of a different story in Kona?
Yeah, there's plenty of climbing in Kona. It's just, seems the bigger guys seem to have that power. They're not steep climbs, whereas Brad's power to weight is exceptional.
Yep.
2-time, correct me if I'm wrong, Xterra world champion, and he has made the transition from Xterra to 70.3 to Ironman. He has got so many good Ironman results, especially at Ironman South Africa.
Yes.
But then 7th at Nice World Champs last year with a penalty. So
it's amazing.
So yeah, amazing transition. And yeah, look, he's a great guy, Brad. Got a good head on his shoulders. Amazing work ethic, that guy.
Super telling for a guy who was 7th at the World Championship to say, yeah, and now I'm struggling to qualify for the Ironman World Championship.
Yeah.
That's how competitive it is.
Look, and he's amazing support network. His wife Nina is right behind him.
Yep.
She's out there today with their kiddo as well, supporting
and she's
him.
On it with the splits, and she takes her job very seriously.
Very
Full credit to her. I love it.
Yeah, no, Nina does an amazing job, and Brad's been training Livigno for the last month, I think, to specifically prep for this race, and he's had a lot of good training out there before. He got introduced to that place by Sebastian Kinlay. They trained together 2 times, I think, leading up to big races when Kinlay was training hard for World Championships. So he went back to a place that he knows he can get good work in, and look, he's put himself in a good position. I'm really happy he had a good swim. Put himself in a place where he can ride with guys that are at his level, and then if he has good legs, when they put their shoes on for the Hoka Run course, watch this guy move. He's got a handful of low 240 run splits under his belt already, and he's only been doing Ironman about 3 or 4 years, so amazing pedigree.
Looks like we have a little bit of a splintering in this chase group. That is Thomas Davis in the blue kit. I can't tell who has gone off the front here. Would that be Lopez? Yep, that is Antonio Benito Lopez. So a little bit of a splintering there, a little bit of daylight in between these two and the rest of the chasers with David McNamee and Bradley Weiss. You can see that that cord getting stretched. I think if the guy on the front of the chase group has his wits about him, he can close that down. But again, these moves happen. You have to be aggressive and heads up. If you're further back in that chase group, you're in an unfortunate spot because you don't want to burn that match to go all the way to the front and hope that the guys on the front will close it down.
Yeah, no, absolutely right. And if you saw the profile on the race, the graphic there just before, that was at quite a little, it comes back on right now. It's 72.7, definitely a bit of a kick up. And now it looks like a bit of a false flat into a bit of a climb. So I think Benito's actually identified this as a spot that suits his strengths. And he's like, okay, I'm good. Little punchy climber, out of the seat, get a gap, and then settle in and try. And he doesn't want to be dragging all these athletes around. But wouldn't surprise me if this comes back together. Look, these guys are very evenly matched.
And just a little update from out on the course. He is not in this group, but getting word from our spotters out on course that bib M27 has been issued a drafting penalty. That is 27. That's Varga. Forgot he was not in the swim anymore and that drafting was not allowed. But again, just a quick lapse in judgment, though. But he'll stand down his penalty at the next penalty tent. But not a great thing for Varga, but lots of racing left to go. So keep your head on and get back into it. As we said, Bradley Weiss came in seventh at the Ironman World Championship with a drafting penalty. So things can happen as we come back to our women's leader, Steph Clutterbuck.
Yeah, no, definitely need to, sort of take it on the chin and just sort of deal with it and then get back in the race. Just quickly before we talk about the women's race, Cam Worth, big gap deficit out of the swim, but is tracking pretty well. He's moving up pretty fast, 108.57 split through 52.1, which is on par with the lead male. So he's riding as fast as the front guys, so he is inching his way back into that group of Brad Weiss and the likes. But back with our female leader here, Stephanie Clutterbuck, still riding really, really well, and we'll be really interested to see what split comes through at the 52.1 kilometre mark and see if Danielle Blamel, Elvisa, Kat Matthews and Ruth Astle have made any leeway.
And we only have about a half a kilometre to go before Steph Clutterbuck will get to that timing mat. Of course, that last check, we were at 3 minutes gap to the chasers of Blymel, Visser, Matthews, and Astle. We'll see if they've made any headway as Steph Clutterbuck makes her way momentarily to that 52.1 kilometre timing map. But she still looks great. She looks relaxed, focused, watching that power meter. Haven't seen any changes to her body language, holding her head, in a good aero position. Doing everything she can do out there. She's got a nice light cadence. Yep. Doesn't look like she's muscling anything, no over-efforting. So good work so far for Steph Clutterbuck.
Yeah, it's clearly taken, spent a lot of time, working on this position, and definitely looked at helmet choice as how she sort of rides a bike and where she holds her head, because it's a very, very good setup she's has going on right now. But yeah, as we get closer to this next checkpoint, which is any second, we'll get an idea of how she is moving. But definitely some firepower behind with Blamel, Visser, Matthews and Astle. All very, very strong riders in their own right. So, and this is an athlete in her first ever pro Ironman race. So she's having a good day.
Yeah, good experience for her. I would love it if there had been another strong swimmer in the field to give her that experience, because if she does qualify for the World Championship in Nice, she's going to have others around her. Yep. And having that experience of managing the dynamics of group riding, managing the race ranger information that's giving you as we come back to our women's chase here. That's Ruth Astle at the back of that group. I believe that's Daniela Blymel, one bike in front of her. Kat Matthews sitting second wheel, and Els Visser at the front as we watch Daniela Blymel deciding that now is time to go. She's going to go past Kat Race Ranger will tell her there is not an adequate gap for her to slot in, and she will go straight to the front. So this is where Race Ranger is a great tool. It tells the athletes exactly sort of how they have to make and execute those passes.
Yeah, no, it absolutely does. It's definitely like a lot of energy expended to pass two athletes, especially at high speed. I don't know what they're doing right now, but they look like they're going well above 40 kilometers an hour. So I would...
Why? You're asking the question why. I can hear it.
I would wait till the speed drops a little bit, maybe on a slight incline to make that pass. It's just, for when you're going that fast, to actually go 1 kilometer an hour faster takes a lot more power. So if you wait for a hill, it's actually a better time to actually, if you do want to make a pass and make a bit of a move, it's better to wait for a little bit of a false flat at least. But anyway, she's got to the front, burn a little bit of energy. Ironman, I think it's all about conserving energy. So anyway,
again, you do ask the question why, and maybe you're looking, if you're sitting third wheel, maybe you're looking at your power numbers and like, oh, that's kind of low. But also important to take that in the context of speed.
Yeah.
She's holding probably the exact same speed now at 10 to 12 watts higher by virtue of going to the front of this group. And what did that gain her? Nothing other than burning a match. But hey, maybe it's part of her race plan and she wants to be more aggressive. Maybe at 50K, it was time for her to open it up and make a move, and that's what she's doing. We don't know what goes on inside the mindset, but sort of evaluating costs and benefits of making a move like that at this stage of the race on this segment of road. Yeah, you and I both asking the question, why?
Yeah, well, it's all racing, isn't it? But yeah.
Why, Daniela? Why?
Why? Because she can. she's got the power. Yeah, so definitely it's a pretty flat section if you look at on the profile right now. Pretty flat, slight uphill maybe, but not much at all. So this is a pretty fast section, but we've got Stephanie Clutterbuck through the 52.1 kilometer. We are waiting on Daniela Bellemel to come through that next check and see if she's managed to claw back any time on our race leader.
Now, if you're an athlete like Steph Clutterbuck and you have raced here in the past and wondering, hey, how am I doing today compared to my performance last year? It's the same course, yes, but nothing is the same in Ironman racing. The conditions on the day can grossly impact an athlete's ability to perform, and that's why our friends at TriDot have developed the TriDot Race Index. It's used its data intelligence assets and a 100-point index to provide data for today's race. To predict performance and ability. TriDot's Race Index gives athletes insight into these and other distinct aspects of each course, specifically as it relates to their personal performance, ability, and ability to perform on each given course, and to be able to sort of compare performance apples to apples and apples to oranges. So if you competed here at Vitoria-Gasteiz a year ago and want to know, is today harder or easier? Today's race index is a 33. The max score of a race index is 100. That's a brutal day. That's a really hot 100-degree day with whipping winds on Ironman Lanzarote with a ton of vertical. So 33 is it's going to be a pretty fast day. So for an elite triathlete, they may be, within a window of 30 to 40 minutes based on performance. I think some of the challenges of today might be the humidity that we talked about. A mid-pack triathlete might expect a race performance about 40 minutes slower, and a slower triathlete or a real beginner might be as much as 2 hours slower. But it allows you to compare your performance on this day in these conditions to your performance on that day in those conditions a year ago, or for friends to even compare, hey, I raced a different course. The race index for my course was this and your course was that. So we're able to sort of normalize what would be those time differences between courses and athletes on a particular day.
Yeah, no, it's definitely some really interesting use of AI technology there to sort of break it down and really be able to analyze your performance and compare it to other races that maybe on a different day will come out completely different. So today we saw it's a race index of, I think it was 30 or 33. 33.
Yep.
So yeah, as you said, humidity, and let's not forget, this course profile, it's undulating, but they do accumulate 1,000 meters of elevation gain, which is over 3,000 foot of elevation gain.
Yep.
So that is where you start to boost that score up. But
Sure.
the humidity, it's a little warm, and the elevation gain. But the swim's perfect. The run's flat and fast, so they're the main things that really bump up that score today. But really, at the moment, great racing conditions. Let's just wait to the run to see if it heats up even more.
We are looking here at Matthias Petersen from Denmark. He wears bib number 6. He was second place at the African Championships at Ironman South Africa earlier this year. He won Ironman Austria a year ago and was third at Ironman South Africa last year as well. So he is secure in his bid to compete at the Ironman World Championship for men in Kona later this year, but looking to add some serious points as he is doing a good job of it.
Yeah, looking really smooth there on the bike, putting some serious power down through those pedals. We did get we'll just check in with our women's field. The Daniel Blamel came through that 52.1 kilometers check. 2:19 down with Els Visser, Kat Matthews, Astle all in hot pursuit. So yeah, they're sort of taking a little bit over a minute each time check. That was about the same, 25. It was a 27 kilometer segment, that last one. So look, I think they're sort of, have found their rhythm. Both sets of athletes, Stephanie's riding her pace, they're riding their pace. They're definitely riding a little bit faster, but I think it's going to probably at this rate come back together in, I'd say, around halfway through. 56 miles, 90 kilometers would be a rough estimate. That would be my guess anyway.
And here's our first real look at Christian Hogenhaug, who is riding as a pair with Matthias Petersen, who we just saw on camera a moment ago. Last time check, they were 143 back. Of course, our lead men now through 72.2 kilometers, so we'll see how long it takes for this pair to come through that timing map. But we had a chance to chat with Christian Hogenhaug before the race, and here's what he had to say about racing here at Ironman Vitoria-Gasteiz.
Everyone is here. You.
Everyone's here because of you.
Gonna swim hard and try to be as close to the front as possible, and then for sure do whatever I can to reach the front of the race, and then kind of asset from there and control it.
Got any allies like Matthias that are going to pull you along, or are you pulling him along? What's the deal?
Oh yeah, we're close. Kind of depending on the day.
Yeah, depending on who wants it the most. No.
But Matthias has a very good start in the water. You always have a few guys in mind that you want to stand next to. So yeah, we'll see. Yeah, and maybe Sam Laidlow. Yeah. I wouldn't complain, but I think maybe it's a bit of a stretch to swim with him. But yeah, I had the opportunity to see the bike course a few times now, and it's. I thought it would be very flat, but it's really rolling, so you can still go very fast, but it requires some power. So I think for me that's good. Yeah, it looks like it's gonna be pretty hot on the run, so might be good to save some beans for the run, but but I rarely have a good race when I race really conservatively, so I think apparently it's just my style, so I'll go hard and then deal with all the pain that comes with it.
How was that?
Very nice.
Yeah, that was some great insight there, definitely, and that's what we're seeing right now. He's putting the pressure down right now, and that's how he gets the best out of his racing, it seems. So he's, right on the front, and the man on camera, as we see Christian Hogenhaug putting the pressure on. Some of his best races, Frankfurt, where he's got second, to back a couple of years ago, left it all out on the bike and managed to put together a good run. And there's something to be said, but when you get off the bike in the lead, you just find that little bit more extra energy, a little bit more, you can dig a little bit more deeper. So he's identified that that's how he races best. So yeah, he's making his way up through the field. He's leading the charge to try and gain back some time on the lead three men of Sabunkte, Callan and Laidlow.
And we are getting an update out on the course that bib number M1 has received a blue card for drafting. The penalty occurred at kilometer number 69. The penalty tent is at 72. So athletes are required to stop at the very next penalty tent. So for Laidlow, he's going to have a stand down and have to get himself back into the race. So unfortunate penalty for Sam Laidlow. Definitely not the way you want things to be going.
Yeah, just to recap, so we're going through the 72.2 kilometre Usapunkte, Callan and Laidlow with a gap to Christian Hogenhab of 2:44.
And now rejoining our women's chase pack, who sits at last check at about 2:15, 2:20 back. They are doing great work. Els Visser still looking super strong and smooth. We had Daniela Blymel fire to the front of this group, wanting to take a turn at the front to set the pace. Kat Matthews in there, and Ruth Astle, who has been sitting at the back of that group from the start, being a little conservative again, maybe a little bit tentative, not really sure where the fitness is. She's been battling that calf and Achilles issue for quite some time. Oftentimes that means the swim and bike can elevate quite a bit because you put increased focus on that. But certainly unsure of her run, so wanting to conserve as much energy. She has stated her priority, yes, get some points on the board in this Pro Series, but first and foremost, get that qualifying slot for Nice.
Yeah, get through in one piece. And look, like there's one thing is training and then there's racing, and she hasn't raced for over a year from what I understand. So you just sort of, you don't know that self-pacing, and like I think she's doing the right thing, sitting back at the legal distance and just sort of watching these other women sort of set the pace. I think it's very, very smart.
Very smart.
And I think on the run, she should do the same thing. Like if that Achilles and calf isn't still 100%, you've got to really set out your own pace. You can't be blowing out of T2 thinking going to go for a new PR. I think she's playing it smart and putting herself in the right position to get that that World Championship qualifying spot.
And honestly, Kat Matthews as well. I think she's looking around saying, hey, you know, Daniela, if you want to do the work on the bike, I am happy to have you do that. I think she's looking around and saying, I know what you can run, I know what I can run. I think she's saying the same of Els Visser, who's coming off a full distance race just a week ago. She's out there with Ruth Astle, who hasn't run a full marathon since Ironman World Champs for Women a year ago, also with a questionable calf. I think she's thinking about Steph Clutterbuck up the road and thinking, hey, I don't need to do extra work here. So very smart racing from Kat Matthews thus far as well.
Yeah, no, and from what I hear, that her biking is back to its very best, and it's taken a little bit since that horrific accident nearly 2 years ago now, but she's back to full force. But it's one thing to be at full force, but you don't have to use it. You can save that and just go with the pace that Danielle Blumel is setting, which is a really good one. And she's pulling them back very nicely to that front position. And Kat Matthews, she gets off with just a little bit more in her legs and can execute that run that we all know that she can, because amazing runner, especially over the 70.3 and Ironman distance.
And now, as we said, she was being super patient. She's like, oh, yeah?
She's like, hang on, no. Yeah, so no, looked super smooth. Very confident, I think, in her bike and run right now, and that swim's just getting better every race. So yeah, she looks really, really smooth out there. She's coming off some really good racing. Unfortunate that she did get a TQ in her last Ironman, but look, that just saved a little bit more in the tank for this race. So you expect a big second half on the bike here from Matthews here.
Yeah, her mindset's like super strong mentally. Obviously, would have to be to have come back from her crash, come back from the disappointment of her DNF in Kona a year ago. I think a lot of hope and preparation went into that race, so full of expectation, coming off her second place at the 70.3 World Champs, and then just for whatever reason didn't have it on the day. And I think it rattled her a bit. Came into this season, started with a DNF at a race, again, having that calf tear early on the run, nursed it back to health, was able to defend her title in Texas, and did so with some smart racing.
Yep.
Walked some of the aid stations there to offload the stress on the calf, was still able to not run to her full potential necessarily there, but did enough to get the job done. So she is now looking forward to her next World Championship later in Nice, and looking to add to her points total here. Again, probably not what was scripted to race this race. Probably hoped that Hamburg would have gone differently, but she's here now and is doing a great job of it.
Yeah, no, she's looking really, really smooth out there on the bike. And back with our women's leader, she led from the swim in a very, very fast swim of just over 50 minutes. And although she's losing a little bit of time at each segment, she's still putting together a really, really good ride and getting close to the 70-kilometre mark with still around a 2-minute lead on the chasing group of Lamel, Visser, Matthews and Astle. But yeah, looks exactly the same. Yeah, working pretty hard, but looks really smooth, and yeah, just sticking to her race plan.
So our men's leaders was a group of 3 with Zupunki, Callan, and Laidlow. Laidlow standing down in the penalty tent. So at 80 kilometers, it's just Robert Callan and Ruben Zupunki. They are through 80 kilometers, so we start our watches and see where the chasers are.
Yeah, that definitely losing Laidlow to this firepower. It's definitely gonna they're gonna lose a little bit of speed maybe, but yeah, I'm glad Laidlow got the message. He got a penalty and he's serving it, because the last thing we want is that he would get DQ. But yeah, serving his penalty. It's getting pretty dramatic over here. It's IRONMAN Vitoria, and we'll be right back after this short commercial break.
Your new vehicle, Mr. Lawrence. The VinFast VF8.
All the latest tech?
Precisely.
Whoa!
Cut. Great delivery, Joey.
I've had a lot of practice saying that word. It's pretty cool, huh?
The VinFast?
Yeah. It's got action. 402 horsepower.
All-wheel drive.
Over-air updates and a 10-year unlimited miles battery warranty.
Yes?
15-inch infotainment screen.
Cut. None of those lines are in the script, Joey.
I just think people are really going to want to know those things.
That's what the website's for, Joey.
For 12 years, for 4,383 sunrises, across millions of mornings, we've been working to make one thing better. This, AG1 is foundational nutrition, a science-driven formulation to support whole body, brain, and gut health with just one of these, or one of these, once a day. Welcome to foundational nutrition. Welcome to AG1. Start at drinkag1.com.
IRONMAN Vitoria-Gasteiz is brought to you by Morton. Get used to it. And by AG1. Better finishes start with AG1. So back to our action here. This is our lead group of 3. It is Robert Callan, Ruben Zupunki, and Sam Laidlow. Sam Laidlow was given a drafting penalty, but he is out there riding the other athletes that you see. We are on our second big loop of the course, so our pro men leaders passing lapped age group athletes at this point. Adds a degree of focus, concentration that you've got to have, a little bit more heads up riding for sure.
Yeah, no, it definitely does, and it's sort of a benefit to being in a smaller group or even by yourself at this point, because, yeah, trying to get past some of the age groupers that are starting on their first lap can get a little bit congested. But right now it looks like it's pretty smooth sailing, plenty of road for everyone. But yeah, these guys are ticking along very, very nicely. Definitely want to keep an eye on Christian Hogenhau, who's at last check at 80 kilometers, 3 minutes and 8 seconds, with Matthias Petersen, the other fellow Dane, trying to follow.
So they've given
his
up
speed.
a little bit of time. They've given up about 20 seconds in that last timing segment.
Yep, yep. So keep an eye on that, and then we're obviously looking for the next check of the bigger group coming down. But here we are on shot. This is Robert Callan from Sweden, and he's looking super smooth out there and making light work of this. But yeah, looking pretty good.
Our lead 3 men locked in on the second lap of this 3-loop bike. Again, 2 larger loops and then 1 smaller loop. So pro men sharing the course with our age group athletes who are on their first lap of this full gas bike course.
Yeah, so they went through that first lap. Super fast bike course. You can see the road surface is pretty fast and really fast average speed right now. Robert Cullen right now is averaging 46.3 kilometers an hour. So
that's a lot of kilometers.
Yeah, he's ticking along very, very quickly. So that's close to maybe around a 4-hour bike split at this speed, but still plenty of cycling to go. But we are back on here, and this is
Christian Hogenhau.
This is Christian Hogenhau, number M3, who's definitely driving it, but unable to actually make any time gains on those top 3 as yet.
And again, he was paired up with Matthias Petersen, but looks like he's sort of stretching that elastic out in pursuit of the guys in front of him, but lost a little bit of time through that last segment.
Yeah, and then we're getting a check through 80 kilometers for the chase group of the 2 Danes. We've got James Teagle at 5:40. So what do we got? Two and a half minutes behind. Yeah, 2.5 minutes behind the Danes.
That's another 40 seconds to the lead.
But this is still quite a tight group. Teagle, Thomas Davis, Antonio Benito Lopez, Bradley Weiss, Dave McNamee, and Anthony Costes. So they're at all between 5:40 and 5:47, that group of 5.
As we check in with our weather presented by our friends at Roca, unchanged since our last timing check, 71 degrees Fahrenheit, 22 Celsius, still light winds at 2 kilometers per hour, that humidity holding in there around 75%.
Yeah, that humidity's not budging. It's still up there pretty high, and not much wind, not so much breeze to cool these guys down either. So on shot, we have Sam Laidlow. The French athlete, amazing swim, but yeah, still in this group of 3 up at the front.
So we are hearing confirmation now. We had announced before that Sam Laidlow had been assessed a drafting penalty. He was back at 69 kilometers where he was assessed the penalty. The next penalty tent was located at kilometer number 72. Unfortunately, whether he didn't see it or was unaware, he did not stop at that penalty tent. So right now, our head referee is confirming Sam Laidlow has been disqualified from the race. That's why you're not seeing him on the tracker. He's been removed from all of the data. He is still out on course. So we don't have yet confirmation as to whether or not he knows he's been disqualified. But our update now from the race official, as well as our timers at MyLaps, have confirmed bib number 1, Sam Laidlow, has been disqualified from the race. Bad news for him because he's still got to validate if he wants to race in Kona.
Yeah, I'm eating my words from what I said just before. That I was glad that I didn't see him on the tracker because he's obviously serving the penalty. But obviously he, yes, didn't stop at that penalty tent, it seems. So it's yeah, still waiting for confirmation of exactly what happened. But yeah, that's not great because that would mean, as you said, he would need to start another Ironman, which could be...
The good news is he's got time and he's got options. He can jump on a plane here. Well, he's not on the start list, so he can't jump on a plane and start Lake Placid. His only other option then is Frankfurt.
Yeah.
That's the deadline for the pro men.
Yeah, so I'm guessing for
Frankfurt.
those German they'll be very excited that Sam Laidlow most likely will be going to
welcome
Frankfurt.
to Frankfurt, Sam Laidlow. Enjoy your trip.
Yeah, it's a great course. It's a beautiful place for a race. So no, I'm sure he would have liked to have just got it done here, but yeah, best laid plans. So
That's
anyway.
rough. I mean, I'll check the start list for Lake Placid to see if he put himself on there as a hedge, but having taken a peek at it, I don't believe he's there, which means that Frankfurt will be his last opportunity to validate. Again, he doesn't have to do anything brilliant, which is why I'm sort of surprised at his disqualification today. Like, you can afford to be a little bit patient, a little bit off the gas, because it is so important that you just finish. But unfortunately, yeah.
He seemed like he was doing, everything was going so smoothly and it was just so in control. So obviously, yeah, even world champions, so things go wrong. So
Brain cramps, yep.
Yeah, let's see what happens. If he finds out what his decision's going to make, he might end up potentially using this as a training day for the ride and then maybe not start the run if he realizes that, okay, I've actually got to do an Ironman in, how long until Frankfurt now?
Frankfurt's not until later in August. He's got a handful of weeks.
Yeah. So it's nearly not even, it's it's even harder actually that's further away. He'd rather probably go and race next weekend because obviously he's tapered and ready to go. But anyway, definitely some drama here.
Race officials are telling us now Laidlow has not been notified of the disqualification. He will be notified at T2. It's too dangerous now, particularly with all the athletes out on the course. So obviously his response might be an emotional one. He will not be notified until T2 of his disqualification. But to be clear, the official showed him the card, notified him of the penalty. An athlete of his caliber is more than aware that you need to stop at the next penalty tent. And in attending the pro briefing, the athletes are told where the penalty tents are. Again, in the heat of competition, we saw a disqualification of Kat Matthews at Hamburg for, again, a rule that she knows. There are no pass zones. She just saw the red light on Race Ranger and went for it and owned the penalty. And I hope Laidlow will do the same. He received the drafting penalty. He just either didn't see the penalty tent or didn't think of it. But yeah, he has been disqualified and won't be told until T2. So he will get a good solid bike in.
He definitely will get a good solid bike in. I'm not sure if he's going to be super happy that he's going to get a good solid bike in, but anyway.
Another option to him is that he can finish the race and appeal the penalty. But again, that's a tough road as well. We'll talk about that when we come back after this quick commercial break. Don't go away. Clearly, lots of drama unfolding here at IRONMAN Vitoria-Gasteiz.
For 12 years, for 4,383 sunrises, across millions of mornings, we've been working to make one thing better. This, AG1 is foundational nutrition, a science-driven formulation to support whole body, brain, and gut health with just one of these, or one of these, once a day. Welcome to foundational nutrition. Welcome to AG1. Start at drinkag1.com.
And back with our leader in our professional women's race. This is Stephanie Clutterbuck out of the United Kingdom. She is at kilometer 75.1. We haven't gotten an update from the 72.2 kilometer marker. That may well be the temperamental timing, Matt, from the first lap as well. So we'll see if that populates momentarily. But Steph Clutterbuck at 52.1 kilometers enjoyed a 2-minute, 15-second lead against the super powerful chase group of Daniela Blymel, Els Visser, Kat Matthews, and Ruth Astle. So waiting for some timing updates to filter through for Steph Clutterbuck. Just doing a great job in her first debut pro Ironman. I mean, I can't remember back to my first pro Ironman. But what an exciting time. And certainly she's a veteran. She's had a very successful age group career, but now tackling the pro ranks and having a great day so far.
Yeah, just a really mature race so far. And yeah, it doesn't look like she's overextending herself, just riding her race. Look, she's giving away time, but she's probably not even aware of where they are at this point. She's probably just every kilometre ticks by that she hasn't been caught. It just adds more motivation. And she's like, wow, I am doing this at a World Ironman Pro Series race, and I'm leading it. And at this rate, she's going to be holding off until maybe halfway through. As we have a check-in for the VinFast performance analysis, at bike mark at 80 kilometres, where Christian Hogenhau at a predicted estimated clock 2:58.25, which is averaging 45.14 kilometres per hour, which is right on that 4-hour Ironman bike split. DD, it's moving.
That's a fast bike split. That is super impressive. Again, our age group athletes doing an outstanding job of riding to the right there to make room for our pro men, who will ride a little bit more centrally in the lane, carefully not to cross that line. Safety first, so you obviously want to give breath, but doing a great job. All the athletes out there being aware of each other and in their spaces.
Yeah, no, they're doing an amazing job there. Yeah, Hogenhau just picking his way through these age groupers that are on their first lap of this Vitoria-Gasteiz bike course. But yeah, he's moving along really, really nicely. Be interesting to see what we see, what split we're going to see at 97 kilometres, and see if he's managed to pull any time back on leaders Robert Callan and Ruben Sapunkti. And obviously Sam Laidlow is at this moment still riding with them, but from what we understand, he was served a penalty, shown a blue card at kilometre 69. The next penalty tent, which you must go to, was 72 kilometres, so only 3 kilometres after. He did not stop at that penalty tent, so he has been disqualified. But from what we understand, he has not been notified because it's too tight on this course. So there's going to be some drama. He can, from what we understand.
Get your popcorn buckets.
Well, he can finish the race and put in a protest, but and try and get that overturned. But that is...
That's an uphill battle, because we have the race ranger data that will confirm the amount of time he was in that drafting zone. So assuming that the ref, which we will assume had accurate timing, race ranger will back that up. And then obviously not realizing that he didn't stop at the penalty. He was notified of the penalty, which he could have protested as well. But the fact that he didn't stop at the penalty tent, there's really no... I don't see an argument around that one.
No. Well, at the very least, he's having a very good swim bike training day, and it'll be his decision whether if he's going to put it on his running shoes and get through the marathon. But as you said, his next real opportunity to validate if he does, if he is disqualified, is in Frankfurt.
Yeah,
so
Frankfurt will be his last opportunity, because Lake Placid is the second to last qualifier. That is 1 week from today. His name does not appear on the start list, and the start list is closed. So the only other race opportunity that he has, again, he doesn't have to secure a slot. He only needs to validate, which makes it even almost more heartbreaking. But the last opportunity is on the 18th of August at the European Championship for Men in Frankfurt.
Yeah.
And then when you factor in other race obligations, it just crowds the calendar a little bit. But he's had a quiet season so far, so maybe some more aggressive racing in the back half isn't necessarily a bad thing.
Yeah,
if it comes to that.
It looks like there's been some pressure applied by Robert Callan on the front. Looks like he's putting a little bit of distance on Zapunkt right now. But these guys are, yeah, the average speed is out of this world. About 45 kilometre an hour average, looking around a 4-hour bike split at this rate, which I think from previous races, I think that's well inside the bike course record.
Yeah,
so.
you look at the nature of this bike course, and while there is some elevation to it, the nature of the course with the rolling hills, you can really carry that speed down the hills and power up over the rollers, and then you can see, not particularly from this camera angle exactly, but when we pan back, the road surface is, Joe, I'm gonna say it's smooth like butter.
Yeah, it's very, very smooth. And so Cam Worth does have the bike course record here, 4:01:33 2 years ago.
So the course best, for Cam Worth, who of course is out there today. So maybe he gets it again.
Let's not forget about it here. Yeah. Like last time we checked, his splits were matching the likes of Hogenhaug, but still with I think about a 5 or 6 minute deficit out of the water. It's going to take him a little bit.
But again, you say when it's going to take him a little bit of time, he's kind of used to that, right? We talk about that with Guru Fradas, who we haven't actually checked in on. We should get a split on her to see how far back she is. But when we talk about familiar race situations, athletes tend to be comfortable when they're in situations that they've been in the past. We talked about it coming back to races you've done before. You know the lay of the land. It's all familiar. An athlete like Cam Worth would be completely out of his depth if he was in the lead pack of the swim and be like, what's happening here? I don't understand. So he's in a familiar place, doing the work, biking super strong. He's already qualified, so very little pressure here other than to get some more points on the board because every second matters in this pro series. But yeah, super talented athlete out there doing the best he can as we check back in with Christian Hogenhaug.
Yeah, so just sort of a quick scan there. So Cam Worth is sitting in 12th and pretty much averaging exactly the same speed as this man on the shot right now, Christian Hogenhaug. But then the first two guys, Callan and Zapunkt, are riding like another 2 kilometers an hour faster nearly. So it's they're just on a different level right now. But Hogenhaug, he's not going to throw in the towel now. He's really committed to pushing through and really searching for that Kona qualifying spot.
And in our women's race back at 72.2 kilometers, of course, the women about to go through the 80-kilometer timing met as well, but chasers at 2 minutes down. So continuing methodically, like a metronome, to eat away some time out of Steph Clutterbuck and that group of four working really, really well together. We haven't seen any penalties, so the athletes policing themselves well with the help of Race Ranger. Kat Matthews, Daniela Blymel doing a lot of the work at the front. We saw Els Visser up there a little bit. Ruth Assel's been playing it safe and smart to this point. Haven't seen her at the front of that group, but still very much in it. So that group of four riding super strong. We'll look for that 80-kilometer split momentarily.
Yeah, it's interesting to note that they didn't pull that much time back in that last segment on Stephanie Clutterbuck. They only pulled 20 seconds, whereas the time before was closer to 1:40 over a very similar distance.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'm really impressed with Clutterbuck's her riding right now. And, yeah, I honestly thought by about this point they'd be getting close, but still at this point, 2 minutes and 1 second lead on some of the strongest female cyclists in the sport. So amazing performance so far from a debut Ironman over at the professional level.
Sort of interesting because I wanted to check in on Guru Fradas, our defending champion and our local hometown hero who here through 52.1 kilometers, which was a while ago. I don't see her split updating through, 72, but she was at 11:43 back, 11:54 back. So she is losing time, and I think when you factor in how fast Kat Matthews can run, I think that's good news for Kat Matthews. I think some of the other athletes, she might still have a shot at a podium, but still a lot of riding left to go. So Guru's got to find another gear if she wants to think about that podium.
Yeah, no, I think if Kat's on her game and runs up to what she's capable of running, then yeah, it's going to be probably a little too much of a stretch to get back to the front. But yeah, you never know. A marathon's a long way, and she's got some amazing run splits under her belt that she could definitely run her way back onto the podium. But it's still early days. She hasn't come through the 80-kilometre split, so I think we'll know more when we start to see, yeah, sort of after 100, 120-kilometre mark, what that gap is, and if she can keep even at. If she can keep it under 20 minutes to third place, like there's still a chance.
There's a chance.
There is really a chance.
Which is like mind-blowing.
Which is crazy, yeah. But when you can run a sub 250, then yeah, 310 is not a bad run split. So, but yeah, and especially as the hometown and a defending champion, she'll just be running with a little bit more motivation.
Yeah, absolutely. Steph Clutterbuck up out of the saddle, stretching that back out on a flat dish rolling course like this. Not many opportunities to do that, so good to remind yourself as we take a look at our VinFast performance analysis on the bike at 72.2 kilometers. That's Steph Clutterbuck trialing at an average of 39.48 kilometers per hour, so moving right along.
Yeah, no, that's moving pretty fast. So yeah, the bike split record here is of 4:41. So actually last year Els Visser was 4:41. So yeah, at the moment they're currently riding a little bit faster than that, but as I said, it's early days. But yes, Heather Jackson 4:43 was the next fastest on this course, but that was back in 2019. But yeah, this athlete on the screen really having an amazing day, and looking likely she's going to lead it through at least till the next time check.
As we take a look at some of our gorgeous overhead scenics, we talked about the Greenway here at Ironman Vitoria-Gasteiz and the initiative, both ecological and environmental, to sort of clean up the city. And you can see some of the benefits of that with the stunning scenery we have here in this beautiful section of the world.
Yeah, absolutely stunning. What an amazing venue for an Ironman. And yeah, it's building a bit of a history here. First race here goes back to 2019 for the Ironman brand. So, and here we have Robert Callan of Sweden, who's at last check was either sitting in first or second. But yeah, looking really smooth. Hasn't changed position since the very first pedal stroke. And yeah, putting together an amazing bike split so far.
Yep, so Callan riding along with Ruben Zapunki and Christian Hogenhaug in third place at 4 minutes back, waiting for the additional chasers across 97 kilometers. We're going to jump to a quick break, but don't go anywhere. Lots of action still to come from Ironman Vitoria-Gasteiz.
Introducing the Ironman Pro Series Virtual Edition on Full Gas. Join athletes from across the globe as they conquer bike courses from the Ironman Pro Series. Challenge yourself, travel the world, and earn your exclusive Finisher's Medal. Push your limits and make your mark. Exclusively on Full Gas. Unleash your inner champion. Register now at fullgas.com.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
You're watching our women's race leader out of the United Kingdom. This is Stephanie Clutterbuck at her Ironman debut as a pro. She's done a couple of 70.3s so far this season. throwing her first Ironman performance on the board and sitting with a at last time check 2-minute lead over the chasers. She is through 80K, waiting for those chasers to come on through. And actually, we saw Steph Clutterbuck make her Ironman Pro debut at the Ironman 70.3 Alcudia, Mallorca. And if you want to start planning your 2025 race season, please join us at the Zafiro Ironman 70.3 Alcudia, Mallorca on May 10th, 2025. The Balearic Island of Mallorca hosts one of the largest Ironman 70.3 events in the world, a fast course in a magnificent, sunny Mallorca. The race always takes place on a Saturday and allows athletes to relax and visit the island on Sunday. It has been a global favorite for over a decade. You can register now for 2025. Ironman 70.3 Mallorca.
Yeah, beautiful part of the world to race, DD. Have you raced that one?
I've done the full there.
Wow.
Raced the full there years and years ago at Tim Don's Ironman debut.
There you go.
I believe he won. I was second.
There you go. I've been there on holiday. That's it.
That's it. It's a good place to holiday. I'm not going to knock you that.
It's a beautiful spot. Yeah. So here we go, back on screen with Stephanie Clutterbuck. Yeah, looking fantastic. We're waiting for the chase group to come through that bike split at 80-kilometre mark. Should be any second now. At last check, it was just over 2 minutes. But yeah, right now, Stephanie Clutterbuck just putting together a very well executed race, a very mature race, and yeah, for her first pro Ironman race, she's just sort of stuck to her race plan, and yeah, at this point, looking fantastic.
And an update on our men's race through 97 kilometers. It's Robert Callan and Ruben Zapunki who continue to lead the race. And then it's Christian Hogenhaug, who at last time check was starting to stretch the elastic to Matthias Petersen and has done that. So Christian Hogenhaug sits alone in third place, 4 minutes back. It's Matthias Petersen at 5:19 back. And then another 3 minutes to Thomas Davis and James Teagle. And Antonio Benito Lopez. Costas also in that group with Bradley Weiss and David McNamee at the back. So a little bit of separation happening at the front of our men's race as they continue to work their way. They're not through now 97 kilometers.
Yeah, no, that group's definitely losing time, but you do in that group have some of the better runners in the sport. But yeah, Christian Hogenhaug really applying a lot of pressure, but still losing time to that front group, but putting some separation between him and fellow Dane Matthias Petersen, and definitely stretching that rubber band on the chase group led by Thomas Davis right now.
And we're checking in with the second chase group quickly there on screen. We had out of Italy, Elisabetta Curadori. She actually secured a qualifying slot for the Ironman World Championship in Hamburg based on, believe a 9th place finish there. Her dad is actually an Ironman age group world champion, so she comes from a long line of Ironman racing. We had a chance to catch up with Elisabetta before her race here in Vitoria, and here's what she had to say about her race prospects on the day.
So what are you going to do now?
We are going to swim. It's the typical Friday swim with 150s, and I'm going to do them with a wetsuit just to get the feeling before the race. Yes, I'm doing the Pro Series. At least like all the races I choose this year are part of the Pro Series. It's like to give myself an opportunity and a chance now that Ironman did something so special and spectacular for us pro athletes. I raced Ironman 70.3 Mallorca. I finished 6th there. Then after that we went to Hamburg for the first Ironman of the season. Also there I was really happy with my performance. Eventually after the race, because I had some stomach issues and I ran the marathon feeling nauseous all the time. And then I thought, oh, I'm not going to do Ironman anymore. Then eventually after a few days, I was looking at the run times and I was like, yeah, next time I want to go a little bit faster there. This is what I have to change. So my mind was already projected into the next race, which is now Vitoria. Tactically, it's just an individual time trial for myself from start to finish. That's how I like to see it, my way of racing.
Family members who are triathletes now.
Yeah. And my father is the current Ironman World Champion of the age group category 70 to 74. He won in Nice last year. He's 71 and he had a 12-hour race, which is it's really unbelievable. Like, it blows my mind, like how he can do certain things. But it's also very how do you say, inspiring for me, because then if I see what he does, eventually we had a funny talk yesterday on the phone. He said, you know what I just read something really interesting, because he goes into these psychology things, and he said, you know that when you're starting to feel that it's a lot of pain, you are only at 50% of your capability. You can keep on going so much longer. So just remember that when you're suffering, you can keep on going so much longer. I was like, okay then. So it's really like...
I don't know if I'd thank my dad for that advice, or maybe punch him in the face. You know, when you're hurting and you're really suffering, you're really only 50% of the way there.
Yeah, I know.
Suck it up, basically.
He's leading by example, isn't he? Like our current age group world champion. So yeah, it's definitely triathlon talent runs in the family.
Hey, we had talked about that women's chase group, the first chase group, and actually through 80 kilometers now, that gap remains unchanged. So we talk about that stall, that they weren't eating as much time out of Stephanie Clutterbuck as they had originally. Again, they haven't taken any time out from 72 to 80 kilometers. None.
No, that's great. That's really, it was a surprise to me, but full credit to Stephanie. She's really having a great day out there. So yeah, we'll see what happens. And the thing is, the chase group may be getting information out there. So Kat Matthews' husband's most likely out on course, at least giving one split. So they probably know that, they're not actually making any ground up right now. So yeah, and I'm sure they're trying. So, yeah. And we're back with Hogenhau, who's definitely put a lot of pressure on here and is trying to hunt down the top, two guys at the front, but unable to actually get any time back at this last check. But definitely putting himself in a great position to potentially get onto the podium and get that sought after Kona qualification.
So he is now what we describe as in no man's land. That the two race leaders are 4 minutes up the road, and his next closest chaser is 1 minute and 20 back. At this stage of the race, is that a good thing or a bad thing? Because I think at this stage of the race, the reason I ask, at this stage of the race, you don't necessarily want to be playing somebody else's game, because you're starting to get a little tired, right? Like, the race is starting to build. So you do want to be executing your own race plan, but with that fatigue comes a little bit of what we're seeing in the women's chase group. Not necessarily apathy, but we've seen a stall.
Yeah.
Do you stall more if you're out on your own and not with athletes to sort of push the pace, or are you better off to be able to execute your own strategy there?
Yeah, it depends on what's sort of driving him right now. Is he trying to chase these guys down, or is he more interested in dropping the guys behind, which probably is where this sort of came from, because they're the people that he needs to worry about. He needs to have a gap of 5 minutes on Bradley Weiss, McNamee, and they're the guys that he's going to be battling with to get that Kona spot. So if that's what his plan is, he might not care about Kona, and he might be all about just trying to get on the podium. So it really depends. But right now, he is in no man's land. It's tough, but he's definitely riding with a lot of desire and drive. So yeah, something's pushing him, and he's riding really, really well. So we will check back in with how he's progressing after this short commercial break. So don't go anywhere. Plenty more action still left to come at Vitoria-Gasteiz.
Here's Elizabeth in the middle of the perfect workout for her. To create it, we analyzed her biometrics and genetics, her recovery rate, injury risk, and aerobic potential, her recent training sessions, the temperature, humidity, and elevation, the demands of her next race, and billions of data points from athletes just like her. With TriDot, Elizabeth gets faster. And what does she have to do?
I just opened TriDot and did my workout.
TriDot. We do the technology, you do the training.
Hey man, do you have a non-alcoholic beer that
actually tastes good? I think you mean athletic.
Excuse me? Do you have that great non-alcoholic beer?
I'll set it.
Found it.
Do you have a favorite non-alcoholic beer on the menu?
Ah. Athletic it is.
She's funny.
And we're back with all the action here, right up at the front of the men's race with the Swede Robert Callan driving the pace here. These guys, we have currently have a group of 3, but if you've just tuned in, Sam Laidlow, who's currently sitting 3rd on the road with Robert Callan at the front of the race, was issued a penalty at kilometre 69. The penalty tent was at kilometre approximately 72. He did not serve his penalty at this penalty tent, so has been disqualified. We are yet to confirm whether he has been told, but we were informed that it may be too dangerous to get to him to tell him, so he might not find this out until T2. So stay with us for the end of the bike and see what Sam decides to do, whether he decides to pull out or continue the race and protest the decision after the race is completed. So a little bit of drama here at IRONMAN Vitoria-Gasteiz.
A little bit.
A lot of drama, Didi. I'm pacing myself because it's only going to get more.
I know. Well, now we're tuning in with Robert Callan, who is our race leader. This guy's been racing professionally for 7 years now, but only made his Ironman debut in 2021 at Ironman Florida, where he actually finished on the podium. So big confidence booster there. Didn't have quite the performance he might have liked at the Ironman World Championship in 2022, finishing 31st place, but a solid 6th place finish at Ironman Israel in 2022. And a year ago at Ironman Hamburg was 10th overall and had a great performance at Memorial Hermann Ironman Texas this year, finishing 5th with a 4:03 bike split there.
Yeah, just looking at some of his bike splits, the guys posted 4:03, 3:59, 4:07, 4:10, 4:03, 4:03. These are some very handy bike splits.
I was going to say, it goes ahead and tells you how much time he spends on his bike in training so that he doesn't spend much time on the bike in a race.
Yeah, it's unbelievable just to have one of those, let alone like 5 or 6. So definitely he's with the fastest run split of, I think, a 2:52 back in Hamburg last year. So look, he's setting himself up.
Work to do on that run, but
yeah, but if he look at the moment, he's building up a bit of a lead. At the last check, he had a good lead on some of the pure runners in the field. We're at 8 minutes on Teagle, Lopez, McNamee, and we're just over halfway. So if he can extend that to 12, 15 minutes and run a 250,
he's going to be.
They have to run
good.
sub 240, which absolutely they can, but it gives him a real good chance of staying on that podium, or if not winning. You never know.
And getting himself that qualifying slot, because he, I believe, is one of the athletes that needs that qualifying slot. In addition to some of those brilliant runners, McNamee, Bradley Weiss, all in pursuit of that Hogenhaug as well, all in pursuit of those that Kona qualifying slot.
I think Callan actually has his Kona slot.
From Texas.
From
yes,
Texas
of course.
this
Yes,
year.
of course.
Yeah,
Yes.
he
Sorry, I
snuck one in there.
misspoke. Yep.
So, yeah, I think it's a great position to be in. He's Kona qualified. He's just here to get points in the Pro Series, and he's here to win, or at the very least podium. So, yeah. And here we go.
So
we're seeing a pass.
forget about those guys. They don't matter.
Yeah, it's a very different mindset.
Yeah.
I guess when you've already got your spot for Kona, you can just lay it all out there and be super aggressive and yeah, no, well, I've already got my spot. I've got nothing to lose. And we just saw a spot to try and get a number on this athlete.
This is Katharina Wolf, I believe.
Okay.
From Germany.
Yep.
She is back a little bit here, definitely chasing. She raced in Hamburg as well and finished 11th. So looking, again, another one of those athletes that needs a qualifying slot to Nice if she should choose to race there. But Katharina Wolf out of Germany.
Yeah, looking super smooth on the bike. Moving away through the field after a slightly slower swim. But yeah, looking really good. Very early days. Still got plenty of time to move away up a few more positions before they get to T2. So seems to be pacing things very well at this stage.
Yep, she's in 7th place overall right now. At last time check, was riding with Elisabetta Corridori, who I believe that's Elisabetta. Yeah, there's Elisabetta right there. And I believe way back in the background, you saw the quick spot of Simone Mitchell, who is in 8th place. So these three riders hanging out together. Elisabetta Corridori, Katharina Wolf has gone to the front of this second chase. And Simone Mitchell sort of hanging off the back of the second chase group there.
Yeah, and nothing's really changed in that small group at the front. Ruth Astle still riding smart and sitting there with that group. And what a great way to come back to racing. Nearly halfway through the bike and sitting in a great position.
Yeah, so far so good, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm guessing in the back of my mind, though, the bike and probably the swim and the bike was the least of her worries. It's with Achilles calf issue, it's that's going to be more.
That's the elephant in the room.
More the worry. But as she builds into her run and she'll gain confidence, if everything feels good, you'll know very quickly and you've had Achilles issues, I've had Achilles issues, you know pretty quickly if it's going to be an issue. And hopefully she gets the green light in that first lap of the run, because 4 laps on the run, and she can just keep building and staying strong and get through this race. 1, healthy, and maybe 2 with that World Championship qualifying spot.
And Elisabetta Corridori doing a great job hanging on there in this second chase group. These women locked in here to the second of the 2 big loops with 1 small loop to go.
And this is going to help Elisabetta being caught by Katharina Wolf. It gives us something a carrot to sort of try and go with. She's riding a little bit faster than Elisabetta was, but sometimes just takes, she's managed to sort of follow the pace of Wolf here and maybe just kick her into another gear. And it's a lonely ride if to do 180 kilometers by yourself. But yeah, she'll be appreciating this company.
Yeah, they were close together at Hamburg as well. So familiar race strategies from both of these women. And Corridori, of course, came out on top there in Hamburg, so she got herself a qualifying slot to the World Championship in Nice, while unfortunately the woman on screen is on the outside looking in, but there's always today.
Yeah, and today is a great opportunity for some of these athletes to check that box. And as you said earlier, yeah, Nice is right around the corner. It's not that far away. With the men's race not till end of October this year, whereas the Ironman World Championships in Nice for the women, yeah, it's coming. It's going to be here before we know it. So these women are obviously showing great form leading into the World Championships in September in France. And here we are back with Callan, the Swede. He's making his way past these age groupers who are doing the right thing by staying far right as we get passed by this guy who's averaging over 45 kilometres an hour right now on this bike course. But we know it's a fast bike course. Cam Worth, who's also racing today, who's making his way through the field, rode a 4 hours and 1 minute bike split a couple of years ago. So it's definitely beautiful roads, very quick conditions, and perfect for Robert Callan to maybe post another sub 4 hour bike split if possible.
And talking about the green belt and this beautiful host community of Ironman Vitoria-Gasteiz, you can see why it is such an appealing race to come and do. Not only the scenery, the fast roads, the drinkable water at that swim venue this morning, Joe, and of course the food and drink that is to be enjoyed in this part of the world when the race is over. It makes it a super, super appealing race, not only for our professionals, but for our age groupers as well.
Yeah, this is a beautiful location to come, and some of the athletes got here early and trained out on the course and enjoyed some of these pristine waters, and got to go out and swim on the swim course, and really enjoy some of the culture around in this beautiful city of Vitoria-Gasteiz. But yeah, absolutely stunning place to have an Ironman meeting.
And you can see along the bottom of your screen there, we haven't really talked about it. It's been up there since the start of this full gas bike course, but you can see the topography of the course. And while there are some, bumps and dips, it is, as we call, a rolling course. So our athletes, as you can see by some of the time splits that our professionals are turning in through this course, a course that really allows you to punch over the uphills and carry that speed through the downs. So while there is some elevation to it, certainly a very, very fast course, and you can follow along the topography to know what's coming on that graphic along the bottom of your screen.
Yeah, we've got some movers at that last time split. Cam Worth is just about to catch the back of the McNamee Weiss Perrin group.
There you go.
So yeah, good luck to those guys. I don't know what they're going to. I'm not sure what they're going to do, but he's currently at 2:11.
Joe, why are you praying? Are you praying for those?
Yeah, a little bit. I think there's not really a choice. If Cam's riding like we know how Cam can ride, so he's at 2:11 split through the 97 kilometre mark. So, and that's very similar to Christian Hogenhaf's speed. So he's definitely riding very, very fast, but still not as fast as Robert Callan, who's leading our men's race. But yeah, definitely watch Cam Worth. He seems to be building through, and he's one of these athletes that will not slow down. In fact, he might even get stronger and pick up the pace as he gets closer to that T2.
And again, our beautiful overhead shots here. Some of our sections of the course a little bit harder to get that connectivity to our cameras, as well as the fact that now we are with lapped athletes and on some tight roads. So for the safety of the athletes, we're enjoying some of the scenery while we bounce in and out where appropriate to get some of the coverage of our athletes still on course. Our women now at 99.4 kilometers. So we are, again, waiting on that slow time split from there. But again, it takes a little while for that data to flow through. So just looking to see if that chase group has been able to get that gap down to under 2 minutes. It was Steph Clutterbuck, again, all day out in the lead from the start early this morning, now through 99, nearly 100 kilometers of racing, and she is still our women's leader, but the group behind doing all they can to reel her in, and that's Kat Matthews, Els Visser, Daniela Blymel, and Ruth Astle.
So you've been in this position before, Dee, leading an Ironman. So what's going through your mind at about halfway through the bike? Are you thinking ahead, or are you thinking about what's going on behind you?
Trying to think about what is ahead, and given, I think it depends on your strengths as an athlete, but for me, it definitely was make hay while the sun is shining, get as big a gap as I could over some of the faster runners. Certainly Steph Clutterbuck is a solid runner. We don't necessarily know in this scenario, because there is a big difference between racing in the pro field and racing in the age group field, but what kind of run split she might put put forward. We don't have a sort of an estimated time. We don't have a lot of data to go off of because it is so different from racing age group to racing pro. But I think she's really just got to keep her mind focused on where she is right now, not thinking about what's behind her, thinking about her own goals. And as I said before, going through the process, going through procedure. What's my power? What's my heart rate? When's the last time I ate? When's the last time I drank? What's my cadence? Just running through that body inventory. Keep checking in with yourself to set yourself up for the best run that you can possibly have.
Yeah, absolutely. And speaking of athletes behind her, currently our defending champion Guru Frades is currently sitting over 10 minutes behind the race leader right now. But we did get a chance to catch up with Guru earlier this week and get an insight into how she feels about this weekend's race.
Para mí es importante que Ironman esté aquí en casa, poder compartirlo con la gente más cercana. Ganar el año pasado para mí fue muy especial. Es agradable ver cómo la gente está llegando y le gusta mucho el sitio para andar en bici, le gusta la ciudad para disfrutarla. Y creo que eso pues a los triatletas nos hace muy felices, ¿no? A los triatletas de aquí. No es una carrera muy rápida, pero sí es una carrera donde se puede apretar, es un sitio donde se puede nadar muy bien y la bici se puede rodar muy bien. No es muy rápida, pero sí que es de ir mucho tiempo acoplado. Hay que concentrarse y regular, pero tiene unas carreteras donde se puede rodar mucho y disfrutar mucho con la bici de contrarreloj. Y luego tiene una carrera a pie donde hay muchísima gente, mucho ambiente. Y bueno, a pesar de haber muchas vueltas, es una carrera muy llana y donde se puede correr rápido. Me gustaría encontrarme bien en las tres disciplinas y acabar fuerte corriendo. Bueno, para mí es una carrera importante en el año y es una competición donde me gustaría tener un buen rendimiento. Hay muchísimo nivel, hay grandes atletas y me gustaría estar competitiva y, ¿por qué no, luchar por llegar al podio? La victoria es muy difícil, tendría que hacer una buena carrera, sacar mi máximo rendimiento y ver qué hacen las demás triatletas. Es súper difícil, pero bueno, el podio es algo muy soñado.
I love the humility that a podium for her is a big dream when she is the defending champion here.
And yeah, Ironman Lanzarote champion, and yeah, it's great.
I just love, she's so grounded and so soft-spoken given her numerous accomplishments in the sport. And I can tell you, when she gets off of this full gas bike course and starts that Hoka run course, the crowd is going to go absolutely nuts. She lives not far from here at all, and the crowd is really, really going to be pulling for her.
Yeah, no, it's going to be great to see when she finally gets that T2. And yeah, look, she said a podium would be a dream. So like, there's no reason with a good run that if she continues to keep riding strongly, that she can put herself in that position. But we are back with Danielle Blemel from Germany, who's, yeah, they've sort of the gap sort of held pretty tight, the same now against with Stephanie Clutterbuck. And yeah, to my surprise, and probably theirs as well, that they're not reeling her back in. But yeah, so they're in a great group, and Kat Matthews, Els Visser, Danielle Blemel, and Ruth Astle, all amazing athletes. But right now, I think they're just quite happy to sit in this rhythm and do what they're doing, and potentially make a move later in the bike course. That last third is always where it really gets tough.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, these are highly trained athletes, and so through this much riding, I don't want to say it's easy, but you're not going to see the chinks in the armor like you are later on the course. And start your watches, because Steph Clutterbuck now through 97 kilometers. So we'll see if we get to 2 minutes before this chase group of 4 makes their way through the same timing mat. Athletes coming through an aid station here, a little bit more complicated work when you're lapping age group athletes as well. Got to be a little bit more heads up, but got some water on board. You can see the humidity, right? Our ambient air temperature still in the 70s, so not hot Fahrenheit by hot standards, but the humidity definitely playing a role because this water bottle here for Daniela Blymel all about cooling down. She didn't take any of that on board down the hatch. That was all going on her to cool herself off with these humid conditions.
Yeah, she's definitely working hard there, and it looks only going to get hotter and as they hit the run course. So yeah, I'd love to see, maybe some of that drunk as well, because that will evaporate off very, very quickly. And even in humid conditions, I know it feels good, but it's not really doing that much cooling, unfortunately. So yeah, in drier conditions, absolutely. Like in a boulder where there's not much humidity, and then put some water on, you get some evaporative cooling. But anyway, it feels good at the moment, and sometimes that's enough mental. It helps mentally to sort of keep pushing.
As we look at Kat Matthews now, making their way through this twisty turny past this aid station in pursuit. That gap now 136. So this chase group of 4 has made some inroad to Steph Clutterbuck. We'll see how it all plays out when we come back after this quick commercial break.
Beyond the finish lines, our commitment goes the extra mile. We are the IRONMAN Foundation. We've given back more than $55 million to support our mission of leaving a positive impact throughout race communities. Without our amazing athletes, volunteers, and givers, we wouldn't be where we are today. Together, let's continue this journey of impact. Join the IRONMAN Foundation and be a part of something extraordinary.
Send down your wings and let them bring me to you. You know I'm standing at the station, ready to go. Oh, big old aeroplane, I'm trusting your soul. Get on up, big bear.
Your new vehicle, Mr. Lawrence. The VinFast VF8.
All the latest tech?
Precisely.
Whoa.
Cut. Great delivery, Joey.
I've had a lot of practice saying that word. It's pretty cool, huh?
The VinFast?
Yeah. It's got
action.
402 horsepower.
All-wheel drive.
Over-air updates and a 10-year unlimited miles battery warranty.
Yes, but
15-inch infotainment screen.
Cut. None of those lines are in the script, Joey.
I just think people are really going to want to know those things.
That's what the website's for, Joey.
IRONMAN Vitoria-Gasteiz is brought to you by Precision Fuel and Hydration. Personalise your hydration with Precision Fuel and Hydration. And by Nirvana, enhanced athlete event experiences powered by Nirvana.
As we watch Kat Matthews here, she is currently in this chase pack, which has taken another 20 seconds out of Steph Clutterbuck. It had stalled for a bit there, but looks like they reeled a little bit more in through 97 kilometers and updated the men's race, however. Robert Callan absolutely crushing it at 124.2 kilometers, has dropped Ruben Zupuenque to 3 minutes and 54 seconds. So Ruben, minor implosion there. That's a big time drop from the last time. And now Hogenhaug is poised to move into second place, potentially, because Ruben had a rough patch there, it looks like.
And you can see the average pace there. It's not that just Robert picked it up, because that's what the same. Christian held very similar paces, but Ruben definitely fell off the pace. And we sort of alluded to this a little bit. The last third of the bike, the last third of the marathon is really, that back end strength is so important. So yeah, that's where we're at. We're at that last 60 kilometers, and that's where someone like a Robert Callan, who's feeling good and is a very strong rider, can really do some damage, and that's what he's doing right now. But that's amazing. 3:54 gap in just the last segment. So yeah, it's really opened the door. And for Christian Hogenhaug to move into that second place, as you said. And then we've got Matthias Pedersen just sitting very similar pace behind Hogenhaug again, just steadily losing a little bit of time, but still riding very, very well at the same time.
Just looks so smooth. I mean, it's easy when you have those long levers there to push the power in the pedals, but just looks so smooth and good high cadence for a guy. Well, I'm just going to say it, who's a little leggy.
He's a tall guy. I don't know how tall he is, but yeah, his position. Like I love what he's done with his position. He's definitely not. It's not a huge drop. So by that I mean like from the top of his saddle to where his elbows are. It's not a huge drop off. So some athletes you'll see really low. So it actually, where he gets his aerodynamics is from really keeping his elbows quite close together and a really good head position where and his helmet sitting nicely on his back. And this works for him and allows him in a good position to get in, stay relaxed, get in plenty of oxygen, and also then be able to generate a lot of power through the pedals. And obviously right now, I'd love to know what his power meter is showing. Yeah. It must be pretty high.
It's a big number. Can you count that high, Joe?
Probably not. No, I can't count over 300. So no, it's definitely more than that, I think. For him to put a gap in like that, yeah, he's pushing some pretty impressive power.
And then we've got, of course, got the stacked water bottles, one on top of the other there. Let's talk a little bit about that and why that is that way.
Yeah, it's obviously hydration's very important. He's got access to 4 bottles there. The one on his frame is probably a concentrate. That's probably his own nutrition. He's probably sipping on that while the other bottle cages allow him to take bottles from aid stations and add those in as he as he finishes them. So yeah, it's an interesting setup. It's yeah, he's obviously worked hard on the aerodynamics of it, but also being able to make sure he fuels properly, because yeah, you're not going to get very far if you're not getting the right calories or the right hydration in.
Well, let's talk about hydration, and let's talk about this region of Vitoria-Gasteiz, which boasts a culture that is rich in wine and influenced by its proximity to the famed La Rioja region. It's situated amongst the picturesque vineyards and historical wineries, and the city is a haven, Joe, for wine lovers. It's no surprise that the food culture in the region is also considered to be one of the best in the country, with numerous Michelin-starred restaurants, chefs, and a really rich food culture. So there's plenty for athletes and family to do, to experience while here. I would suggest waiting on the wine until maybe after the race.
Possibly, yeah. It's probably a good idea.
Maybe a little cheeky half glass before, just to unwind and relax the night before. But save the real boozing for after the race.
Absolutely. Well, while we were listening about all the wine of this region, Cam Worth has moved into 5th place on the road. But brought with him Brad Weiss, Lopez. So he's managed to basically get to the front of that group in that last segment. So yeah, Cam really riding well and making some good ground up on the front guys. And now would have his sights set on Matthias Petersen, which is the man on screen right now.
Yeah, absolutely. If Petersen had a rear view mirror, he might see, although very small in the distance, because it's still a handful of minutes back to Cameron Wurf, and see who is willing to go with Cameron Wurf as he makes his move further forward. But Matthias Petersen has been sort of in no man's land. He was at one point with the likes of Christian Hogenhaug, but Christian put in a big move about 40 kilometers ago, distancing himself from Petersen, who is now in solo in 4th place as we come back to our men's leader. Getting some snacks.
Yeah, still staying on top of the hydration and the fueling side of things. So important. And yeah, he's ticking along nicely here. Approaching 140 kilometers, so less than an hour of riding left for Robert Callan, who's building up quite a good lead at this point. To think he's actually on the road riding faster than even the likes of Cam Worth. He's building up quite a good lead going into the run, so maybe up around 7 or 8 minutes if he stays on with his pace.
So 7 to 8 minutes, is that going to be enough for him?
Depends on who's chasing him down.
It always depends. There's a safe answer. We're going to take a quick break, but don't go away. We're going to come right back after this quick break.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is You're always looking for what's next.
Ironman Vitoria-Gasteiz is brought to you by Precision Fuel and Hydration. Personalize your race experience with Precision Fuel and Hydration. Enhanced, and by Nirvana. Enhanced athlete event experiences powered by Nirvana. And here we are back in the full gas bike course. I just received a stat that's going to make your jaw hit the table. So maybe put some cushion in there, Joe, because if Callan holds this pace through the closing kilometers of this bike course, I give you one guess as to what his bike time might be.
3:59.59.
3:50.
What?
That's what my statistician is
Wow,
telling me.
okay.
That would be a course best by over 10 minutes over Cam Wurf, who is also has to be biking faster than that, perhaps, I think, given the fact that he's closing down on some of the chasers. But Robert Callan is just chewing apart this bike course.
Yeah, it's incredible. Yeah, we'll wait and see. We'll know in less than an hour what that bike split's going to look like. But here we can see on screen, Kat Matthews looks like she's pedaling with a bit more intent right now. And at last check in the women's field, that lead of Stephanie Clutterbuck, which she'd held from the gun, was down to 1:36 to Els Visser. Kat Matthews right there, and Danielle Burnell and Ruth Astle following this train. But Kat Matthews, she's
driving the pace here. Yeah, she's driving the pace.
There's something going on. She's definitely applied a little bit more pressure, and this is a good time to do it. Like around the 100, what are we at, 110? Yeah, it's maybe like even a little early, but if she's feeling good, then great, go for it. But is it Kat that's driving it? We'll get a better shot.
I believe that was Kat at the front of it, and it looked like Daniela Blymel was following Els Visser. I did not see the fourth bike of Ruth Astle, so it may look like.
I think that's Ruth at the back. I think they're all there, but they look like they're on the limit right now.
Yeah, could be. Definitely Kat Matthews pushing the pace and trying to make a move here at 110 kilometers. Of course, the next timing split update for the women won't be until 124.2 miles, but at that point, we'll see if this move by Kat Matthews can bring that gap down to a minute or so. And then, you know, again, we're talking about, will these women overtake the lead by the end of the bike?
Yeah, here we are, Els Visser going with the pace of Kat Matthews. Looks super smooth.
Yeah, it really does.
Very different style to Kat Matthews. Super low cadence, probably around 75 to 80, if that. But yeah, super smooth, very steady on the bike, not wasting any energy at all. And then going with the pace also is Danielle Blemel from Germany, who, yes, definitely looks like she's feeling the pinch a little bit. And then closely followed behind her is Ruth Astle, but they're still hanging on, but I feel like the rubber band's stretching right now, Dee Dee.
Yeah, if you make these aggressive moves here at this point, you know, if the fatigue is building, it could be enough to impact and maybe shake one or two of these chasers from this pack.
Yeah, and that's probably what they're trying to do right now is, yeah, spread this out. Obviously close down the gap to Clutterbuck, but also, yeah, try and sort of soften the legs of the likes of Ruth Astle, Blamel, and as well as Visser. So definitely a strong move here by Kat Matthews, really applying some pressure to these other ladies that have exited the water together from the Roka swim course earlier today. But Kat Matthews, who seems to be playing the patience game, has decided it's time to see if these other women can hang with her if she applies a little bit more pressure. On screen, Ruth Astle, first race back in about a year, been dealing with an Achilles and calf injury, and looks like from this shot that Blamel and Astle are maybe starting to feel the pinch a little bit, and there's a gap starting to form. But see if Blamel can close that back up. But yeah, definitely some pressure being applied.
Kat Matthews, quite the little instigator here at 110 kilometers.
Yeah, it's a great time to attack. Around the 110, 120 kilometer mark. Still got a good couple of hours of racing, but it's a hard way to, a long time to go, hard, and put the pressure on, but it might just take a 10, 15 minute effort at this to sort of break the rubber band and then get clear space. But there's Ruth Astle still locked on.
And looking back all the way back to 97 kilometers, it's Guru Frades who is finally through 97 kilometers, sits at 16 minutes and 3 seconds back of our leader. So if you guys are down there in the transition area, you're gonna have to give Guru quite a cheer and get her going if she wants to land on the podium here, because she's creating some work for herself here, but certainly not out of it, given her ability to run. But super impressed with Ruth Astle. I mean, you talk about not racing. She did race the Ironman World Championship, finished, I believe, 12th last year in Kona. Got through it on minimal run training because the calf had been an issue. Tried to race in Cozumel, was DNF'd there, and that's the last time we saw her start a race. And so you never really know what that race fitness, that race sharpness is going to be. And we had a chance to chat with Ruth pre-race, and here's what she had to say about coming back out to race in her first Pro Series event of the year.
This is my first race of the year. I was hoping, obviously, to race a lot earlier, but after a really good January, February, March of training, managed to pick up a quite serious calf injury in April. So that's put me out for a fair bit. Yeah, I was hoping that actually it progressed quite well, so I was hoping to race Mallorca, but then I actually got ill in Mallorca, and it then actually flared up again a little bit after that, so I then had to pull out of Hamburg. Because yeah, I was obviously super excited about the Pro Series, and I was like, that's perfect for me. I can, you know, especially with all the European Ironmans that there were, so my original plan had been Mallorca, Hamburg, Vitoria, Nice, and another 70.3 somewhere. That's now had to change quite dramatically. So yeah, this is the first race. Actually, my main aim here in Vitoria is to get my Nice slot, because I'm still not qualified. So aim number one is get through the race, to be honest. And now having seen the course, like even more excited. It's kind of, you know, beautiful lake for the swim, pretty easy. The bike course, I think it's the best bike course I will have raced, other than hopefully Nice. But yeah, it's just like perfectly rolling, really good for me, because I think it benefits if you're really aero. Definitely, I'll be trying to push quite hard on the bike. Yeah, partly because I know I'll have a gap to make up to people like Kat, although with the way she's biking, I don't think I'll catch her. But yeah, there'll be people ahead to aim for. I'm hoping to maybe have some good company with someone like Daniela or maybe Els. And then I've heard, like, the run looks super complicated, but I've heard that actually the support in the town's so good that it just feels like as easy as a marathon can feel. So yeah, super excited to just race and yeah, get out there.
You know, Joe, we were just chatting. It's almost like she knew how the race was going to pan out before it even started, hoping to be biking with Daniela Blymel, maybe Els. Didn't think she'd be in the same zip code as Kat, but has done a pretty good job of it, although Kat getting a little feisty here through 110 kilometers, looking to shake things up and make something happen, and looks like that elastic is certainly snapped for Ruth Astle, but great to see the gratitude of Ruth Astle just being happy to be out racing after a period of injury. It can be so hard and so demoralizing, and it sounds like just when she thought she had it sort of sorted, it flared back up again. So good to see her back out racing.
Yeah, absolutely, Didi. I don't think the elastic's broken just yet. I think they're just on a very fast section of the course, and it just, like, if you count between, like, the time, they're only about she's only like 2 or 3 seconds actually behind Blymel, I think, from what I'm seeing. But yeah, it could just come back together, but from the profile, it looks like they're on a flat and even downhill section of the course. So it's hard to know, but yeah, she's definitely being put under pressure, instigated by Kat Matthews. But obviously Els Visser is adding a little bit of fuel to that fire as well.
So we're catching up with our men's chase group. This is, of course, James Teagle. He is within that group, riding with Perrin from Spain at 11:15 back. He's moved down a couple of slots, about 25 seconds now behind the McNamee, Benito Lopez, Bradley Weiss group, led by Cameron Worf, and that move that Cameron made through the group. So that group getting a little stretched out with Cameron Worf powering through.
Yeah, no, Cam's definitely thrown a little bit of cat amongst the pigeons. And it was interesting to see who can actually go with that pace, even for a short time, because it does offer the opportunity for someone like Lopez or McNamee or Weiss to potentially get back to like in touch with the Peterson, or at least get closer. I don't think they can probably hold Cam for a long time, but they can use him as a carrot and just sort of go with that pace if they can. But at the point where Cam's caught them, you're pretty tired.
Yeah.
You're really settled into the pace that you can sustain.
The matches that you're burning are getting bigger and bigger.
A surge is not really an option at this point. You either have it or you don't. So be interested to see what we see at the next split, which is coming up. It should be coming up any second now of where we're at. But we do know one thing, that Robert Callan is setting a blistering pace today on the full gas bike course, and he's set for a bike course record, and probably going to take a big chunk off it as well. So excited to see what the next split holds for Robert Callan.
It could be. I mean, if he continues to hold this speed, really in touch with a world's best bike split across this distance. So we'll see how he fares in the closing kilometers
came through the 144.3 kilometer split. 3:05, and right now he is averaging 46.6 kilometers per hour. Yes.
That's good. My car struggles to do that sometimes.
That used to be good for like Olympic distance. Now these guys are holding it for an Ironman. That's absolutely amazing. So yeah, Robert Callan came through that split. So now we're going to probably wait. It's probably going to be close to 5 minutes until the next athlete comes through. And who's that going to be? Potentially Hogenhall.
Well, this is our moto going up the road, I believe, from Chasers to catch Robert Callan. And you can see just optically what that gap looks like.
Yeah, there's definitely some good space now. Not sure. Are we moving up? Are these age group athletes?
Yes, these are still age group athletes.
Trying to get back up to, all right, Robert Callan. So, yeah, last split he was 3:54 in front of second place. 20 kilometers have gone by. Yeah, he's going to be at least 5 minutes, I think, at this space, because those guys have definitely started to feel the pinch a little bit. But Cam Worth, look, someone like Cam Worth could end up, I don't know if he'd get back to Hogenhall, but I think potentially move into third place coming in off the bike, and then we'll see how their legs are feeling after riding this fast. It's always surprises me they can ride this fast and then still put together a sub 2:40 marathon. So getting some beautiful aerial shots here of the bike course. Very green and yeah, beautiful place for racing here.
Absolutely, and our pro women sort of stuck between timing mats as well, so not many updates we can offer you there. Their next time check will be at 124.2 kilometers. They're currently at about 118 kilometers for Steph Clutterbuck, and that chase group, largely due to the aggressive moves of Kat Matthews, looking to reel her in potentially by the end of this full gas bike course, but time will tell us. We got a quick shot there of Bradley Weiss doing his best to close out this full gas bike course and put him into position to get that qualifying slot for the Ironman World Championship.
Yeah, and I think just up the road was McNamee as well, so I think from the last bit, McNamee is probably trying to hang on to Cam Worth. So yeah, interesting time for those guys. I think they try and hold on as long as they can without really destroying themselves. But then, yeah, they'll have at least 30K maybe of riding by themselves if Camworth does eventually break that elastic band. But yeah, here we panning back to Kat Matthews, and unfortunately the pitch is frozen, but we may be potentially seeing the catch. We will wait and see.
Yeah, we're into a bit of a what we call in the business here a dark zone, where reception there between our cameras and your screen is not super, given the remote nature of that portion of the course. So we are coming back to our women's leader, Steph Clutterbuck, who is charging towards 124 kilometers. She's just about at 120 kilometers now. As here is Kat Matthews, and she's got Els Visser, it looks like, with her, as well as Daniela Blymel. Oh, and there's Steph Clutterbuck. Here we have the pass. Here we have the pass. The chasers have caught Steph Clutterbuck, so for the first time all day, it looks like momentarily we will, for the first time, have a new women's race leader. Full credit to Steph Clutterbuck.
Oh, amazing.
For just her calm execution thus far, and hopefully she doesn't get caught up in the fact that she's, and it's not just one athlete, and that's what's hard about it. It's 4 athletes, but she's got to be pleased with her performance thus far, and really needs to keep the focus on her own page. But looks like her time at the front will be limited. Kat Matthews got a little feisty there, and in like 10, 12 kilometers has erased a 1 and 36-second gap. So Kat Matthews definitely lighting a fire under it and getting herself into a position to lead off the bike here.
Yeah, and she's catching Steph at a real vulnerable time. That last 60 kilometers, as I've spoken about earlier, is when you start to really feel it. So hopefully she's been pacing it well and fueling correctly, and maybe can go with this pace for a little bit. Maybe Kat will ease off the gas once she hits in the front, or she'll double down and want to extend it. But look, as you said, full credit to Clutterbuck. I expected, well, I didn't expect it to make it to 50K, and then I said 90K would be good, and she made it to 120 in her first ever pro Ironman race against some of the best females in the sport. So amazing.
Best females in the sport who are together and trading leads, and she's been out there by herself with her face in the wind, not really windy, but you know, just the expression, face in the wind all day. As Daniela Blymel now gonna acknowledge Steph Clutterbuck. Hey, great performance thus far. Again, Blymel got to be mindful here, because you see the orange. Don't see the red on the race ranger there, but it does look like Blymel's going to go straight through, and now Els Visser also going straight through. So a little bit of an accordion here effect between these women as the pass is made. No one wants to get stuck behind Steph Clutterbuck, so everybody super aggressive through here.
Yeah, this is, you got to be really careful here. Last thing you want to do all that work, 120 kilometers, and get pinged for a silly drafting violation when all you're doing is trying to get in a good position. Because I think you see that because Kat Matthews has put on so much pressure that they don't want to be
left
behind and not miss that break.
The only one I didn't see was Ruth Astle make that pass as well, and there was a couple of age groupers there as well. So we'll see if Ruth Astle made it around and is still in contact with this group.
Yeah, so this could be a decisive time for Ruth Astle, and she may end up riding with Clutterbuck if she does not make make the gap while they sort of were getting sort of mixed up a little bit together. But on screen we have Els Visser, who's looking super smooth and able to keep the pace of Kat Matthews, who's definitely on a charge right now.
Yeah, so much to the aggression of Kat Matthews, all of these women now have passed Steph Clutterbuck, with the one question mark being Ruth Astle. I believe she was still there, but if she got around that bunch of age groupers. And they did get a little bunchy there as we look at Els Visser has now gone to the front of that group to stay out of trouble, whereas bib number 3 has raced a ton this year. She is qualified for the Ironman World Championship. And let's just remind viewers, if you're just tuning in, she raced a full distance race 1 week ago, which is nuts.
Yeah, amazing to recover that fast and be putting together such a great bike, swim and bike so far. And yeah, we'll see how things go on the run. But back with our men's race, Bradley Weiss and David McNamee, and I think that is Lopez just up the road and potentially Worth, but it's hard to see from here. But it does look like Cam Worth actually leading that, and these guys are doing their best to keep him in sight.
Well, further up the road, Robert Callan continues to dominate, but it's Christian Hogenhaug who has overtaken second place ahead of Zapuntke, who had been riding in second for quite some time. But Christian Hogenhaug erased that 35-second gap between that last timing split. And wow, Zapuntke having a really rough go of it, considering he was 35 seconds ahead of Christian Hogenhaug 20 kilometers ago. He is now 2 minutes and 40 seconds back. So Ruben having a tough go of it. Hopefully he can top up that nutrition and solve whatever problem seems to be going on. But he is leaking time now, dropping below 40 kilometers an hour. His average pace through that last segment, 38.9 kilometers per hour. So something not right in his world right now. Hopefully he can turn that around.
Yeah, no, there's a big drop-off in pace, and look, that's Ironman racing, and he did, early on in the bike, put in a really big effort, and some of those efforts do come back and leave you not much left in the tank. So hopefully he can, as you said, get some more nutrition down and gather himself and get to T2 and get those run shoes on and still give him a chance of getting that Kona qualifying spot, which he's after. So exciting things happening here in the men's race and women's race. We'll take a short commercial break and come back with all the action at IRONMAN Vitoria-Gasteiz.
Your new vehicle, Mr. Lawrence, the VinFast VF8.
All the latest tech?
Precisely.
Whoa!
Cut. Great delivery, Joey.
I've had a lot of practice saying that word. It's pretty cool, huh?
The VinFast?
Yeah. It's got
action.
402 horsepower.
All-wheel drive.
Over-air updates and a 10-year unlimited miles battery warranty.
Yes, but
15-inch infotainment screen.
Cut. None of those lines are in the script, Joey.
I just think people are really going to want to know those things.
That's what the website's for, Joey.
Hey, man, do you have a non-alcoholic beer
That actually tastes good? I think you mean athletic.
Excuse me? Do you have that great non-alcoholic beer?
I'll set it.
Found it.
Do you have a favorite non-alcoholic beer on the menu? Ah.
Athletic it is.
She's funny.
And we're back with all the action at IRONMAN Vitoria-Gasteiz. We're currently looking at, I think this is David McNamee, who is around about 8 or 9 minutes back from our leader, Robert Callan, who is on a charge, currently averaging 46 kilometres an hour through 152.2 kilometres of this bike course here in Spain. Yeah.
I don't want to take anything away from Robert Callan's performance because it could be history in the making here with how fast he's making his way around this full gas bike course. But the time gap to a runner like McNamee, if he's on, it's not a done deal here by any means.
No, not at all. No, I think, well, we looked at Callan's
I just don't want people to watch and be like, oh, this is done. This is over.
No, this is getting exciting. No, this is playing out really, really well. And there's probably 6 guys that could win this at this point. Hogenhau's still going to have, he's going to have a break. He's going to have a chance there as well. And obviously McNamee and Weiss, some of the best runners there, and Lopez as well. Don't forget about him, who's actually on shot right now.
But speaking of David McNamee and his ability to run, let's take a look at our AG1 supplemental stats for David McNamee on the bike. Estimated to be at the next time split at 4:17:14, average speed 43.46 kilometers per hour. So still holding speed really, really well there. And here's our look at Cameron Worth.
Yeah, first chance to see Cam Worth. Yeah, he's sort of set the standard about 5 or 6 years ago in Kona, and just how you ride a bike, and now the levels, it's catching up to him, but he still looks amazing on a bike. And yeah, these guys are probably pretty thankful, or maybe not thanking him so much, but the fact that he's driving this, and
well, it's impacting the race dynamic for sure.
It's absolutely impacting the race dynamic, and Cam's, this is what he's good at. He's, I wouldn't be surprised if his power is actually getting increasing every 40 kilometres right now. So he's finishing off this really strong. This bike really, really well, and we actually got a chance to catch up with Cam earlier this week and get an insight onto how he felt about this weekend.
It's one thing I've learnt in this sport, and I've obviously won races, I've finished on the podium a lot, I've had my backside kicked from time to time. I respect every athlete on the field, every athlete on that starting line, but I'll tell you what, I don't fear any of them, so I can't wait to race Sunday.
You said you've raced this race, Bill. I had a good race. What are you going to take out of that and bring into this and make it even better?
I wish I could take something from last race that I'd implement into this one. I had a real big meltdown on the run last time. Which was a nutritional thing. I kind of made a bit of a miscalculation where I changed some gels, and yeah, basically they didn't have sodium in them. The ones I used to use did, and it's the first time I've ever cramped up, but very early on the run. I remember after 10K, if anyone was watching, I was walking every aid station, drinking all the Coke I could, trying to pull things together. So yeah, this time I'm pretty confident. I know where I'm going in the swim and the bike from last time, and I've been working hard on the run these last, 8 weeks or so since South Africa, and I'd really love to see an improvement there and try and finish off a strong day.
I mean, you're typically known as a strong biker, because you're a professional cyclist after all, but on the start list side, we've got Sam Laidlow, we've got Robert Carlin, we've got Christian Hogenhau.
Yeah, all these guys are stronger than me. They've all ridden faster than me, so I don't think I'm a strong cyclist. I mean, in South Africa, the last time, man, a guy rode away from me, but then I ran him down. Then he did run past me again in the last 5K, but I think I'm more of a triathlete than I'm a cyclist, to be honest. And so, yeah, it's just great. I think there's definitely been a big progression in the sport as far as aerodynamics and things like that. And with that, you need a lot of time. Time's something I don't have a lot of, or haven't had a lot of the last couple of years. But yeah, I feel like between now and Kona, we'll close that gap. We're doing some work on that stuff, which I'm quite excited about. And physically, it's great to be here against those exact guys that you just named. So there's a lot of really strong guys. So I certainly don't expect to be alone off the bike. There's no doubt about that. But I don't fear any of them on the run. I think that's what's most important. And I think all of us would just love to be part of a big battle.
Well, a big battle indeed as we see Robert Callan through 152.2 kilometers, that timing split. Christian Hogenhaug just now threw that at 5:15 back, so his lead continuing to grow, not surprisingly.
Yeah, that was a really interesting insight from Cam there. Yeah, what you see is what you get with Cam. He's always got some good sound bites there, but yeah, he sees himself as a triathlete now. Like, I think, and it's true, like when he started with Ironman,
he was sort of a bit of a one-trick pony.
The guy, he couldn't really run, and he'd be the first to admit, but he's really figured that out, and sometimes.
And now he just can't really swim, but he's gotten better at the run.
Well, yeah, he's piecing it all together, and you cannot have a weakness, and he fully admits that there's guys out there that can outride him, but he's now gone back and worked on his run, and maybe he's given up a little bit of that bike power, that Uber biker, but he can put together some really good runs. So let's see if he can do that today, if he's got his nutrition right. Obviously, that didn't go well last time he raced here, but yeah, it's exciting to see. As we see Ruth Astle.
Did you see that grab of Ruth Astle from that volunteer? That was clutch, quite literally. The volunteer was bobbled the bottle and nearly dropped it, and Ruth grabbed it. That was quite a grab. Yeah. Impressive skills there. Sorry, just like to call it when I see it.
It's impressive stuff, especially at this later stages of the bike. But Ruth Astle, obviously under a bit of pressure, mainly due to Kat Matthews really applying some pressure over these last 20 or 30 kilometres and managing to get back to the front and get in front of Stephanie Clutterbuck, who led through 120 kilometres.
Here's the grab. Look at it. The volunteer wasn't looking at her. Grabs the bottle from below. Look at that. Clutch.
It's impressive stuff.
So during this calf and Achilles issue, Ruth Astle clearly working on her grip strength.
Yes, absolutely.
Paying dividends, I'm telling you. Don't neglect your grip strength. What a grab. Super impressive. But Steph Clutterbuck got sucked up in that group and I believe is still in the mix of it. So probably relieved to have a little bit of company now.
Yep.
Takes a little bit of the pressure off and she can just ride in and sit in legally, thanks to Race Ranger, but sit in and hold pace.
Yeah, no, there's definitely like the power. She might have to push a little bit more power, but you don't need to focus quite as much because you just go with the pace that's in front of you. As long as you're sitting at that legal distance and the light's blue,
you just watch that. You just watch the light.
Yeah, people. I'm sure they have nightmares about this blue light these days, about turning the wrong colour. But here we go, a pass from Els Visser as she goes round Kat Matthews to apply a little bit more pressure.
Yeah, just trading turns here, see if they can't separate this group a little bit further before they make their way back to transition to start the Hoka Marathon. But the 4 women become 5 at the lead of this race, Ironman Vitoria-Gasteiz. We'll be right back to you after a quick break. Don't go away. We're going to come right back.
Introducing the Ironman Pro Series Virtual Edition on Full Gas. Join athletes from across the globe as they conquer bike courses from the Ironman Pro Series. Challenge yourself, travel the world, and earn your exclusive Finisher's Medal. Push your limits and make your mark. Exclusively on Full Gas. Unleash your inner champion. Register now at fullgas.com.
And back to the action here as we check in with men's race leader Robert Callan, who's setting new land speed records on his bike on this full gas bike course. It's Christian Hogenhaug who rides in second place at 5:15 back, and Matthias Peterson has moved up one slot into third place. He sits at 10 minutes back. So our men's group here getting splintered quite a bit. Some aggressive moves. Cameron Worf moving through the field. It looked like unfortunately, Ruben Zapuentke having a rough go of it and opening the door for Matthias Peterson to move into a podium position as we close out this full gas bike course for the men, as we take a look at what they will encounter when they get back to the second transition, as we get on to the red carpet, the dismount line, and the run they will have through the city streets back into transition.
Yeah, beautiful downtown transition area for these athletes before they embark on the Hoka run course. 4 laps, 10.5 kilometers per lap. A lot of turns. We saw that when we looked over the course earlier today, but nothing that these athletes can't handle. But this is where they will get their race bag, their red run bag, and then take their run shoes out, and then they can have a sit there on that bench and put their shoes on, and then off they go up this little ramp, which will not feel very good for anyone. And then hopefully when they hit the flatter ground here at the run start, they will start to find their legs under them. But
and just to wet your whistle a little bit about what's to come here in this historic medieval city, we will see the signs everywhere on this run course of the medieval history that is so deep in this community. Founded in 1181 by King Sancho VI, the city's winding streets and ancient walls remain as a reminder to the past, while its center, the Casco Viejo, is still the beating heart of the city, where thousands of fans will gather to cheer our athletes across this Hoka marathon course, and we are getting close to it, so stay tuned, folks. It's still lots of great racing left to come.
yeah, here's Kat Matthews really putting the pressure on in the women's race right now, but we still have 5 women all in touch at this at about 135 kilometre mark of this full gas bike course. So, but Kat's doing her best to break this up, Dee Dee.
And if we have enticed you with the culture and the wine and the food of this region here at IRONMAN Vitoria-Gasteiz, let me tempt you with another race with great wine and food and culture. If you love triathlon race week vibes, and if you want to enjoy the last bit of summer in late September, then you can't miss out on Ironman Italy, Emilia-Romagna. It's a race for everyone, from a 5150 triathlon in Serbia to the Ironman 70.3 Italy Emilia-Romagna and the Ironman Italy Emilia-Romagna. Come join us at any one of these race distances on September 21st.
So really in the closing kilometres here for Robert Callan. 168 to 12 kilometres roughly. What are we looking at? 18, not even 18 minutes, is it, Dee Dee? It's about 15, 16 minutes.
Yeah, we're looking at 12:31 local time. So yeah, exactly. Actually, 11 minutes. Oh no, sorry, that's to the timing, Matt. I apologize. That's not to the end of the course. So yeah, but we're getting down to it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really.
He's not showing signs of fatigue. Like, his cadence is still super light. His body position looks good.
Yep.
He looks super smooth. I'm not seeing any signs of fatigue from him.
And this is a guy that hasn't over-raced this year. He has done an Ironman. He did Ironman Texas. He got 5th. Again, amazing bikes split there, 4:03. 2:54, 5th overall in a very strong field, but did get his Kona spot. So we've got time. We've got May, June, halfway. Compared to some of the other athletes out there, he's hardly raced.
Yep.
So look, he might have it. He might just be building his season nicely. So it's really exciting to see.
And exciting to see the work of this man, Cameron Worf, who came from back a little bit in the swim, as is Not unusual for him, but his aggression through the bike course, currently sitting in 5th place and making things happen out there. Went through the group with David McNamee and Antonio Benito Lopez, Bradley Weiss, and yeah, so seeing if he can't shake things up with the explosion of Ruben Zapuntki. That group could overtake Ruben, and Cam Wurf could put himself into really as high, well, almost his 3rd place, depending on how he closes this out. Could he catch Matthias Peterson? Not out of the realm of possibility.
No, not at all. And we're back here with Ruth Astle. I think, oh, and back,
Yeah, it was Steph Clutterbuck, yeah.
Yeah, it was, yeah, okay.
Yeah, so Steph Clutterbuck has gotten soaked up into that group, and Ruth Astle sitting behind Steph Clutterbuck. So the group of 4 still now riding as a group of 5 with Kat Matthews at the front, Els Visser, Daniela Blymel, Steph Clutterbuck, and Ruth Astle. And it's another 10 minutes back to the chasers of Elisabetta Curadori. Jana Uderstadt has moved up a couple of spots and now is with Elisabetta Curadori as well. Katarina Wolf has held on to that group, and Simone Mitchell in that group as well.
Yeah, it's a strong group and really close racing. And we're in 137 kilometres of this bike course, and you've still got five women all together, which it's amazing to see the depth of the women's race today. In quite a small field. It wasn't that many in the end, but we've got some amazing racing today, and even to the late stages, we're well over halfway now of the bike, and they're still really battling it out, and that's only going to get better when we hit the run course.
Yep, as we check in on the weather, courtesy of our friends at Roca, temperature continuing to climb, 77 degrees Fahrenheit, that's 25 degrees Celsius. A couple of clouds moving in. Remember, we had that fog early this morning. That broke, but now some clouds moving in. The wind still light, but that humidity continuing to play a role out there today.
Yeah. Well, Cam Wurf seems to be just going from strength to strength on this bike course. From what we understand, he hasn't been able to shake the athletes behind him. But yeah, their legs must be screaming. If because obviously he's bridged up about 6 minutes to these guys. And they've been able to actually stay with this pace for a good chunk of time now.
So that's McNamee, Bradley Weiss at the back of that.
And Lopez. Yeah, and these are...
What a run group, hey?
Yeah, exactly. These 3. And they're Zapunkte.
Sorry, Cam.
Yeah, Cam. Well, yeah.
We'll see.
Look, Cam's qualified.
Yep.
Peterson's qualified. Callan as well. Rubens... We're not sure at this point. He's definitely probably about to get swallowed up by this man on screen. So yeah, look, there's spots for Hogenhout, McNamee, Lopez, and Weiss. There's one of those guys is probably going to miss out.
Well, numerically, yeah.
Yeah,
because there's 4 people that need a slot. And only 3 of them.
Yeah. But then one of them going to miss out on that Kona slot if it does go down to the run. But yeah, it's going to be an exciting run course here today, as we're back with Kat, who's definitely got a bit of a shoulder movement. She's driving the pace pretty hard right now.
Yeah, absolutely. She was the aggressor back at about 110 kilometers. Really made things happen back there. Again, that move had stalled. They sat at 2 minutes back for about 40-ish kilometers. It was 2 timing stations where they hadn't made inroads, and thanks to the aggression of Kat Matthews, they closed that down to 136, and then before you knew it, they had swallowed Steph Clutterbuck, who now rides amongst this group of lead women with a 10-minute lead to the next group of chasers, which included, as we said, Elisabetta Curadori, Jana Uderstadt, Katarina Wolf, Simone Mitchell, and Rebecca Anderberry at 14.5 minutes back sits alone in 10th place.
Yeah, it's Els Visser takes her turn on the front. You can see from the course profile, it's a pretty flat section, but we do have a bit of a pinch coming up, a hill coming up shortly, and this might be decisive in maybe breaking this group up. But if they get through this next section together, I'd be surprised if maybe one gets dropped off at some point. But yeah, they seem to be very evenly matched today, DD.
Yeah, very.
Yeah, and I'm completely blown away by the maturity of Clutterbuck in her first pro race. And obviously, she paced it well. Like, she didn't overextend herself, because if she did, she wouldn't have been able to go with the pace when they did catch her. So, look, she might not be able to stay there the whole time, but right now, she's on a steep learning curve, but
I'll say.
She seems to be taking it in her stride.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And what a great experience to ride in and amongst these women. And that experience is only going to help her as she moves forward with her pro career. And hopefully it pulls her ahead. I mean, she's the only one, well, she and Ruth Astle, two of the women in our field looking for those qualifying slots for Nice. So she's sitting pretty right now. Wouldn't that be exciting on your pro debut at the Ironman distance? We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be back. Don't go away.
For 12 years, for 4,383 sunrises, across millions of mornings, we've been working to make one thing better. This, AG1, is foundational nutrition, a science-driven formulation to support whole body, brain, and gut health with just one of these, or one of these, once a day. Welcome to foundational nutrition. Welcome to AG1. Start at drinkag1.com.
Back to the action here with the man who is lighting a fire behind him on this full gas bike course. You're looking at Robert Callan, who is absolutely crushing this bike and the competition in the process.
Yeah, and he looks comfortable doing it. And as we see on screen right now, he's making sure he's staying on top of his fueling. Easy to forget about it when you're leading a race and really charging, but staying on top of his fueling, because look, out of all the swim and bike is some of the strongest in the sport, but running wise, he's getting there. He's 2:52 is the fastest he's run for a marathon, so he does need this gap if he wants to win this race. But right now he's building such a good lead, and it's exciting to see at the next split what he's actually managed to build, and he's still got another 5 or 6 kilometers to even extend that. So let's get a check on that soon and see what sort of lead he's going to be starting the Hoka Run course with.
Yeah, he'll be coming up to that last timing, Matt, before he gets into transition. So we can start predicting what that final bike split may be. Of course, we've got the course best from the man on the course, Cameron Worth, that he posted. I believe that was 4:01 and change, and we're looking to well surpass that today due to the outstanding bike legs of Robert Callan.
Yeah, 4:01.33 by Cam Worth. I think Cam's going to smash that. So Robert Callan's, who's outriding Cam by...
He's going to smash that. He's going to double smash it.
Currently at the 152.2 kilometer mark, man on screen is outriding Cam Worth by 8 minutes. He's put 8 minutes into Cam Worth.
Well, Cam's right. He's not a cyclist anymore. He's a triathlete.
I want to see it, Cam. Bring it. Do it for Tassie. Come on. Yeah, so, look, and Cam, Hogenhale's actually outsplitting Cam as well, but Cam's the third fastest on.
Had pro cycling team to get rid of that guy Worf. He's just dead weight, huh?
Yeah, that's for sure. We need to bring on Hogenhale and Callan.
That's going to come back
maybe
to bite
Callan
me.
will get, maybe...
I'm going to start getting hate mail from Cameron Worf.
Ineos will be sending Callan an email. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. But yes, well, I'm not going to go there. But Cam Worth, 4:01, but I think Cam's going to be well under that. And Callan, as you said, predicted time low 350s. So
that's insane.
Yeah, let's wait till they actually cross the time mat. Sometimes the calculations can be slightly off, but if that's right, and it is, he's averaging 46 kilometers an hour right now. So yeah, he's definitely going to be close to that time, which is phenomenal. And they did say, like, the roads are immaculate. Like,
yeah.
and there's undulation and there's 1,000 meters of elevation gain, but no real climbs. So a couple of times we've seen them break aero, even through the roundabouts, on any of the climbs. They basically haven't had to break aero, which
and honestly,
which is
some
huge.
of that might be deliberate, right? I mean, on a course like this where you can hold aero for the entire time, it's not a bad idea to force yourself to stand up, even if the topography doesn't demand it, right? To stretch out your back, change up the muscle groups, even if it's for 10, 15 seconds, to just stand up and engage differently before tucking back into aero. But I think absolutely, while the course doesn't demand it, your back will thank you by the end of the bike if you get up a few times out of aero.
Yeah, for sure. Well, he had to break aero there to take that sharp left-hand corner, but yeah, did it with ease. But here we go. We've got a split at 171.8 kilometer mark, averaging 46.15 through at this point in the race. So yes, 8 kilometers to go. So yeah, 10 minutes. Potentially.
Well, get ready for it, folks, down in transition, because you're watching history being made.
Yeah. So, yeah, 10 minutes would put him around, yeah, a 3:53, 3:54 bike split. So, yes, don't go away, because, yeah, in the next 10 minutes, you're going to see history here on the full gas bike course at IRONMAN Vitoria-Gasteiz. We'll take a short break and be right back.
Introducing the IRONMAN Pro Series Virtual Edition on Full Gas. Join athletes from across the globe as they conquer bike courses from the IRONMAN Pro Series. Challenge yourself, travel the world, and earn your exclusive finisher's medal. Push your limits and make your mark. Exclusively on Full Gas. Unleash your inner champion. Register now at fullgas.com.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
Catching back up with the man on fire on this full gas bike course. You're looking at Robert Callan, who is poised to make history here. Certainly set a course best bike split. How fast will it be? We're looking at the low 350s right now, which is just mind-blowing.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we'll wait till he crosses that timing map. But yeah, it's looking like it's going to definitely lower the course record by at least 5 or 6 minutes. Going by our estimations, but yeah, looking amazing. Again, we were just talking about the course, and yeah, it's not flat, but sometimes flat is actually hard because you never actually get to break your rhythm at all. You never get to break aero, and sometimes it actually wears you down. Whereas this seems to be just enough rolling that you're sort of changing your power. You may be going slightly above Ironman goal watts and then slightly below on the faster sections, and that's sometimes, and obviously for someone like Robert Callan, seems to suit him. And yeah, the hills have not slowed him down one bit.
Not at all, and of course the conditions on the day, there's just a whisper of wind. It really is not significant at all when you talk about 2 kilometers per hour. So that is nothing to these athletes, and just really ideal conditions. The temperatures, they are climbing. We're in the mid to high 70s right now, Fahrenheit, of course. If I was better, I would do the metric, but I'm not.
Low 20s.
There you go, low 20s. Thanks for the translation. And the humidity is up, but it has been dropping since the start of the race this morning. And really, really perfect conditions. And we're talking about perhaps posting one of the fastest bike splits across this distance of all time.
Yeah, which is amazing to think. And the way he's executed it, he didn't really come through till the latter half of the bike. He was there, obviously, but yeah, made a surge quickly to the front, but then was quite content to sort of sit with everyone and then really applied a lot of pressure when the group started to splinter. And yeah, just there and just made his move at the right time, and no one could react to that at all. So yeah, no, he's putting together an amazing bike split. And this, we'll just see how much he's got left in the tank for this 42.2 kilometer run. But yeah, except only raced once this year. I'm in Texas 5th. Got his Kona spot. Did his second best marathon, I think, a 2:54 in Texas. I'd say probably quite similar run course, quite flat. So if you could, I think he's going to need like a sub 250 if he's going to hold off the likes of, well, McNamee, Hogenhau, even. Like Hogenhau, like, he's really like a very similar runner, actually, but...
To Hogenhau.
Yeah, so Callan, Hogenhau. But then you've got McNamee and Weiss as well, who's currently able to go with the pace of Cam Worth. So, yeah, it's going to be exciting when they hit T2 very, very shortly.
Yeah, I mean, you also can't forget, and I'm looking up to see how far back he is, but Arthur Horsall, also a very strong runner, could move himself up very well.
Very strong
also,
runner. Yeah.
Super strong runner. He is also Kona qualified, so he is just running for glory and for points in the Pro Series. And you mentioned Benito Lopez, David McNamee, obviously Bradley Weiss. All great runners. So it'll be super interesting to see what Callan can put together on the day after a bike like this. I mean, it's kind of free money for Robert Callan right now because he has his slot locked up. Yes, there are points for the series, and yes, there's prize money, et cetera, but you can, when you have that World Championship slot tied up, you can execute differently. You can try different strategies and have them be, I'm going to use air quotes, not quite as risky as if you had more on the line in terms of having to have the day in order to get that Kona slot.
Yeah, totally agree. So Christian Hogenhau actually just came through the next split, 5:37 back. So actually riding very, very well and not losing that much time to the man on screen. Next, we want to see the next split come through, which could be Cam Worth. At this, no, it couldn't. There'll be Pedersen and then potentially Cam Worth come through. So we'll keep an eye on that split. But Robert Callan's going to be. He can sense the T2 is coming very, very close, and he's just going to keep that pressure on the pedals all the way to that timing mat, and we will get a split to you as soon as he does, and see what time this guy's going to post for the 180
Really incredible performance on the bike today from this man. It's absolutely astonishing.
Yeah, he hasn't looked like he's really strained either. So I'm hoping he's got some left in the tank, and he's really just executed his perfect bike. And yeah, I'm excited to see what this guy can put together in a marathon and give these other guys something to chase.
Well, definitely now into the city, making his way towards that city center where they have a pretty long run through transition, or sorry, along the red carpet until they get to transition. But certainly he will stop the clock at that dismount line, and we will all stand in awe of the performance that he's put out there today. Just extraordinary.
Yeah, no, he's definitely, his average speed might drop off a little bit here. He's got a little bit of more things to negotiate and a few more corners, but we're getting very, very close to hitting T2 in the next few minutes. So, yeah, definitely don't leave the coverage right now. This is, we want to see, you might be witnessing one of the best bike splits in triathlon ever. So this is Robert Callan on screen from Sweden, who really applied the pressure towards just after the 100-kilometre mark and managed to get a gap and really extend this lead throughout the last 60 or 70 kilometres. The only man that's been able to sort of go with this sort of pace is in second place right now in Christian Hogenhau from Denmark, who is one of the most aggressive racers I've seen race, and he's got to sort of hear from him earlier in an interview, and the best way, you know, to get the most out of himself is to just go to his limit. And that's when he finds his best. He just doesn't hold back. So he's going to have to today.
That's sort of a binary scenario there, right? Either it's going to be amazing and you're going to do things you've never done before, or it's going to backfire in a big way.
That's why, and I think that's how he races. And when he's come away with some podiums in Ironman, that's what he's done. He's put together some amazing bike races. So we're getting very, very close.
What's it going to be? What's it going to be? What's it going to be?
Unclip his feet from his shoes back into aero. He's obviously practiced this many, many times, making sure that he maintains that high average speed while he's figuring out how to get his feet out of his shoes. He'll unclip, get around this person crossing in front of him.
Recreational rider who has no idea what's going on.
No idea that he's doing 50 kilometers
He's just riding off to get his coffee.
Yeah.
Oh,
and then he'll unclip, he'll get his one foot out, he'll put it on top of the shoe, keep pedaling, get the speed back up, do the same to the other foot, and then he'll be ready to dismount cleanly and hand his bike off to one of the volunteer bike catchers before he makes his way into T2 to get his run bag and commence the Hoka run course.
And when we talk about some of the historic times, fastest bike splits across this distance, of course, we don't focus too much on that because distances, mount lines, dismount lines, etc. But we are looking at 3:54.59, 3:55.22, 3:57.45 as some of our fastest in history. And today it will be Robert Callan who dismounts, hands his bike off, and waiting for that split, 3:54.33.
Wow, amazing. That's some biking.
Yes.
Average speed of 45.94 kilometers an hour. So yes, like over 28 miles an hour average speed. So
and thanks to our friends at Wahoo Element Bolt for that split unofficially, or officially now, I guess, 3:54.33, which does put him unofficially at the fastest bike split in Ironman race history.
Amazing, DD. And how's he looking running into transition?
You know, I'm going to say the judgment zone, he's looking a little stiff. But he's got time to work it off. As you mentioned, there's a couple of ramps up, a couple of ramps down. I think he's going to work through this, grab his bag, and be off, and we'll see what he can do.
Yeah, no. Yeah, I'd be always reluctant to sit down because I'd maybe never get back up. But all these guys seem to utilize the bench. But yeah, quickly put on some socks. He's already got the compression wear on his calves. He's making pretty short work of this, and we'll be looking for the next split on the next athlete to see what sort of gap he's able to have created on Hogenhau.
Yeah, super, super impressive. You've just seen history being made. We'll see how he closes it out, if he can improve those marathon times. Again, that's somewhere where, compared to his competition, he's got some, I don't want to say some work to do, but he's got some strengthening to do with that run split to see what, if he can't put himself in a position to possibly be a podium contender at the Ironman World Championship. I mean, he's certainly got the bike legs for it. So
for sure, and the swim to go through. So yeah, he's definitely someone that you want to watch out for in Kona in October, because his swim will put him right in the thick of it. And here we are with Sam Laidlow. So, Dee, do you want to bring everyone up to speed on this one?
Oh, gosh, I almost forgot about this. Sam Laidlow was assessed a penalty back at, you're going to have to remind me, 69 kilometers.
Correct, yep.
The next penalty tent, which he was obligated to stop at, was at 72 kilometers. He failed to stop at that penalty tent. So he has been disqualified from the race, although he had not yet been notified. He will be notified here. We haven't been talking about him all race because of the disqualification. He does have the right to protest the disqualification. It finished the race and protest it in retrospect, but it's an uphill battle. But I don't believe that race officials have yet notified him, and certainly based on his actions here and how he's running through transition, he has not yet been told. I think he will be told as he makes his way here. Will be approached by a technical official who will inform him of the bad news. Here we go. Well, he's putting the shoes on. It doesn't indicate that he intends to stop.
Yeah. Do you think that was the official there?
It might have been.
It might, yeah. Yeah, we'll, as soon as we know, we will let you know. But out on course, Robert Callan of Sweden with an amazing bike split here today on the full gas bike course. And pretty slippery transition, DD, after riding that fast. And he's out onto the Hoka run course. There's 4 laps of 10.5 kilometers. And we will get a split on the next athlete to you as they come through, which is going to be Christian Høgenhaug of Denmark. And we're expecting at least 5 to 6 minutes.
Well, this is certainly interesting because there goes Sam Laidlow. Having been disqualified, it does appear that he is going to run and potentially protest that disqualification in retrospect, which to me is a curious strategy given the importance of validating his slot for the Ironman World Championship and his limited opportunity to do that again. Would you put a marathon in your legs knowing the fact that you still have to win a protest? If that's even...
No, because I wouldn't. They hurt too much.
Yeah,
they take... There's
too
one
much
thing
out of you.
recovering from a hard swim and bike, but a marathon is where really the muscle damage happens. Like if he stopped now, if he completely understands the situation and could stop right now and go, okay, I had a great swim bike workout, I'll do a long run tomorrow, and then I'll get signed up for Frankfurt in 4 weeks. But yeah, I'm you can hear it in my voice. I'm a bit confused, but we'll see. We'll see if we can find some more information out. But he does have the option to protest it, but I'd be surprised if that was overturned. But we'll find out soon enough.
Well, we sure will. The other part of the problem, I guess he's going to have to rely on that protest because now in looking at the pro schedule on the Ironman Pro membership website, Frankfurt is actually closed as well. So if his name is not on that Frankfurt list, he is locked out of any opportunity in the future. With Lake Placid next week, the last qualifying slot for the Men's World Championship being Frankfurt, he is out of opportunities. I know he is not on the Lake Placid list, and my guess would be he's likely not on the Frankfurt list either, although that list has not yet been made public.
Wow, that's some drama. And here we have Christian Høgenhaug. Managed to dip under the 4-hour mark as well, 3:59.49 going under Cam Worth's 2022 bike course record, but still losing about 5 minutes to Robert Callan. But amazing bike ride by Christian Høgenhaug, who didn't have the best swim for him, but managed to ride himself into second overall today, 5:50 behind our leader, Robert Callan. So let's see how much gap he's managed to pull on the likes of his fellow countrymen, and as well Cam Worth and the runners maybe.
He looks like in the judgment zone. He looks good. He's striding well. He looks strong. Doesn't look to my eye even as stiff as Robert Callan did. So he looks fantastic. So hopefully he can put together a good marathon as well.
Yeah, and look, he's one of these guys that just will bury himself to see what he's capable of doing. And yeah, good transition, out smoothly. Yeah, this ramp's got to tickle a little bit after riding a sub 4-hour bike split. But I've left of screen, we have our men's leader, Robert Callan. And on our right, we have second place on course, Christian Høgenhaug.
And we saw there right of screen, Hogan Haug dropped something, was able to bend over, pick it up, and the fact that he stood up as elegantly as he did, I'd say his legs are feeling okay.
That's good, and his back's good, and nothing cramped, so they're all good signs. He's moving quite well. He's ticking along quite nicely. Callan's like, I don't like to use stride as a cadence as an indication of how you're running, but he's definitely a little bit more lopey.
Well,
like
talk about length of bone.
He's quite tall. But here on Hogan Haug, looks like he's found his rhythm quite quickly.
Yeah, very, very good. And still waiting for the rest of the chasers to make it off of the bike. So 2 men right now out on this run course. Some of the good runners, some of the fastest runners in the field still yet to dismount the bike. We'll be looking for the likes of Arthur Horsaw, certainly David McNamee, Bradley Weiss, some of our really, really good runners in the field. So see what their time gaps are and what they can do to reel these guys in.
So we have a small update. So Lalo was informed of his disqualification in T2 and informed that he will be planning on protesting after he finishes. So, yeah, well, for all you viewers out there, we get to watch Sam Laidlow run a marathon and then the drama will continue. So, yeah, it's a very exciting race here and interesting to see how this all shakes out. And it might not shake out
for days after.
Bit,
yeah. I mean, there's got to be, we'll get some information on what is involved with the protest and what steps have to be taken, and we will keep you abreast. But right now, we're going to focus more on these athletes who have not been disqualified and see how this race shakes out.
Yeah. So yeah, we won't be able to. There'll be no tracking information for Sam, unfortunately. But I'm sure there'll be snippets of him on the course on this tight multi-lap run course. But left of screen, we have our men's leader, Robert Callan, who leads second place on the run right now, Hogan Haug, and has about 5.5 minute lead in the early stages of the men's marathon. So exciting stuff, DD. So the women are through 1:57 kilometre mark. At the 1:44 time check, it was, the 1:52.2 kilometre. We had Ruth Astle moving to the front with Kat Matthews 3 seconds back. Another 3 seconds behind her, Els Visser. And then there's small gap starting to happen between Danielle Lamel. She's a further 8 seconds back, and Stephanie Clutterbuck, who's sitting 3 seconds behind Lamel. So still very, very close with only 28 kilometres left to go in the women's ride.
And Ruth Astle to the front, at least by our eye, for the first time all day.
Yeah, and if you're going to hit the front, that's the time to do it, I guess. Like it's just been sort of pacing herself. And look, she knows she doesn't quite have the running in her legs. She's coming back from a long-term injury with calf and Achilles. But look, as you said, like if you're not running that much, you can really work on your swim and bike. And sometimes that bike fitness really...
Well, let's talk about your Ironman win.
When I couldn't run.
Yeah.
Yeah, I ran for 6 weeks, but I was riding a lot.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's true. It's absolutely true. If you can get yourself healthy, the lack of running sometimes enables you to really put in the big bike volume and intensity and recover and absorb that and really improve your biking, which then leaves you more in the tank when you hit T2 and you can tap into that run potential. So
there you go.
Yeah.
You heard it from an Ironman champion who did it just that way.
It can sometimes work. So yes, and here we are, our next athlete in. We have the next Dane across the line.
Matthias Peterson.
Who's put together, he's held on really, really strong in this latter stage. And he's 11:55 back, but about, 6 minutes behind his fellow countryman Hogan Haug. So we're going to probably see Camworth and maybe Lopez, Weiss and McNamee come in to T2 very, very shortly, and then we'll know what we have on our hands in terms of race and what spots on the podium are up for grabs.
Also of note, for some of these men who are looking for those qualifying slots, we can take the disqualification of Sam Laidlow sort of off the charts because he wasn't going to take a slot anyway. He was only going to validate. So whether or not he is reinstated after a protest is irrelevant to the proceedings at hand. Nobody else is. Whether or not they know about the disqualification or not is irrelevant because he wasn't necessarily going to factor in terms of Kona slots.
So right now on the road, Christian Hogenhau is the only athlete that hasn't got a Kona spot. And now we're seeing Cam Worth, Lopez, Weiss. Oh, no, they've lost Cam.
I was going to say
Cam
McNamee.
Worth, yeah.
Where's McNamee? Not in this mix, but certainly Worth, Benito Lopez, and Bradley Weiss. And looking in the background there to see if we see David McNamee.
Yeah, and so Hogenhau doesn't have a Kona spot. Pedersen does. Cam Worth does. Lopez does not. Weiss does not. McNamee is in now. He lost 35 seconds to Weiss in those closing stages, but he'll be in transition at the same time. They'll be leaving as he's sort of getting there, so I think he'll be okay with that as long as, here he comes. And this guy, if he's on form, I think he ran a 2:34, 2:35 at Italy last year. But
which was like incredibly good for second place and not a qualifying slot. There was only one slot available for the men at that race, so to turn in that kind of performance and still come up short is pretty wild. But if we look down some of the run splits for David McNamee, and then we talk about the conditions on the day. It is humid. It's not quite as hot as some had feared, but it is humid. You said 2:34.50 at Ironman Italy, 2:46 at St. George Ironman World Champs, and you think about that course and the challenges there. 2:42 Ironman Frankfurt. So this guy has the goods to put together a great run.
Yeah, I think if he gets off the bike and he's got a sniff of that podium, Dave's he's a really good. Can really lock on, and he's the sort of guy that can even split a marathon as well. He doesn't get carried away in those first kilometers. He sort of builds into it and gets stronger if he's on, and hopefully today he is, because there's 4 guys really going for those 3 Kona slots, and it's going to be interesting to see how it shakes out. But back with our men's leader, Robert Callan, put together an amazing bike split, 3:54. And he's moving quite nicely in the early stages of the run as we shoot back to Kat Matthews, who's driving the women's race right now. So plenty of action here. It's all heating up. Men onto the run, women in the closing stages of the bike. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this short commercial break.
Your new vehicle, Mr. Lawrence, the VinFast VF8.
All the latest tech?
Precisely.
Whoa!
Cut. Great delivery, Joey.
I've had a lot of practice saying that word. It's pretty cool, huh?
The VinFast?
Yeah. It's got
action.
402 horsepower.
All-wheel drive.
Over-air updates and a 10-year unlimited miles battery warranty.
Yes, but
15-inch infotainment screen.
Cut. None of those lines are in the script, Joey.
I just think people are really going to want to know those things.
That's what the website's for, Joey.
Back to the action here as our professional men's chasers make their way through T2 and set off on to this Hoka run course. It is time to fly, human fly, but our women still have several kilometers left on the bike. Ruth Astle in the lead with Kat Matthews. Els Visser is 6 seconds back, and just a little bit of daylight to Daniela Blymel and Steph Clutterbuck at 14 and 17 seconds back. So just a little bit of separation from our women, still largely together, but that group of four, once they swept up Clutterbuck, has largely stayed together. But now Kat Matthews driving the pace, looking to establish a little separation, perhaps before she gets back to transition.
Yeah, and she's just trying to sort of, get a bit of gap, as you said, and put a little bit more pressure, hurt some of the other ladies' legs. But yeah, look, Ruth Astle, she's got stronger and stronger, it seems, from the bike, and yeah, for her to hit the front and apply some pressure of her own. Obviously feeling pretty good today on the bike, and building into this nicely after a year away from racing. So yeah, I'm sure in the back of her mind she's still a little worried. Will her Achilles hold up? But yeah, it's not holding her back on the bike, that's for sure.
No, certainly not. And you know, again, I just love the attitude of gratitude, so to speak, and that she's just happy to be out here racing, really enjoying the hurt out there. She's had some frustrating heartbreak, was set to race in Mallorca and was feeling good about the calf, and then fell ill, and then the calf flared again, and so it's been a lot of stop and start, which certainly can be super duper frustrating.
Absolutely. So we have, just to recap, we've got Robert Callan led off the bike, 550 back, Christian Hogenhal. 11.55, Matthias Petersen, also of Denmark. And then we had Cam Worth come in next, Bradley Weiss. And these were all just 1 minute behind Petersen. So then McNamee sort of was the last of that group. And then a few minutes back behind there is Pim van Diemen. At 16.50, and Arthur Horso, one of probably if not the best runner in the field, at 17 minutes. So he's actually already got a Kona spot, but interesting to see if he can get back into the top 5.
As we look at the headgear that went onto the head of Perrion there, it looks like. Let's talk a little bit about what that is. It's a cooling device that's meant to take some of the heat off the forehead. We know certainly when you get cold that putting a hat on can do a lot to preserve warmth. So by putting this device onto your forehead, it takes some of the heat away from your forehead. It's got to be wet in order for it to work, but certainly splash it every aid station you go through with a bit of water, and they actually do really, really work.
Have you tried one?
I have tried one.
Oh, well, there you go.
There you go.
Yeah, well, it is getting a little bit warmer. I think you said it's high 70s, so yeah, mid 20s Celsius, I guess. So definitely warm. Humidity's dropped off a little bit, but still around 60%. So definitely pretty humid, but bearable. As we watch Callan here, looking very smooth along this flat and fast Hoka run course. At 4 laps, 10.5 kilometers each lap. So, and lots of turns, DD. So they're going to get to see each other quite a lot on this run course.
And looking back to, whoopsie daisy, back into transition outside of the top 10. Villavietki is now in off the bike. He sits at about 20 minutes back alongside, sorry, my computer just got angry with me. That is alongside Sten Gostowers, as well as James Teagle, who we saw come in off of the bike. So top 13 men off the bike now, and off onto the Hoka run course.
And here we are with Christian Hogenhal. Second fastest bike split today, just snuck under the 4-hour mark. But yeah, seems to have found his stride pretty early. Definitely pushed the pace on the bike and was quite aggressive and tried to sort of close the gap to Robert Callan, but Callan just too strong today, and it managed to pull about a 5-minute lead over the gentleman on screen. But yeah, very varied terrain. Of course, got some gravel in there. You've got some road sections as well, but I'm sure they're appreciating the shady section of this part of the run course. But Hogan Howe looking pretty good right now at the early stages of this Hoka run course.
Yeah, I've just asked our spotters too about Ruben Zapuntki. I have not seen him come in off the bike. We know he sort of had a little bit of an implosion in the late stages there of the bike. The fact that he is not off the bike has me somewhat alarmed. So have asked our spotters down in transition if they know what his status is. Obviously, his day had shifted and gone somewhat sideways, but we'll try to get an update there. The other thing that I have learned is that the protest process, and this is the last we'll talk about Sam Laidlow until after the race. For those just tuning in, he was assessed a drafting penalty, did not stop at the next aid station, did not stop at the next penalty tent, and therefore was disqualified from the race. He was notified of the disqualification by a technical official in T2. He acknowledged that and said that he intended to protest it. The protest process, he notified the referee that he plans to protest it and meet with a competition committee on site, and that resolution will be arrived at today. So it could take anywhere from 1 to several hours, but it will be a competition committee that hears his protest and makes that ultimate decision. So we will have an answer today. He is out on the course, but you will not be getting splits, and we will keep you abreast of the process after it happens. So you'll have to watch the socials to see how that pans out, because the race will obviously be clearly over by the time he has made that argument. But that is what the process is. He will make his plea in front of a competition committee here on site, and the decision will be made today.
Well, thank you, Dee. Absolutely, it's not going to be over straight away. We're not going to know exactly what's going to unfold, but yes, definitely adds a little bit more spice to the racing today. But as we see some of our other male pros coming in to T2 to finish the full gas bike course, but on shot is our Uber biker who rode a 3:54 today on the full gas bike course. An amazing bike ride and a course record. And we'll be coming right back with the later stages of the women's bike. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
Open up the sky, 'cause I'm coming up to you. So send down your wings and let them bring me to you. You know I'm standing at the station, ready to go. Oh, big old aeroplane, I'm trusting your soul. Get on up, big bear.
Here's Elizabeth in the middle of the perfect workout for her. To create it, we analyzed her biometrics and genetics, her recovery rate, injury risk, and aerobic potential, her recent training sessions, the temperature, humidity, and elevation, the demands of her next race, and billions of data points from athletes just like her. With TriDot, Elizabeth gets faster. And what does she have to do?
I just opened TriDot and did my workout.
TriDot. We do the technology, you do the training.
Back to the action here as our professional men continue to stream into T2. It is Robert Callan who leads our race with the Dane Christian Hogenhaug in second place. In our women's race, as they close out the full gas bike course, it's Ruth Astle, Kat Matthews, Els Visser, Daniela Blymel, and Steph Clutterbuck are lead 5 with a chase group of 4 that includes Jana Uderstadt, Katharina Wolf, Simone Mitchell, and Elisabetta Corridori. In our women's race, we will see them in transition in, I don't know, a handful of minutes. But right now it is our pro men taking stage on this incredibly exciting Hoka marathon course with these insane crowds and fans out there supporting them every step of the way.
Yeah, we were warned about how good the crowd support was going to be, Dee, and yeah, it looks like it's starting to really build. Yeah, the energy down there sounds fantastic for these athletes. And yeah, multi-lap course, 4 laps of this Hoka run course, so they're going to get plenty of cheers along the way. So currently we're seeing Robert Callan go through the 4.7 kilometre mark and holding pretty much the same pace as Christian Hogenhau at 5:38 back, but very, very similar runnings. Waiting to see the chase group come through the 4.2 kilometre mark, and that's where we'll see. But if there's any changes in position, Brad Weiss had moved up 1 position at last check by passing Cam Worth, who had led him into transition only by a handful of seconds. So yeah, it's definitely getting interesting, and the time gaps are not such that it's over. There's plenty of racing to go, and all these positions could change completely in the next 40 kilometres.
Oh yeah, no doubt about it, and it always gets me, you know, sitting here in the commentary booth. We've spent so much time talking about the incredible Robert Callan, who is just so dominant, so great, solid in the swim, so dominant on the bike. And by the end of the day today, it could be an entirely different human being at the front of this race, even though it just seems like he was so untouchable on the bike. But there's so much racing yet to come and so many things that can happen with all of the kilometers left to go.
Yeah, I like how he's pacing this so far. Hasn't gone out crazy. He knows he's got a big lead, and you've got to remember his best marathon is a 2:52. Yep. So he's gone out at about 4-minute kilometre pace, which is a 2:48 marathon, and that would be a PR for him. Might be enough to win it. But if he goes out at a 2:42, he might blow up to a three-hour marathon, and then he might even fall off the podium. So
it takes such control and such courage to do, and it's the one thing, and I get angry at him when he says it, that my husband always says, is I leave to you to race your race. Yeah. Hit your pace. And in this particular case, if you try to swing for the fences, you could end up 10th or 12th. Whereas if he just races smart and to his pacing strategy, he could still wind up on the podium. He could still win the race. Depends on what's going on behind him, but he's certainly put the pressure on the guys that follow to run their best in order to reel him in. Yeah, no, this is a very controlled start to the run, and I think this is how you get his sub 250 marathon, which is what he'll need. And Hogenhau, again, very similar. They're running very, very similar pace, 4:17 and 4:14 respectively through this section of the course. But yeah, Hogenhau, very similar runner. I want to say off the top of my head around a 2:50, I think, is the fastest he's run as well. So very, very similar. So these guys have put themselves in good position. Hogenhau is in a great position to get his Kona spot. There's 3 available today. Callan already has 1. So yeah, he just needs to be controlled. Don't know if he's thinking about Kona spot or he's probably thinking about winning the race right now. But if he wins it, he'll get his Kona spot. So yeah, at the moment he's just doing all the right things to get him through to manage this early stages of the run. And the women tackling that last timing mat will be there momentarily, and we will get an update to see if that lead group of 5 has stayed together. It seemed like the elastic was getting a little bit stretched, but we'll see how that pans out. And when we talk about the incredible performance of Robert Callan and the fact that he already has his Kona qualifying slot, he got that at Memorial Hermann Ironman Texas earlier this year. And for over 10 years, the Athlete's Choice Award for the best run course experience in North America because I think today's course might give it a run for its money here in Europe. But in North America, the athlete's choice for the best run course has been offered to the Memorial Hermann Ironman Texas. This epic season opener will test your limits and push you to new highs in a destination filled with distinctive charm, natural beauty, and an epic finish line vibe. Athletes will start their journey in the woodlands with a 2.4-mile swim at a spectator-friendly lined lake swim. They will cruise for 112 miles on mostly closed roads that embrace the Texas faithful on one of the most spirited 26.2-mile runs in North America. Come see what you're made of at the Memorial Hermann Ironman North American Championship, Texas, part of the VinFast North America Series. Come and take it.
And this man on screen, he knows that course very well. He got 5th this year and got his Kona slot. He rode a 4:03 bike split there and then ran a 2:54.16 to come away with that 5th place. Right now, he's leading the IRONMAN Vitoria-Gasteiz run course, and at the moment got around a 5-minute lead on Danish athlete Christian Hogenhal.
As we take a look down at the bottom of your screen at our Morton T2 ticker, which will give you some of the splits on our athletes as they make their way through that second transition. So thanks to our friends at Morton for keeping us abreast of some of these time gaps as our professional men go through T2 as we take a look at our 3 fastest transition times. Number 1 belonging to Christian Hogenhaug at 1:41, and then Jacoby at 1:43, and Toldi out of Brazil at 1:49. So there are your fastest transition times thanks to our friends at Morton.
A little bit of an update on the run course, going through 4.7 kilometers. Now, Matthias Peterson has come through in 3rd place, 11 minutes back on our leader, Robert Callan. And then we have Antonio Benito Lopez, who's pushed his way into 4th, 11:06, so he's just 6 seconds behind Peterson. Bradley Weiss, 28 seconds behind Lopez. And McNamee, after losing a little bit of time at the end of the bike, has managed to get within 9 seconds of Bradley Weiss. So he's managed closing up on one of his good friends, and they're going to try and close the gap on the Spaniard. Cam Worth, still in the race, 7th, 2:15 back, but has lost about 1:15 to the pace of Lopez, Weiss, and McNamee.
And waiting for our women's splits to update at 171.8 kilometers. They're actually at 174, so we're just waiting for those to flow through. But here we are. It's Ruth Astle, and by the looks of it, Kat Matthews, who have distanced themselves from Els Visser, unless she's on the front. But it looks like Els Visser is back a bit, as well as Steph Clutterbuck and Daniela Blymel.
Yeah, Ruth Astle really doing it more than her fair share of work on the front now. Kat Matthews definitely been aggressive and tried to push the pace a few times in the last third of this bike course, but yeah, oh, here we go. No, we can see Visser. Yeah, Visser's,
Visser's
she's there. Yeah, so some really strong riding here. So Blumel looks like she's lost a bit of time, as so Stephanie Clutterbuck. So we'll get a time check and see how much they've actually lost as Matthews comes back round and starts putting on the pressure, and Ruth Astle just has to let it go by. It's back
funny,
12 meters and then just settle back in.
Yeah, it's funny because Kat Matthews was playing a little bit of cat and mouth with Els Visser there for a while, who was putting in some surges, and then Kat would answer, and now it's Ruth Astle who is sort of, I don't want to say poking the bear, but going back and forth here to keep the pressure on here in the closing kilometers of this full gas bike course.
Yeah, no, they're definitely not holding back over these closing kilometers, but we're at, excuse me, 175 kilometers in the women's, so 5 kilometers left, 7 minutes, 7.5, 8 minutes max until they get to T2.
And again, when we look back at course best for this bike course, it belongs to Els Visser from 2023 with 4:41.17. So we'll see what these women are able to turn in today. again, we talk about some of these course best splits that they're somewhat irrelevant in these athletes' minds. I mean, perhaps some bonuses, some bragging rights attached to them, perhaps. But for the most part, these athletes have their eyes on the bigger prize, being the $125,000 prize purse, the very valuable Pro Series points, and of course the qualifying slots for the athletes that don't have them. In this particular case for the women, Steph Clutterbuck, Ruth Astle, and going all the way down to Jana Uderstad, I believe, currently sitting in the 3rd place slot grabber, if that's good English, if things remain unchanged, which at this stage of the race they most definitely shall not.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's definitely these races are very, very close. I was honestly expecting at this point of the race that it'd be like it all would have blown apart and they'd be riding a couple of minutes apart, but you've still got 3 women really just pushing the pace in these closing kilometres, and it looks like they're going to come into transition together as we watch another one of our male competitors finish off his bike and make his way to get his run gear bag to make his way onto the Hoka run course.
This is Julian Diaz Rodriguez from Spain, so he is a local athlete, so the Spanish fans giving him an extra warm welcome into T2.
Yeah, he's enjoying definitely the local support there. As we're back here with men's leader, Robert Callan, who, yeah, on that corner looked
it could have been the corner.
It could have just been the corner. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt, but that looked like he'd just ridden a 354 bike split.
Yeah,
and that's how I don't blame him. Amazing, but no, he's I don't know. I think he's looking pretty smooth. The splits will tell us more, but yeah, right now he's moving all right. But yeah, when you start looking around, I feel like there's something maybe going on. So
yeah, the stride just like he's got a lot of leg.
Yeah.
Right. He's a long-legged dude, which enables him with those big levers to push those big watts on the bike. He's naturally going to have a somewhat slower turnover on the run, and as you said, you don't like to necessarily use that as a metric for running, but he does look a little bit slower just because of the length of limb that he's got to turn over. But I think if we compare him from kilometer 2 to now, kilometer wherever he's at, 8 or 9, it does look like he's just not getting quite as much distance per stride, and the cadence is dropping down a little bit. But maybe he's just settling in. But yeah, starting to see a very little bit of degradation. Very little bit. I'm not worried.
No.
But a little bit.
He's still got time. Like, yeah, well, the split, Hogenhout just came through 5:11 back. So he's taking
30 seconds-ish?
Yeah, a few seconds, like that last section, 7 seconds per kilometre faster, which, yeah, that's not that much. He's just under 4-minute kilometre pace.
But you look further back at Antonio Benito Lopez, who was running 350s, Bradley Weiss 350s, David McNamee 345s, and that's where some of those time gaps are going to start to. We're going to see some changes, some movement happening here in our lineup for our professional men.
Yeah, no, things are going to change up, and probably not until end of lap 2. Probably.
And in our women's race, that split at 171.8 kilometers has updated. Kat Matthews and Ruth Astle, we saw with the back and forth. They are alone at the lead. They have dropped Daniela Bleimel and Els Visser, who now sit at 35 and 37 seconds back. And Steph Clutterbuck with a really rough patch there through the last 20-plus kilometers. She now sits at 2:24 back. So that's a little rough for Steph Clutterbuck, but hopefully she's topping up that nutrition and getting herself ready to run a marathon, because still a lot to race for Steph Clutterbuck.
Yeah, like 2:24, maybe that blows out. Maybe she's 4 minutes to the end of the bike. But still, like what a great debut bike, and we've still got a marathon to go, and who knows what she can do. Yeah, she's executed a very, very mature race, and she went with it as long as she could.
Yep.
And look, you got Kat Matthews, who's medalist at World Championships driving it.
Oh, sure. I mean, so you look at, I mean, she's an extraordinary company, But my only point is that's a big, the fact that she held on for so long and was holding pace to give up 2 minutes and 24 seconds and 20 kilometers is
The band broke.
kind of a lot.
The band broke.
Yeah.
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 Yeah, it is. It's just hopefully, where you hemorrhage time is when you can't hold aero anymore and you just because you've got nothing left. And that's when you do lose a lot of time. I don't think she's at that point, but there's only, she's only got 8 kilometers of riding.
Well, we
left,
saw a
if
couple
not-
of bonks in the men, so
We
hopefully
did.
it's not that.
We did see that. But yeah, just got to get to that T2.
Yep.
She's in a great position. She's like at the moment in a great spot to get that Kona spot if she can put together just a really solid marathon. Do you know what she has run for the age when she raced age group marathon? I don't think I managed to see that. I know her background is rowing and swimming, and I know she's a decent runner, but I'm not sure if she. So anyway, put you on the spot, DD. To
Yeah, you're
do
putting
some
me on the
research.
spot.
But it's just interesting to know what she actually, because she obviously did this course last year as an age grouper. So
She did, and on this course, she ran 3:26:10 a year ago.
okay, well there you go. Let's see what happens this year. But here we are following the final kilometres of the women's bike here with Ruth Astle on shot. But don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this short commercial break to bring them into T2.
Beyond the finish lines, our commitment goes the extra mile. We are the IRONMAN Foundation. We've given back more than $55 million to support our mission of leaving a positive impact throughout race communities. Without our amazing athletes, volunteers, and givers, we wouldn't be where we are today. Together, let's continue this journey of impact. Join the IRONMAN Foundation and be a part of something extraordinary.
And looking at our pro men's race leader, this is Robert Callan leading our professional men's race. He's enjoying some of this crowd support. He looked over to some of the outdoor diners there, gave a little acknowledgement, which to me says he's still very much mentally with it, which is a good sign.
Yeah, no, he's moving fine through here. Like, he's just got to find his own pace. He's got time up his sleeve. But yeah, we'll see how this rolls out and get a split through this next checkpoint and see what sort of gap he's got.
Of course, we talked at the top of the show about this unique and historic city, and overlooking this historic city is the imposing cathedral, one of two, but the Cathedral of Santa Maria, which dates back to the 13th century. Whilst undergoing restoration, many medieval tombs and artifacts were discovered. These discoveries have helped to fuel the cathedral's haunted reputation, Joe. From cold spots to ghostly sightings to eerie shadows and spooky noises, the cathedral's paranormal legends have flourished, with many tourists now visiting the city to catch a glimpse of the ghostly monk who is allegedly inhabited the Cathedral of Santa Maria. So we'll have to check that one out and see if we see some ghosts.
For sure.
See if you see dead people.
Robert Callan might be seeing some dead people
I
right
see
now.
dead people. I see dead people.
I feel like he's starting to feel the pinch a little bit, yeah. I don't know. It's really so deceptive because he's so tall and lanky. It's
Yes.
really hard to know how he's feeling.
Well, that's why I'm trying to create a mental note to myself of what he looked like at the start and how that's progressing. You know, I thought for a minute, ooh, boy, maybe not looking as good, but really not looking bad. That's what I'm going to give him right now.
I feel like I did actually get to watch him race when he did Ironman Sweden a few years ago. And he let off the bike, and I feel like he got to about 15 kilometers. And this was one of his first ever Ironman events. And then, yeah, he just really started to feel the pinch. But, yeah, like he's moving well. Like he still looks relaxed. His
pace
still
is
focused.
slowed. That last segment was 4.5 minute Ks. I think he had set out at 4 minute Ks. So definitely feeling the grind a little bit. And like I am the last person that's going to judge someone's ability to run. But when you see that sort of pace degradation in the first 10K, it's not ideal.
No.
It's not ideal. But again, this is a race this is a air quotes free race for him to play with. Has his World Championship slot locked in. And while every second does matter for the Ironman Pro Series, he can do some experimenting, and certainly he put on display what is possible in terms of his bike fitness. If he can just back that up with a solid run, maybe he pushed the bar a little too far on the bike, but still running strong in first place, and he's 4:53 ahead of Christian Hogenhaug, who at least was holding closer to that 4 minute K pace. And of course, our runners coming from behind, looking at David McNamee, Antonio Benito Lopez, and Bradley Weiss trying to make a move. Matthias Peterson also running pretty strong in there as well. So some changes happening.
Yeah, there are some changes. This next split at 10.2, McNamee's on a bit of a charge, moving up onto Antonio Benito Lopez's shoulder. I bet he's just running a little bit faster right now. So Dave's, is moving pretty well right now through this section of the course. But yeah, still very close. Cam Worth dropped off a little bit, but Brad, Matthias and McNamee and Lopez are all within like a minute and a half. Well, no less, sorry. Yeah. 35 seconds.
Update from down in transition. If you are following and cheering along men's bib number 38, Jean-Claude Basset. Unfortunately, we regret to inform you that he is a DNF on the day. So Jean-Claude fans, we will see him fight another day. As we watch our women's race leader, it is Ruth Astle into transition first. How patient was Ruth Astle through the opening 4/5 of this bike course, and then really went sort of tit for tat with Kat Matthews there, and now will be the first woman off of the bike, waiting for that split to update for race leader Ruth Astle.
Well, Achilles and calf held up all right. That's always the first thing, is stepping off that bike and how it's going to be. Yeah, she's moving pretty well.
Good foot speed there, not even a hint of a limp.
No.
Yeah.
No, it's good sign so far for Ruth Astle, and to finish off a bike that strongly and put a gap on Kat.
She's only 7 seconds ahead of Kat, so let's
but
not.
Still,
exactly.
It's a psychological blow. So yeah, Wahoo Element Bolt official time for Ruth Astle, 4:29.54 for the 112-mile, 180-kilometer bike.
And both women beating our course best that was previously held by Els Visser at 4:41.17. So another extraordinary performance from our women on the bike today, not just the men, showing us how it's done. The women, extraordinary bike splits today. And cheers to Ruth Astle, who's had a really rough go of it the past several months after a 12th place finish at the Ironman World Championship. She's really struggled to get herself together, battling injury up and down, calf and Achilles flares. So great to see her back and so dominant. We'll see what she can do on this run as we watch Daniela Blymel, who I'm going to say that's a little bit of a grimace, not a smile, as she makes her way down this ramp. It's a downhill ramp, so that's a little unfair for race organizers. But look at them like chit-chatting here, good friends.
They're gonna have a cup of tea.
Talking about how it's going, and I think both women pretty chuffed with their performances so far. Kat Matthews I believe racing as conservatively as she can to get the job done here after the disqualification at Hamburg. She's looking to re-establish her position, perhaps on top of the leaderboard in the Pro Series, but do it without much of a detriment. She's got some other races in short order coming up here. And of course, Ruth Astel's goal is to get that qualifying slot for the Nice World Championships and get her first points on the board for the year. So hoping that calf and Achilles for both of these women holds up. I think Kat's injury is more in the rearview mirror and less of a concern than it is for Ruth Astel. But here the two Brits head out together onto the Hoka Marathon course.
Yeah, that was great to see. Obviously, good friends. I know they did a few pre-race swims together and checked out the course. And yeah, obviously both representing Great Britain. But yeah, that was a very friendly T2 transition by these two. And yeah, I feel like Kat even nearly waited for Ruth so they could run out together. I'm not sure how long they'll run together, but this is a pretty special moment for both of them.
Yeah, and again, my internal dialogue wants to plead with Ruth Astel to be conservative. Don't try necessarily to go with Kat Matthews here. The excitement, hey, if she's feeling good and can put together a great marathon, I just don't put her in the same camp as Kat Matthews when it comes to running. So she's just got to sort of close her eyes to Kat Matthews and let Kat do Kat things and focus on getting herself to the finish line. Again, as Davey G would advise, race your race, Ruth Astel, and you will have everything you wanted from this day, securing that qualifying slot. But don't get sucked in by Kat Matthews.
No, she's a really nice mover. Though she's just very economical, good position, relaxed up body, good rotation. Yeah, she looks very economical the way she moves. And just take note right now because I think she's moving really, really well. We'll just see every lap at that same spot and see how she goes.
Here is Steph Clutterbuck in off of the bike, led the race for so very long. She comes in to transition 3 minutes 12 back of Ruth and Kat, and just about 2 minutes 10 back of Els Visser and Daniela Blymel. Sorry, Els was a minute back. Steph is 3:12 back, and Daniela Blymel alone at 50 seconds back. So the women spread out a little bit. Although here comes Els Visser back on Daniela Blymel.
Yeah, okay. No, it's a really close race. I just wonder, like, obviously every second matters. Since I've been watching this year, everything it does. Yes. Everything's tightened up. Like the 70.3s, the Ironmans, they are really close.
Had we been just complacent before, saying, "Hey, I'm here. It doesn't really matter"? Are we really? We're really embracing the every second matters.
We really are, because Ironman have put on an amazing series and a great concept, and I don't know if it's just in the back of their minds but the racing is just you can throw a blanket over the top 5 men and women like it's crazy, and they've been racing for already like nearly 5 hours. Yeah, 5.5 hours. So yeah. Crazy.
And boy, Kat Matthews moving really well. I like her turnover. I like the strength of her stride. She looks great.
Yeah, no, it looks super relaxed. Seems to have found a rhythm really quickly, which is hard to do after holding TT position for what was it, 4:29? What amazing bike split, by the way. But yeah, looks super smooth and just going about her work.
Els Visser, again, super impressive. She looks great. She gave up a little bit of time at the end of the bike that might call into question how recovered she is from a race just a week ago, but is off and running, has gone past Danielle Blymel and sits in 3rd place currently.
And an update in the men's 11.3 kilometers. So Robert Callan still leads our men. Christian Hogenhau 4:40, so taking a little bit of time. But what we're seeing is at Antonio Benito Lopez, 8 minutes, McNamee on his shoulder, and Bradley Weiss just behind. So it's really, action's really holding up here. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this short commercial break.
Hey man, do you have a non-alcoholic beer that
actually tastes good? I think you mean athletic.
Excuse me? Do you have that great non-alcoholic beer?
I'll 7.
Found it.
Do you have a favorite non-alcoholic beer on the menu?
Athletic it is.
She's funny.
Back to the action here, watching your women's race leader. This is Kat Matthews. Ruth Astle was the first off the bike into transition, but Kat had a quick turnaround and has seized the lead in our women's race. She was patient on the bike to a certain extent and was really the first aggressor, starting at about 110 kilometers. Started to reel in and make the move to catch Steph Clutterbuck and really drove the pace, pulling only in the end Ruth Astle along with her, leaving behind Daniela Blymel and Els Visser, and now it becomes a foot race through 1 kilometer. It's Kat Matthews who's put 14 seconds into Ruth Astle just in this first kilometer. Els Visser at 1:16 back, and Daniela Blymel at 1:23 back. So our women pretty well bunched up here. This group of 4 being super familiar with each other after several hours. We're looking right now at 5.5 hours worth of racing where they have all been pretty much together.
Yeah, and it wasn't for lack of trying. They all had their go at the front and tried to get away, and they really couldn't until it sort of separated a little bit over those last few kilometres. But I'm liking that Kat's actually got away now, so Ruth can just focus on her and run her pace, because as we've mentioned a few times now,
as she checks her watch on cue.
Yeah, like has not raced, well, finished an Ironman since Kona last year. And been dealing with a niggle injury, a chronic injury of a calf Achilles. So, but Kat, just, such a nice mover. Like, she can see why that she's a 2-time medalist at the World Championships. Just really does everything right to move along across the ground really nicely.
And really just waiting so patiently and with such persistence and determination to have her day at the Ironman World Championship. She hasn't had it yet. Obviously, 2 years ago, the injury took her out. Last year, she was so great and showed so much promise in Lochte, and then just couldn't get the job done at the Ironman World Championship. Really kind of left her on the back foot a little bit and scratching her head, and I don't know what happened. But now back and gonna take another swing at it in Nice, and I think just literally chomping at the bit to get out there and have her day at an Ironman World Championship.
Yeah, well, she's really putting together an amazing season so far and really showing some fantastic form. And obviously the bike has come together really nicely, and just moving really well on the run. And she's setting up for a really good day here, and obviously early days, but right now just looking great.
And Robert Callan still clicking it over. Again, by my eye, I think that stride length has shortened just a little bit. But still in control of the lead. He's now 2:00. Oh, yeah, he's 2:05. Sorry, I take that back. He sits 4 minutes and 42 seconds ahead of Christian Hogenhaug.
Yeah. So he's coming up. So, and then Antonio Lopez is another 4 minutes back, but I think when we get to the 14.5 kilometre mark, we'll see the likes of Lopez and McNamee and Weiss have closed up a little bit more. But right now, Robert Callan still leading this race, and definitely Definitely slow it. No, you can definitely see the slowing. There's just not that extension out the back that he had in the early kilometres.
Is it gone? Yeah, the stride length is a bit shorter. He's just not quite moving as fluidly, not getting that hip extension. But again, with those long legs, he can afford to have a slightly lower turnover and still cover good ground. But if we compare his splits to the guys who are attacking from behind, he is a solid 40 seconds per K now, almost 30 to 40 seconds on his primary chasers. Including Antonio Benito Lopez, David McNamee, who are both running 3:35 Ks, Bradley Weiss, who's running about 3:45s as well, and then Robert Callan, who is slowed to sort of he's back to 4:13, so he was 4.5 for a little bit there. He's holding it together, but there's faster guys behind him, which we knew.
Yeah.
We knew that was going to happen.
So yeah, he's on a pace for about a 2:52 marathon, roughly, which is what he's run before. And he had around about a 13-minute lead on the fastest movers on the course right now. McNamee, Weiss, Lopez, 13 minutes. One of those guys can definitely run a 2:39 marathon. Like, I don't know if all three of them can do, but I think if they're running for the win, at least one of those will find a 2:39 marathon in them. Like McNamee, Weiss. I'm not sure if Weiss has broken 2:40. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think Lopez has it in him as well. And especially if they're all so close,
It's just going to encourage each other and of course these great crowds out here also are going to bolster the athletes for sure. But if we look at Antonio Benito Lopez, some of his run splits. 2:37 at Cascais a year ago.
To finish third,
finish third, yes. Yeah. He definitely runs a lot of, he's a consistent sub 110 guy across the 70.3 distance.
Yeah.
Hasn't raced the long course quite as much, so doesn't have quite as many data points on that, but we know certainly that the potential is there if he paces it well.
Yeah, no, absolutely agree.
As right now you look at women's leader, this is Kat Matthews as we take a look at our Morton top 3 fastest transition time for our women today. It was Kat Matthews at 2:07, Ruth Astle at 2:15, and Els Visser matching Ruth Astle at 2:15 as we check in with Ruth Astle, who's moving very, very well. So I asked you this, and it was a while ago, but coming from a place of experience where you won your first Ironman coming off an Achilles issue where you had minimal run miles, at what point is that playing on your mind at this stage of the race if you're Ruth Astle? Are you thinking about it, or are you just thinking, hey, calf feels good, let's just run and forget about it? Ideally.
Yeah, I think...
I don't see a hitch in her giddy up, so it looks like it's not bothering her.
Yeah, I think get through the first 10 kilometres and then you're probably good, and then just the pain of the actual whole Ironman probably overshadows anything anyway. But yeah, I can't see a hitch in her stride, which is a good sign. And the way she hit the ground, dismounting the bike, yeah, I feel like you can't do that unless your Achilles and calf is feeling pretty good.
Oh no, unofficially down on the course, we're getting word that men's bib number 7, Arthur Horsall, is out. One of our good runners apparently not able to put it together on the day today. So bib number M7, Arthur Horsau, unable to complete the race today. So to our French fans out there, bad news for him, but we will see him back someplace else at another time.
Yeah, like he didn't have the best swim. I thought he'd be a little bit further up, and it just makes it hard because you're just chasing on the bike, and maybe it's just left nothing in the tank, and yeah, it's just one of those days. But yeah, he'll be back. Already got a qualification for Kona, so he'll have to decide if he wants to have another dip at an Ironman between now and Kona, and or maybe just one later in the year, because plenty of options for racing, especially as part of this Ironman World Series. But Robert Callan here on screen. he's doing pretty well. Like, I think he's holding a good pace. But I don't know if he might get a fright if he sees a group of Weiss and Lopez and McNamee. And here
Galloping
we go.
towards him.
Here's Dave out for a Sunday run with Benito.
Yeah, these two great pairing together, right? To push each other on. They're pretty evenly matched, you would say?
Yeah, you look at like the runs they've posted. Yeah, I'd say. And Dave, yeah, he's comfortable in this position. He runs a lot with the ITU group in Girona and constantly posting images and videos of him trying to run with Vincent Louis and yeah, hating life, but it's obviously got him in good shape for this run today.
And taking a peek back at our women's race back in transition, we have Simone Mitchell, Katarina Wolf, Jana Uderstadt, and Elisabetta Corridori off the bike, all, I'm gonna say, within a minute of each other. Elisabetta Corridori she leaked a little bit of time. She's about 2 minutes back of that group, but that group of four now off the bike into transition. Their bike splits ranging between 4:42 and 4:44. So just a really fast day here out on course for all of these women. So 9 women in total now off of the bike, but it is Kat Matthews who continues to dominate. She is fastest on course by a healthy chunk. Your next fastest runner at 4:16 Ks is Els Visser, but Kat Matthews through the early sections at 4:08 Ks. So we'll see if she's able to continue to extend that lead, and when she decides that her gap is safe and she might dial it back a little bit with the rest of the season in mind. Every second matters, but can she put herself on the board, win the 5,000 points, and move forward from there?
That's going to put her in a great position in the overall standings with 2 Ironman results under a belt, and then obviously Worlds counts as 6,000 points.
Sure.
So there's her 3 Ironmans right there.
Yep.
And then we know how well she can go over 70.3. She's putting herself in a very good position.
Yep.
Not only for the World Championship to contend for a podium position, but also the
overall series win.
Series win.
Yep. And juggling a lot of other race obligations on the side as well.
Yeah,
so how she's putting it all together
needs to stay healthy and keep doing
amazing.
what she's doing. But yeah. Look, we just saw the men come through, the top 4 men come through the 15-kilometre mark. Callan, obviously leading, man on screen. 3:38 back, Hogenhall. Antonio Benito Lopez, 6:12. Dave McNamee, 6:12. Those guys are running 3:53 per kilometre right now. They're running, we saw them just before, running side by side. Brad Weiss has just dropped off the back a little bit, but I feel like I can sort of see it. Hogenhall catching Callan, only to get caught by Lopez and McNamee at the same time. I could see it unfold now at about 26-kilometre mark. I'm going to say 26-kilometre mark. DD, for you.
26 kilometers?
That's when it's going to all happen. There's going to be some shifts.
You're looking in your magic
yeah.
crystal
Because
ball.
when it really starts to hurt is 26 kilometres. That last 10 miles is you've either got it or you don't. But here's McNamee. Moving off the shoulder of
These two,
Benito.
if they run stride for this whole thing,
Yeah.
oh. But I tell you, they're spurring each other on. They're keeping the pace honest. At one point, you've got Benito Lopez, sort of half-stepping McNamee, and then McNamee taking over pacing pressures. And by working together, it's going to benefit the both of them.
Yeah, it really will. It's interesting. Yeah, they're using each other a little bit for pacing. But at some point in the race, it'll be more of a mind game. It'll be like, am I feeling better than him? Is he feeling better than me? Let's test it a little bit. Let's just surge this aid station a little bit. And yeah, but in the meantime, we've still got our men's leader, Robert Callan, who is leading by probably a little over 3 minutes to Christian Hogenhart right now. Our next checkpoint will be the 18.7 kilometres, so a little bit of time yet. But yeah, he's not moving as well as he was in the first couple of kilometres, but he's not moving badly, and he's still ticking along about that 4:30 pace right now, which it's, yeah, if the pace, if McNamee and Lopez continue to run that pace, it's not going to be enough, but who knows, they could also slow down, so.
And Kat Matthews now through 4.7 kilometers and still moving very well for 15 Ks there. Looking very strong, very solid, off to a great start in this Hoka Marathon.
Yeah, she's looks great. I wonder, like I heard an interview with her husband about how she was going to attack this, and I think the plan was to really more set it up on the bike, and obviously the other women had a different idea, and yeah, even Ruth surprised us all a little bit with that amazing strength over the latter stages of the bike course. But
well, we had talked at the top of the show too about one of the women that could push Kat Matthews on the marathon, and that would be Guru Fratis, the local legend here. She is still not off the bike yet through 171.8 kilometers. That gap had sort of blown out to 27 minutes.
Yeah.
So even with a sub 250 marathon, I just think I think, you know, this is Kat's race to lose. She's obviously got to dot her I's and cross her T's, but Guru Fratis not appearing to be a threat on the marathon. At one point, we had sort of considered her to be the most likely threat, the only person that could even sort of match pace, if not slightly outpace Kat, but just too much of a gap for her. So hope she has a great, great marathon and enjoys the crowd support out there, but definitely not her day to defend her title. Right now it's on Kat Matthews' shoulders to get the job done.
Yeah, and look, let's not forget, Kat Matthews has also posted 2 sub 250 marathons, like, which is phenomenal. There's how many women have actually done that? Like Marinda Carfrae, as
Annie
obviously
Haug.
was the start. Annie Haug, obviously. Now
Annie
she's
Haug was
sub 2.
yeah.
Yeah, it's
Can't even think about it.
Yeah, can't even comprehend that anymore. So yeah, very elite company, and this woman on screen is one of the best runners in the sport. So yeah, so I think it's sort of hers to lose. She just needs to do the same thing we always talk about: manage herself, manage nutrition, hydration, run her race, and it'd be very hard pressed to see someone else running up to her at this stage. Ruth Astle, again, she's a little bit unknown territory. She hasn't really been doing, she hasn't raced for nearly a year now, so, but still finds herself in second place in very good company with Elsvisser, about 30 seconds, 40 seconds behind, and Danielle Blamel a further 40 seconds behind that. So it's great racing, and we're just waiting for the British athlete Stephanie Clutterbuck, who led through much of the bike, to come through on that next checkpoint.
Yeah, I mean, again, we talk about some, you know, familiar territory, and one of the things that Ruth Astle had said pre-race was that even going into Kona last year, she wasn't fully healthy and wasn't entirely sure how that was going to go. Ended up with an outstanding performance there, finishing 12th. Tried to back it up at Cozumel, but had that, again, that calf issue that's plagued her on and off for the year. So she's familiar with going into Ironmans a little light on the miles, which again won't mess with your psyche if you've done it before and have the confidence that, hey, I don't need 1,000,000 miles to be successful. And that's the position that Ruth Astle's in now. So we continue to cheer her on as we take a quick break, but we'll come right back to you. Don't go away.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is you're always looking for what's next.
Ironman Vitoria-Gasteiz is brought to you by AG1. Better finishes start with AG1. And by VinFast. Boundless together. Well, we're checking in here with this dynamic duo on this Hoka run course. You're looking at David McNamee and Antonio Benito Lopez. These two are locked in battle, sitting in 3rd and 4th in pursuit of World Championship qualifying slots. They've got Christian Hogenhaug up the road at about 2.5 minutes up. They continue to reel him in at a steady, methodical pace. But it's Robert Callan in the lead of the race. His pace has slowed. He's down at 4:30s. These two right now, fastest movers on course, averaging still sub 4-minute Ks. So great running from these two, getting a little boost from each other as we check in with our race weather presented by our friends at Roka. It's now above 80 degrees. This is the first time we've seen an 8 handle on that Fahrenheit scale. That's 27 degrees Celsius. The humidity, though, has dropped pretty considerably. It's sub 50%, which, again, as the temperature rises, it's nice that that humidity is falling because that sun is just going to be beating down on some of these athletes. They do have a little bit of grace from some of the shaded areas on the course, but it definitely, it is heating up out there. At one point, we thought it was going to be much, much hotter than this. So the athletes getting a little bit of a break. There was talk that there was going to be quite the heat wave. Right now, that has not materialized, but this isn't necessarily comfortable running weather.
It's no joke, so yeah. This is no surprise to him, and this is super comfortable for him. And Antonio Benito Lopez, I'm not so sure where he's based, but right now they both seem to be pretty comfortable at these 27 degrees temperatures. But yeah, it's nice that the humidity's dropped away a little bit.
At this stage of the marathon, you're betting they enjoy the company, that the company is good. We had discussed, obviously, at one point, it's going to be every man for themselves. But at this point, they're just sort of keeping each other honest, keeping the pace on. And I would surmise probably pretty happy to have each other out there.
Yeah, I think so. I think this 3:53-kilometer pace is very, like, these guys have got a 2:37, 2:36 to their name. Like, I think they've got more in them. I think they're just waiting and seeing, and I think it wouldn't surprise me if they close it faster. They even the negative split this as Robert Callan stops and douses himself in water here, and this is where the humidity's dropped away, and so water actually on the body is quite cooling and helps the evaporation, whereas before it was so humid, it's not really going to help too much, and you better actually get it into your body. But here, Robert's just managing the heat side of things a little bit. Slowed a little bit, but not too bad. He's coming up on getting closer to the halfway point of the marathon. Not too far away, about 10 minutes more running. But he's only got a gap now of 2:16 on Christian Hogenhaug. So definitely Christian's running him down. What did I say? 26K. Okay. Might be earlier than that. I don't know. I'm still going to say 26K. Hogenhaug moves on to Callan, and then McNamee and Lopez also catch him at around the same time.
In our women's race, of course, we knew Kat Matthews in the lead, back at 4.7 kilometers. She's obviously well moved on from there. Ruth Astle holding down 2nd place with about a 45-second lead on Els Visser. Daniela Blymel, another 45 seconds back, and then Steph Clutterbuck has faded to 8 minutes back. So Steph just focusing on doing what she can do, still sitting on a World Championship qualification slot if she can keep it together. We did have that chase group of 4 behind Jana Uderstadt, Katarina Wolf, Simone Mitchell, and Elisabetta Corridori. And then it's Heini Hartikainen who rounds out our top 10. She is 22 minutes and 22 seconds back at T2.
Yeah, Stephanie's, I think, feeling the pinch a little bit at that bike, but I don't blame her for really just seeing what she's capable of doing. And what a great learning experience. But yeah, this is I think, gonna be a pretty tough marathon for her. But you know, that's what Ironman's about, isn't it?
I mean, it is what it's about, and I don't think anyone would put expectations on her in her first year as a pro with the caliber of sport being what it is to necessarily make an appearance at the World Championship. Great experience for her if she could, but some might argue there's more value in her staying away from a World Championship event and using that budget to go to some other races where she can factor in a little bit more. Chances of her factoring in on the world stage at a World Championship are somewhat less. Could she pick up more valuable experience being in the mix at some smaller races around that same time frame? And that's a decision she'll have to make. Of course, at this point, she doesn't have the slot, but if she does get the slot, it's a decision that she and her team will have to make together. On the one hand, great to get World Championship experience when there's no pressure on you to perform, but at the same time, will you get better experience sticking with a smaller race where you can fight for a podium position and learn what that fight feels like? So decisions to be made for a first-year pro.
Yeah, I wonder if she's thinking about that right now.
Here's Guru. Here's Guru Fraudis, not the bike split she would have hoped for, but man, is she moving. Makes no difference to her, acknowledging the crowd, smile on her face. Certainly the crowd thrilled to see her. She has, she has a lot to be proud of, the pride of this community, so good for her. Again, not the day on the bike. We knew she'd be back a little bit on the swim. Not the day on the bike she would have hoped for, but we'll see how far up Guru can run herself.
Yeah, obviously hometown favourite, and yeah, she's going to get a lot of support, and so appreciative of what she's able to do, and yeah, very, very modest lady for how much she's achieved in her career, and she's going to fight this all the way to the line, no doubt.
Absolutely.
And probably, I would be surprised if still posts the fastest, if not, one of the top fastest splits here today.
As we come back to our men's leader, Robert Callan holding on. Again, he is through 18.7 at just over a 2-minute lead, but running at 30 seconds per kilometer slower than third and fourth place. I mean, a lot can happen. We can't predict, but certainly mathematically it doesn't look like he's going to be able to hold on to this one, but has a lot of positive things to take away from it. And still, podium possible. Bradley Weiss, I was hoping for Bradley that he could run on to that duo of McNamee and Antonio Benito Lopez, but he is about 2.5 minutes back of them. And Matthias Peterson actually has gone past Bradley Weiss, Matthias sits in 5th. Bradley has fallen to 6th place. But the two of them, Matthias Peterson and Bradley Weiss, running together, at least at the moment.
That's interesting, yeah, because Bradley ran up to Matthias early and now
is stalled a little bit.
Yeah, so that's a tricky one for Brad. So early as well, not even halfway through.
Yep.
Yeah, maybe that bike cost him, left a little bit out there on the bike course, but who knows? He's a fighter, Brad. Obviously wants to get that Kona spot.
I was going to say, he's fought through worse.
Yeah. So here we go. Robert Callan through 20.5 kilometres, 4:23 pace through that last section. So, look, I think when we start seeing over 4:30 pace, then he's starting to really slow down. But right now, he's just in this rhythm. I'm sure he'd want to be running faster, but
I literally was just thinking in my head, he's got the rhythm.
Yeah.
He just doesn't have the power of the stride. Like, the rhythm is still there. The form is still good. He's not hunched. He's not bent. He's just not getting the same return off the ground, but the rhythm is there.
Yeah, he just left a lot out on that bike course, which
that's what it takes to.
That's what like, look, he already has a spot for Kona, and obviously he's going to play a big role in that race with that swim and bike combo. So yeah, why not play your hand and see if you can get a big enough lead. I just wonder if he did just ride a few minutes slower, could he be running closer to that 250 mark, which would then, it's close, but I don't know. Look, at the moment, if he just keeps holding this, I think he'll definitely get caught, but he'll still be in the position to maybe hang on for that third spot. As he coming through some of the really nice downtown area, the cobbled streets, a lot of crowd support here for Robert Callan, our men's leader. But we're going to go away and have a short commercial break, and we'll be coming back with all the women's and men's action in the closing stages of the marathon. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
Your new vehicle, Mr. Lawrence, the VinFast VF8.
All the latest tech?
Precisely.
Whoa!
Cut. Great delivery, Joey.
I've had a lot of practice saying that word. It's pretty cool, huh?
The VinFast?
Yeah. It's got
action.
402 horsepower.
All-wheel drive.
Over-air updates and a 10-year unlimited miles battery warranty.
Yes, but
15-inch infotainment screen.
Cut. None of those lines are in the script, Joey.
I just think people are really going to want to know those things.
That's what the website's for, Joey.
Open up the sky, 'cause I'm coming up to you. So send down your wings and let them bring me to you. You know I'm standing at the station, ready to go. Oh, big old aeroplane, I'm trusting your soul. Get on up, big bird.
Here's Elizabeth in the middle of the perfect workout for her. To create it, we analyzed her biometrics and genetics, her recovery rate, injury risk, and aerobic potential, her recent training sessions, the temperature, humidity, and elevation, the demands of her next race, and billions of data points from athletes just like her. With TriDot, Elizabeth gets faster. And what does she have to do?
I just opened TriDot and did my workout.
TriDot. We do the technology, you do the training.
Back to the action here. Here is Christian Hogenhag, who is running down his own qualifying slot for the Ironman World Championship in Kona, currently sitting in second place overall, trying to catch Robert Callanan. He's 90 seconds back and sits another 105 seconds, minute 15 ahead of Antonio Benito Lopez and David McNamee. So he's running strong. He's being outpaced a little bit by the guys behind him, but also has the carrot in front of him to chase.
Yeah, he does, but they are closing fast, McNamee and Lopez on Hogenhart, but he's, right now, he's on like a career best marathon. His best time, well, he has run a 2:40 at Hamburg, if that's correct. But mostly he's like a 2:49, 2:50 guy. So he's on 2:44 pace right now.
And he's loving the crowd.
He's
like, I love the fact that
day.
he's high-fiving the crowd. He's really engaging with them. He's using that energy. Oftentimes, if you give a little out to the crowd, they'll give it back to you in spades. And I like to see him high-fiving the crowd there. It's great to see, and it's just a source of energy for him that's going to really, really help. It seems like a small and sort of trivial thing, but it really does help out there.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. And it will come even more into play in the closing stages of this race. And that's where you really got to use the crowd's energy to get you to that line. But here we go through 20.5. So we've got Hogenhau at 1:31, and then Lopez and McNamee closing pretty quickly. But it's going to take a few more timing mats until we see them getting past. But Robin Callan over halfway point now, 21.6 kilometres. Pace has dropped off a little bit, 4:37 through that last short segment. But still, as I said, he's still moving. It's just, this needs to pick it up again as we get a quick glimpse of McNamee and Lopez there.
Of the twins.
Yeah. They're really locked in, Like, I think, these guys are going to push each other all the way to get back to the front of this race, I think. One of them will get, back to the front of this race. I'm not sure which one right now. So anyway, here we go, back with Robert Callan. Still moving well. Obviously left a lot out on the bike, but still running a good pace and looking to try and fend off these guys trying to hunt him down.
I'll be curious to get a comment from him after the race. just to see, you know, did that bike feel otherworldly for him? Like, was his plan to be really aggressive, even if it cost him ultimately on the marathon, just to see where that tipping point is? Sometimes that's, you know, when you're sitting in a position of relative comfort with a qualifying slot to the World Championship, why not do that sort of case of one study and say, how hard can I bike and what's it going to cost me? Or, you know, is this just the net result of, you know, biking that fast, or was he intending to be as aggressive as he ended up being on the bike?
Yeah, who knows? But I know one thing, that people will know his name when he gets to Kona.
Oh, for sure.
They'll be watching him on the bike. He'll be one of the guys to watch on the bike, especially with his swim. There's no reason why. I don't think he's like an Amberger swimmer, but he's definitely like in that. He's like a Tim O'Donnell swimmer, like always going to be up in that first sort of like front of the pack, first like 5th or 6th out.
But do they pay attention to him because he is a race agitator? If the best he can run is 250, is he really a factor necessarily?
I think more that he will be add horsepower to someone like a Laidlow,
yeah.
or that like you can't let Laidlow and him and a handful away get away in Kona, because it's just going to add another person to the mix.
And meanwhile, Kat Matthews, our women's leader, continues to stride away 4-minute and 10-second Ks through that last couple of K segments. So her pace holding strong here. You can tell she's getting a little pink in the cheeks, but I think is just a little indicative of the fact that the temperature, the barometer is rising. Temperature is getting a little bit warmer out there, but doesn't seem to be bothering her at all. She's holding pace just fine.
Yeah, she's just jumped on the back of Cam Worth there, who just snuck by her.
Give him a little fanny pat as she goes by.
Yeah, yeah. Cam's obviously looks like he's still in the hunt, and looks like he's moving pretty well. But yeah, Kat just looks like she could do this pace all day. No, there's no strain, just really covering the ground nicely. And yeah, I think yeah, she's seems very, very, very comfortable at this stage, and it'd be very hard for someone.
She's dealt with so much.
Yep.
From, you know, obviously the much talked about crash a couple of years ago, the misfortune at the Ironman World Championship a year ago, where she just wasn't having the day, and really caught her on the back foot, to then the disqualification in Hamburg, the injury, the calf injury she suffered at the beginning of the year. But she just moves forward relentlessly. Like, it doesn't affect her confidence. It doesn't seem to impact her psyche at all. There's so much belief there in her abilities, and when she puts it together, man, what is possible? She's been on the podium, second place at Lochte at the 70.3 World Champs. We haven't really mentioned her second place finish at St. George World Champs.
But that course is, a strong person's course.
As will Niesby, right?
Exactly.
Like,
that's
has she set herself up potentially to, I think, be a factor and a real threat to stand atop the podium? She's going to have some company. Lucy Charles-Barkley deciding that she actually is going to pursue the World Championship in Nice this year. A lot of great, you know, Laura Philipp on the podium last year. She'll be a contender. Annie Haug, always a threat. So, you know, we'll see how it plays out. But Kat Matthews definitely putting herself in the conversation.
Yeah, look at this crowd, Dee.
Yeah.
Amazing. Like, so early on, you got the problem. The problem sometimes is you get too carried away, and she's not even anywhere near halfway. She's like just finishing the first lap. So yeah, you can sort of nearly get too caught up in the moment, and then you sort of lose a little bit of energy later in the race. But right now she's milking it.
And working out well for her, indeed. Again, just looks super strong. I wouldn't expect anything otherwise at this early stage of the marathon, but she is enjoying herself a comfortable lead over her nearest competitor, who is still Ruth Astle, who is doing a brilliant job of holding Els Visser at bay. That lead has been hovering around 45 seconds last time check at 10.2 kilometers. Els took another 10 seconds back, so it's down to 35-ish seconds. But Ruth Astle, considering she is light, we'll say, on run miles, doing a very courageous marathon so far, but lots of running left to go.
Yeah, no, she's doing an amazing job here. As Speak the Devil, here she is on camera, just doing a thing. Yeah, it's great to see Kat and her run out together, but quickly Kat got some good separation, which allowed Ruth, I think, a little bit of space to just find her rhythm. And yeah, right now she's doing a fantastic job. And who knows what Els Visser has left in the tank in the second half of this marathon. We're only just starting out on the first lap. Our second lap of 4, so plenty of running to go, and yeah, like backing up only 1 week ago from another full distance race. Els Visser might, yeah, not have fully recovered. So yeah, I think Ruth has just got to focus on what she's doing, and right now she's doing the best she can and running really well. I think looking here at
That's Daniela Blymel.
Blymel.
Yep, that is Blymel.
And here we are is Els Visser. Yeah,
Els Visser. Different turns there, because Els is a bit, quite a bit actually in front of Daniela Blymel. But with so many twists and turns on this course, you can see why it can be a fast course, because you're getting so much encouragement from the crowds. But with so many 180-degree turns, that does almost like an ITU or WTCS race with all of those turns, and it's a skill you really have to practice to get good at, to not lose your momentum with all those twists and turns.
Yeah, and as you get really fatigued towards the end of the marathon, it's not those turns are not going to feel particularly good, and the fresher athlete is definitely going to make those turns a little easier. As we saw with Robert Callan, it looked like there was a bit of a hitch every time he came out of a corner, but then everything would be fine on the straightaway. So yeah, it's they're going to just take a little bit more energy out of these athletes who are already on getting pretty empty.
And looking back, Steph Clutterbuck now at 10:23 back. That's through 8.5 kilometers. And let's see if some of the chargers behind her are making up any ground. But now, since we're with Daniela Blymel, we're going to check on with her in our A Fighting Chance series to see what she had to say about racing here at IRONMAN Vitoria-Gasteiz.
Let's talk about IRONMAN Vitoria. We're here. What do you know about IRONMAN Vitoria?
Well, I've heard that it's a very nice race with great atmosphere, spectators, really big, how do you say that? Great atmosphere in the city, especially on the run. And today I checked the bike course already, which is really beautiful. So I'm not sure if I have ever seen such a beautiful course, to be honest. It's really, really nice countryside, and beautiful lake as well. So
I can imagine this bike course really suits you, would you say?
Yeah, I think so, especially because it's 180k long, not only 90. Yeah, I like the rolling hills, and yeah, this race is really important now for the series, because obviously you can get a lot of points here, and then Zell am See will be another, hopefully a little bit better than Les Sables, but I think around these points would be good as well, and then Nice, depending on the whole field. But I think with only 2 races in, I'm quite okay so far.
2 races in, but so far so good.
Yeah, having a great season so far. And here we are with our men's leader. But
not
lurking in
for
the background,
long.
we have Kristen Hogenhart, the Dane. He's starting to creep up onto his shoulder. And yeah, it looks like he's got he's going to take over this lead very, very shortly.
You can just hear the crowd in the background giving the cheers to these 2 men locked in battle. And the exciting thing is that behind Christian Hogenhaug, just about 90 seconds back, is the pair of Antonio Benito Lopez and David McNamee. So the crowd really being treated to an epic battle out here on this Hoka Marathon course. Christian Hogenhaug, your new leader at this stage through 21.6 kilometers, as we take a look at our VinFast performance and analysis for your new men's leader, Christian Hogenhaug, averaging 4:15 Ks estimated time at the next split of 6:29.
Yeah, that pass happened a few kilometres before I predicted, DD, so I apologise.
Oh, sorry, what did you predict?
I said 26 kilometres. Yeah, I was wrong.
Oh,
clearly.
you're about 5 kilometers off there, bud.
I know. Can't get it right all the time,
Sucks to
can
be
you?
Nope, can't. It's hard
But
to be.
Hogenhaug looks like he's moving well,
Yeah,
strong.
it really
like,
does.
He had that rhythm coming out of in the first kilometre off the bike. So, but he's got a little bit of a problem with who's chasing him down, and those guys are really moving. So.
I hope he doesn't form an emotional attachment to his escort cyclist, because it may not be with him for very long.
But look, this is the time where it gets real in a marathon. At the next split, 24.8, that's when you like either run on or you go into survival mode a little bit. That's between the 24 and 32 kilometre mark is where you're like, hang on, nah, I went out way too hard.
Yeah.
This is going to be a long run home. Or you get the bit between your teeth and you run on strong. And so what's going to happen over the next 30 minutes is really going to set up the final lap of this 4-lap course. And yeah, it's going to be pretty exciting. And don't forget, like, they've got Brad Weiss as well. Now he's moved back into 5th as well. He seems to have gathered himself and moved back in front of Matthias Peterson.
Ah, okay, great.
So yeah, a lot could happen. Like, this could look completely different. If we just turned it off and came back in 45 minutes or an hour from now, it might look very, very different to what we're seeing right now, Didi.
Looks like through that last timing marker, Matthias Peterson went through a bit of bother there. His pace 4:49 Ks. So whether that included perhaps a stop, we're not sure, but certainly that is a significant time lapse. We'll see if he gets back on pace, but that is certainly an outlier to your top 10 who are running, for the most part, between 4 to 4:15 Ks, with the exception of Callan. And you called it. You said once we start to see 4.5-minute Ks, you think that that's sort of the end of it, and that last timing split for Robert Callan in 4:37 Ks.
Yeah, I was just making stuff up though, dude. Like, I just picked a number. No. But there seemed to be a trend where it's just like, he's just slipping a little bit more. But yeah, like Robert's, like, he's still, we've got 16 kilometres, 18 kilometres of running left to go, a little bit less. And yeah, if you can just hold this rhythm, I can't see him staying on the podium, but I think maybe potentially holding off someone like a Brad Weiss could, for the 4th or 5th spot.
Yep.
But yeah, Callan, look, amazing bike split. It's he tested himself to the limit, and sometimes, yeah, you pay for it on the run. But he learned something. He was definitely going to learn
He
something.
learned something in the process, and he's still going to the World Championship, so he has that. And again, it's not failure if you learn something from it. So he'll take that experience away. But right now, your top athletes who are sitting in contention for the World Championship slots are going to be Christian Hogenhaug, Antonio Benito Lopez, and David McNamee. So Bradley Weiss going to have to do something sharp here to get himself a ticket to the World Championship. Going to have to regroup, dig deep, remember his performance from the World Championship a year ago, where he served the penalty and still managed to finish in 7th place. We know he's got it in him. He's just got to believe it for himself, and he's got to get a little bit of help from one of these guys ahead of him.
Yeah, really, at this point, I think Brad's relying on one of these guys cracking, unfortunately, because Brad's running really well, but he's not taking enough time off the man on screen. And I think with the experience of Lopez and McNamee and how many sub-240 marathons they've done, I can't see them they'll slow down a little bit perhaps, but yeah, it'd be hard to to see that. I can't see them slowing down enough for Brad to get back on terms with them. The only thing I can see is Christian maybe slowing down, but yeah, right now Christian looks so good and really strong, and he's in such a good rhythm, and yeah, he's at the front of the race, and that obviously gives you a big lift anyway.
Another woman at the front of the race here who's enjoying that big lift is Kat Matthews. Ruth Astle still sitting in second. She gave up an extra 5 seconds to Els Visser through that last time check, so she sits 30 seconds ahead of Els Visser, but all of those women distancing themselves from fourth place. Daniela Blymel still waiting for Steph Cutterbuck across 11.3 kilometers. But our women's race continuing to charge forward with Kat Matthews at the lead. We're going to take a quick break. Don't go away. We're coming right back.
Introducing the Ironman Pro Series Virtual Edition on Full Gas. Join athletes from across the globe as they conquer bike courses from the Ironman Pro Series. Challenge yourself, travel the world, and earn your exclusive finisher's medal. Push your limits and make your mark. Exclusively on Full Gas. Unleash your inner champion. Register now at fullgas.com.
Kat Matthews cooling herself down through that aid station as we check in with third place female. This is Els Visser. She is chasing down Ruth Astle, looking to move herself into second spot. Of course, Els Visser been racing up a storm this season. She had the unfortunate fate at Hamburg, where she suffered a puncture. It sort of took her out of contention, certainly for the win and for the podium. She still fought her way back to a 5th place finish there, but looking to remove those points perhaps and insert some better points in their place with a podium position here. Currently sitting in third, looking to overtake second, possibly from Ruth Astle. We see Ruth there just in the foreground, so it seems like this pass is about to happen, but Ruth Astle still running very, very well considering the injuries that she's been dealing with these past several months. But Els Visser coming after Ruth Astle.
Yeah, she's on the charge right now. She's got her in the sights, and yeah, hasn't accelerated, I think, but definitely locked on to Ruth Astle there, just up 25, 30 meters up the road. So she'll pass her shortly. But yeah, looking really smooth. She moves very well, Els Visser. Very comfortable and just phenomenal. How much racing she's got on her body, but just still able to back up. It's yeah, very, very, very good effort here, and looks she's going to move herself into a second spot on a Pro Series Ironman race, and that's no mean feat.
Absolutely. She is 2 minutes, 35 seconds back of Kat Matthews, but the two women in Kat and Els matching pace at least through the last segment. If Els can sort of reinvigorate, she's definitely going to keep the pressure here on Kat Matthews.
Yeah, she will. Look, Ruth's still running very, very well. She's not giving up easily at all as we come back to women's leader Kat Matthews, who's just got a nice flow to how she runs, very economical. Here we see a replay of her getting all the hydration, getting some hosing down to keep cool. It's getting pretty warm. Hit the 80s low to mid 80s now, Fahrenheit, close to 28 to 30 degrees Celsius. Humidity's dropped away, sun's out. Luckily, especially through this section, there's quite a lot of shade, which is really nice. But Kat, definitely taking her time. She's this is special needs.
Yeah, personal needs. Yep.
Yep, personal needs. So definitely made sure that she got that in.
And actually, during that same clip, we saw Matthias Peterson walking. So I think that's, you know, it wasn't a stop. It's definitely more of a stall. It wasn't a single event.
Yep.
But I just caught the bib number there, and he was walking. So that explains sort of the degradation in his pace. I had hoped for his sake it was just a nature break along the way that he'd get back on pace, but it seems like he is moving in the wrong direction there.
Yeah, a little bit of update on the men's. Antonio Benito Lopez has managed to draw clear of McNamee, 15 seconds up the road, as Lopez closes in on Callan. At last check, only 17 seconds back. Brad Weiss still in the hunt, a further, he's 4:55 back of the lead. So,
and
then
Cameron
Cam
Worth has gone past Matthias Peterson as well.
Wow, Cam Worth? Yeah, well, he's a triathlete, not a cyclist anymore. He's just he's a triathlete. He's running well, so it's good. And here's the replay here of Ruth getting passed by Elsvisser into taking that second spot away and pushing Ruth back into third place.
Yeah, here's the thing for Ruth, though. She does not need to be crestfallen there. She's doing what she needs to do to put herself on the start line for the World Championship, taking care of that nutrition, making sure the hydration. The last thing a strained calf muscle needs is extra dehydration to tweak again. So she is taking care of what she needs to do. The two women now in front of her already have slots for the World Championship, so she needs to defend her spot. Was really goal number one, getting some points on the board for the Pro Series. You know, if she can keep that calf and Achilles healthy, she's got plenty of more race opportunities to build up that points arsenal. Kat's getting some splits there. You can see possibly her husband out there, always a feature out on these race courses, giving her all of the information, and she makes no qualms with answering him back when she doesn't like some of the things that he's telling her. Very, very direct. But yeah, it looks like she was engaging a bit there, at least with somebody in the crowd. But Kat Matthews running very, very strong still.
Yeah, no, she's hasn't changed since that first stride, and coming up to what are we at? So about 15.
She just went through 15K, and her pace looked like it fell off there. But remember, she stopped at the personal needs table, so that's going to explain the 20-second degradation in pace. She looks like she's still moving super duper well, so I'm not worried about her at all.
Yeah, no, she's moving great, very fluent. Economical, just getting it done. But yeah, making sure that she is taking care of that hydration and nutrition side of things. So
because Elsvisser is still lurking in the shadows, man. 2.5 minutes back. Still more than halfway to go.
There's lots of running still to go in this women's race. In the men's, however, we're getting in the final third. So the real business end of this, and the men's race, the top four, all within, I think at last check it was about 32 minutes, minute 15. It's not much. Yeah, minute 15. So yeah, it's yeah, things are happening in the men's race.
Back with our women outside of the top three. Daniela Blymel sits nearly 6 minutes back. Steph Clutterbuck at 11:40. Katarina Wolf moving up a little bit on Steph Clutterbuck. She just sits about 4 minutes 10 back of Steph Clutterbuck, outpacing her by about 25 seconds per K. Jana Uderstadt also moving really, really well. She's 16:22 back. So Steph Clutterbuck, if she wants to hold on to that World Championship qualifying slot, she's got to find another gear, get those calories on board, because right now the women behind her, Katarina Wolf, Jana Uderstadt, and Simone Mitchell, all moving at about 25 seconds per K faster. So Steph could see herself fall all the way to 8th, 9th place in not too much time. So get it together, Steph, and the other women are coming. We're going to take a quick break, but don't go away, because we're going to come right back with lots more racing from IRONMAN Vitoria-Gasteiz.
send down your wings and let them bring me to you. You know I'm standing at the station, ready to go. Oh, big old aeroplane, I'm trusting your soul. Get on up, Big Bear.
Beyond the finish lines, our commitment goes the extra mile. We are the IRONMAN Foundation. We've given back more than $55 million to support our mission of leaving a positive impact throughout race communities. Without our amazing athletes, volunteers, and givers, we wouldn't be where we are today. Together, let's continue this journey of impact. Join the IRONMAN Foundation and be a part of something extraordinary.
Men's race leader here. We are looking at Christian Hogenhaug, who overtook the great cyclist Robert Callan, who's struggling a little bit after that massive bike effort, still holding down second place, but the pair of nope, I take it back. Here goes Antonio Benito Lopez moving in to second place ahead of Robert Callan. So now for the first time, Antonio Benito Lopez from Spain sitting in second place behind Christian Hogenhaug.
Yeah, he seemed to roll up pretty quick.
And now looks like Benito Lopez is going to move ahead of Christian Hogenhaug as well. So while we were at break, that's the pass that happened. Benito Lopez over Callan. Now Benito Lopez over Christian Hogenhaug. And once again, through 25.3 kilometers, we're going to have a new men's leader for the, I don't know, how many at the time out on race course today. But very, very dynamic racing. Antonio Benito Lopez going past Christian Hogenhaug to become your new men's leader.
Yeah, he's rolling pretty well, isn't he, Benito? He's just got a nice roll to rhythm to him, and he's just going to cruise right past Hogenhaug. And
a little fanny pat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hogenhaug is not going to respond when there's that much difference in pace. It's just too difficult.
It's too difficult. It's too risky. If you even try to, you're burning so much glycogen already. You're already depleted to try to put in a surge of pace like that. Those two right now running a difference of about 15 seconds per K, which is pretty significant. So Antonio Benito Lopez, your new men's leader. So quite the shakeup now. We've got Antonio Benito Lopez in first, Christian Hogenhaug in second, and for all we know, Robert Callan still in third, but with David McNamee coming in hot too as well. So we'll see if David McNamee can't leapfrog over Callan and possibly Hogenhaug as well.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see this next split, what the gap is between McNamee and Lopez, because it wouldn't surprise me if Lopez gets back in. So let's look at our precision, fuel and hydration performance stats at the run 25.3 kilometer mark. Antonio Benito Lopez, estimated clock at next split is 6:46.03, which is 4:03 average pace.
Yeah, right now he is the fastest mover on course. David McNamee not far off at 4:06 Ks, but it really does look like Antonio Benito Lopez putting in a big surge here. McNamee, the only one who's running even close to that so far here. Bradley Weiss hanging in there, fifth place at 4:14 Ks, so he is outpacing Hogenhaug at this point, as well as Callan. So if Hogenhaug continues to degrade, the door is open for Bradley Weiss, but pretty soon we're going to talk about running out of real estate.
Yeah, I think you're right, Dee. Look, yeah, I think we need to wait a little bit to see how Hogenhaug responds to losing his leader's position. Sometimes it's a little deflating, and this is the time that, look, you realise that you've still got an hour of running to go. It's a little debilitating sometimes, but look, right now, the man on screen, Benito Lopez has got the wind in his sails, and he's just sort of rolling along and using the fact that he just moved into the lead to really bring some extra energy. But we'll see at the next check at 29-kilometre mark if the likes of McNamee where he's at. So we just saw Lopez go through the 29-kilometre mark. The last split 3:47, so he definitely got a sniff of that lead and picked it up a little bit. So it wouldn't surprise me if McNamee comes through maybe next, but it's Hogenhart, 16 seconds back. 4:07 pace through that last segment.
And here we have Kat Matthews about to make the pass, obviously a lap back, but she is passing Robert Callan as well. We had a chance to chat with Kat Matthews before the race, so let's see what Kat had to say about racing here at IRONMAN Vitoria-Gasteiz.
Training's gone really well. Just been at home, some heat, some cold, some rain. It's been fine, yeah. I focus on my race day, everything that gets me to race day, performing at my best, and then performing at my best. And I have an excellent team of people around me who are creating the environment to give me that opportunity. So Mark put together a really comprehensive plan A, plan Bs, plan Cs that we could do throughout the whole year to make sure that the Pro Series became the focus. And this is the third attempt for my second Ironman of the Pro Series. And then I've got a 70.3 as well coming up in a few weeks in Tallinn, which is the European Championships. So with Hamburg just a few weeks ago, we did try and target only the championship races, but changed the plan, obviously. I create lots of options in my mind of how I think I could play the race, but ultimately it's just a performance. And I think especially with this sort of racing now, there's such strong fields every race you go to that you can't really have a plan. You know, it's not an individual effort, it's a react and adapt sort of situation. So I know I've got X number of watts to push, as in I know how many watts not this is how many watts you should push from anyone telling me. And I know how much heart rate I have and how much pace in the legs as soon as I get off the bike. So it's not about being told how to race a race. For me, it's more about just going with the flow on race day. Guru actually, she beat me in my first Ironman I ever did, so I have big respect for her. And obviously, I think she ran a 2:52 or 3 here last year, which I think surprised people because I think this course is not known for how quick it is. So that was I think it was a run PB for her on a course that is a bit, challenging in terms of keeping an even pace. I think you probably change direction about, 18 times every lap, 4 laps. So it shouldn't be a fast course. So yeah, I think I'm really hoping that I won't have to worry about her run, but I will definitely be aware of it getting off the bike.
Well, there's one thing for sure, Kat Matthews, you will not have to worry about Guru's run today, but you need to keep your eyes on Els Visser, who's holding Kat right now. She is inching closer. She's just 2 minutes back, but Els has been sort of chipping away at it, but Kat looks very, very much in control. And I love her comments about how she hasn't had a strategy, and to be honest, the way her season has played out, you can't follow a plan because so many things have been thrown at her between the calf injury and then the disqualification at Hamburg, and she's had to really pivot. It's been a chess match, for her in terms of season planning. But hopefully, if she can secure the victory here, again with the Pro Series being her priority for the year, certainly the Ironman World Championship being a priority for her for the year, she can sort of from here sort of reset and say, okay, my points are secure. I've got 2 Ironman wins. I get 3 full iron distance races towards my points tally. Let's have the World Championship be one of them.
Yep.
Now where do we go from here?
Yeah, I absolutely agree. And she can always add in a 70.3 here or there if she needs to at the end of the season as well.
Sure.
Yeah, so she's, after this one...
Well, she'll compete in, no doubt, she'll compete in Topā.
Topā, yeah. Of course, and you always got WA as well. The weekend before is the final of the PTO's, the Professional Triathlon Series. So, yeah, it's... she's got plenty of options with if she comes away with a win today to really just consolidate a great series so far. And here we are with Benito Lopez, just really flowing. He's really feeling the energy of the crowd here. He's just got a really good rhythm going, and no one in sight from that camera angle.
Yeah, really running away with this thing, at least seemingly right now. Very much, pretty close to coming up on 10 kilometers to go, which means one more lap of running. Again, Christian Hogenhaug, his nearest competitor, he surged past him right after the last time he met and enjoys a 16-second lead on him. David McNamee coming through potentially on Christian Hogenhaug pretty quickly. Robert Callan has moved down 2 spots and is really suffering. Bradley Weiss locking down 5th place right now, running 4-minute Ks. Can he get past Hogenhaug? It's going to be a big ask.
It is, yeah. What do you got? Like, it's,
4 minutes.
4.5 minutes.
4.5 minutes with 10 Ks to go. 12 Ks to go.
Yeah, there'd have to be a bit of an implosion by Hogenhaug for Brad to get back, and that's assuming that Brad can sustain this pace. Like he has.
He's been fighting pretty hard.
Yeah,
I mean, he slowed to 420s at one point,
So-
was lingering around 415s, and seems to have had a bit of a resurgence. So can he get it together and get a little help from somebody up the road? It doesn't seem like it's going to come from Lopez. It doesn't seem like it's going to come from McNamee. So if it's going to come from anybody, it's going to have to be from Hogenhaug.
Well, you have Hogenhaug in Kona. You know, it's going to be interesting. He's going to have some talking points, that's for sure. So it'll be good to see him qualify and go to the Big Island and race, because he's a very exciting athlete to watch, that's for sure. And look, it's really pleasing to see McNamee. He's very good in these conditions. It's over 30 degrees Celsius now. He's sort of still 34 seconds back at last time check on Antonio. And he's keeping his sight. And look, we've still got a little bit less than 12 kilometers to go. 40 minutes, 40 few more, about 42, 43 minutes at this pace, and who knows what Dave can find in that closing if he really wants it. So we'll see. It could be a really exciting last 10 kilometers here. But right now, this man on screen, he's looking pretty good.
He's looking very, very good. Seems like his turnover is just accelerating. Again, he doesn't look like a guy of particularly tall stature, especially when you compare him to someone like Robert Callan, but really long legs for a relatively shorter guy, and boy, he's using him to his advantage. He's got quick turnover for a guy with relatively long legs, given his proportions. Certainly a compact guy, but using those long legs, and what a great turnover.
Yeah, no, he's moving really nicely, and it's hard to see him faltering at this point, but I have seen it happen in Ironman many times. But right now he's just running away with this and putting on a great display of how to run the marathon off a very hard swim bike. Because you got to think these guys are well under course record pace. Like,
again,
it's just a different level.
Not a ton of full distance racing on his resume. Long distance championships, he was 2nd in 2023. Again, not the same as the Ironman distance, but beyond that, really his specialty has been the 70.3 distance. But boy, minus the performance at Ironman Portugal in Cascais back in 2023 where he was 3rd, this will definitely, if he can secure the win here today, put a feather in his cap across the full distance.
Yeah, and give him a lot of points in the Pro Series as well, TD. That would really be a great start to his
you can see, like, he can feel it, man. He's in the last lap now. He's just circled past the finish line, headed out on this last lap, and you can just see it's pulling him. It's pulling him, the will here. So here we have McNamee, who is going past Hogenhaug. That is on the screen right. They are going into, I believe, the finish line stadium where they'll make that U-turn and come back around.
Yep.
But yeah, McNamee now on the shoulder of Christian Hogenhaug, and that pass is looming.
Yeah, McNamee's obviously not feeling great. If he hasn't, yeah, he's starting to struggle a little bit as well,
Yeah.
McNamee, I think. I think it took a lot out of him just to get Hogenhaug back, which full credit to him, like he's been running so well. But yeah, I think it's costing him a little bit, because if you don't go straight past, there's a reason that you're not quite feeling it. So yeah, like if Dave's sort of like, I think, going through maybe a bit of a bad patch right now, and this pace is sort of where he wants to be, and I'm sure he'll gather himself, maybe get a gel at the next day station, get some more electrolytes in, and maybe he can gather himself. But
again, this is a little bit of a tight section of the course. You see, he doesn't have a lot of room.
You'd
so
really
maybe
have to
he's
accelerate
just,
to go
maybe
by.
he's just sort of gathering himself here
Yeah.
because of the nature of where they're at in the course,
For sure.
finding a better spot to maybe make the pass. But I would agree, he doesn't look like he's as aggressive as he might have once been. And Hogenhaug looks to be moving really, really well still.
yeah, no, he is, and yeah, no, you're right. It's a really narrow spot, and if Dave could just be like, okay, well, I'm quite happy at this pace. I'll just get the heart rate down a little bit, gather myself, and then when it opens up again, look, I'll go past. But he's got no one really. There's no one behind him running this fast.
Yep.
And maybe he's like going, okay, if Antonio can run that, then it's his. I can't match that. You dropped me, because it's definitely going out now. So we're looking at 117 already.
And if you try to make a pass when you're not feeling good, if you're feeling a little depleted at this course of the race, as anybody would, 10 Ks to go, just less than, if you force the pass, you could blow. Like he could really blow it. So a smart move really for David McNamee to just lock in to this pace and bank on maybe the last couple of Ks if he needs to. And bank on the fact that he's going to have better closing speed in the final Ks, and no sense in pushing it other than the fact that every second matters. And so could he pick up some more points? Possibly, but his objective right now is that World Championship qualifying slot. Again, he hasn't been racing Pro Series races. This is his first in the series, so perhaps less of a priority for him other than just locking up that championship slot. So why make the risk, particularly if you're feeling a little bit rough? But now he seems to be easing into it and inching a little bit past Hogenhaug.
Yeah, I think he's probably enjoying the company. He's just, yeah, I think Dave...
He missed Antonio Benito Lopez. They were together for so long.
I know.
He felt
He's
lonely.
Like, where's my next
he
friend?
wanted a buddy.
Yeah.
He just wanted a friend.
But Dave, yeah, like, I know fairly well. He looks a little tired now, I think. Yeah, he just needs to gather himself. It's still got, what, just about 10 kilometers to go.
Yep.
So when you're feeling it and you're starting to feel that empty feeling, which if you've done enough Ironmans, you've definitely experienced that. It's hard. And he's just, but he's easing away now, but it's not with that same vigor that he had like 10 kilometers ago. But yeah, I think Lopez is looking the goods right now for me, DD.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's. I don't see anybody at this point catch him. It would take a remarkable implosion. You could just see he could, you know, he could smell it. There's blood in the water. He could smell it, and he's being drawn to that finish line. And what an exciting performance from him. Callan continuing to hold on to fourth place at 4:30 back through 31.3 kilometers. But I anticipate that Bradley Weiss will be shortly there after Robert Callan. We're going to take a quick break. Don't go away. Lots of exciting racing left to come.
Open up the sky, 'cause I'm coming up to you. So send down your wings and let them bring me to you. You know I'm standing at the station, ready to go. Oh, big old aeroplane, I'm trusting your soul. Get on up, big bear.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is you're always looking for what's next.
Introducing the Ironman Pro Series Virtual Edition on Full Gas. Join athletes from across the globe as they conquer bike courses from the Ironman Pro Series. Challenge yourself, travel the world, and earn your exclusive Finisher's Medal. Push your limits and make your mark. Exclusively on Full Gas. Unleash your inner champion. Register now at fullgas.com.
Ironman Vitoria-Gasteiz is brought to you by Hoka, Fly Human Fly, and by VinFast, boundless together. So watching Kat Matthews here, she was super aggressive in the closing stages of the bike from about 110 kilometers on, really created some separation from that group of four that had been riding together most of the day, swimming and riding together through most of the day, darted out of T2, overtook the lead from her closest competitors, and now sits 2 minutes and actually now 23 seconds ahead of Els Visser. Els had shut that down to just over 2 minutes, but Kat making a surge, got another 20 seconds back on Els, and Ruth Astle holding down third place, sitting at 3:20 back. Daniela Blymel fighting hard. She's in fourth position at 9 minutes 20 back. So it really is a three-woman race at this point. Can Els Visser chase down Kat Matthews? Kat's going to put up a heck of a fight, but right now, Els keeping Kat Matthews honest.
Yeah, she really is, DD. As we check in with the current weather conditions presented by Roka, 84 degrees Fahrenheit, 29 degrees Celsius, a few clouds in the sky. UV index is up pretty high, and not much wind to speak of, and the humidity, as we talked about earlier, is dropped away quite a lot. So it's getting a little warm. I feel more for the age groupers that are going to be finishing later in the day, because I think it's just going to keep getting hotter and hotter, but all the athletes out there are handling it very, very well. So yeah, especially this lady on screen, Kat Matthews, hasn't changed form since that first step onto the Hoka run course. Super smooth, and just when she gets a little bit of downhill, you can just see the flow. The way she covers the ground is really, really nice, and that's how she got a silver medal at the World 70.3 Championships last year. She does have a lot of speed. She's just not an Ironman athlete. She's a very good 70.3 athlete.
The diversity for her, the range that she has.
Really
perhaps
amazing.
Not a WTCS type of athlete, because doesn't have quite that swim speed, but her ability across. I mean, she's been second both at the 70.3 World Champs and at the full Ironman World Champs. So yeah, the range is there. She is as strong as she is fast. She's had some bad luck. She's had some big blows. That disqualification at Hamburg, just a lapse in concentration for one small moment when she saw Race Ranger turn red and thought, you have to go, because she had suffered a penalty at Ironman Texas, and so she saw red and was like, you have to go, forgetting and not realizing she was in a no-pass zone. So swallowed that bitter pill, but she's back here at Ironman Vitoria, righting what went wrong in Hamburg.
Yeah, she really is making up for that race. Obviously, he was in great form there, and just unfortunate, but she's showing what she was fully capable of doing by her performance here today, here in Spain. Amazing race. Here we have Els Visser, who's still, as you said, keeping Kat honest.
Yeah.
2:39 at last check. Falling away just a few seconds every kilometre on Kat. I don't know if she's slowing down or Kat's just sort of sped up a little bit. I don't know.
It's a bit of cat and mouse, because Els closed her down to just over 2 minutes. Now it's back to 2:23, 2:25 or so. So,
yep.
You know, if Kat had any aspirations of racing somewhat conservatively to just check the win box and move on, Els Visser says, nope, I'm going to make you earn it. And so far, that's how things are unfolding.
2 minutes is just that uncomfortable spot, isn't it?
It's just not good enough, is it?
As they're just ticking through halfway.
Yeah, it's just not good enough.
It's like, come on.
Yeah, I mean, look at Els Visser, too, back-to-back full distance racing here. Just really, really amazing that she's able to even stand straight.
Yeah.
Not to mention to challenge Kat here potentially for the win, but she's out there doing it. And so snaps to Els Visser as well. But Kat Matthews continues to be in control. And here we're taking a look at Sam Laidlow. Now we're getting a lot of questions, a lot of comments. We see ya, we hear ya. Here's what happened. Sam Laidlow, once again, was assessed a penalty at kilometer 69. Rules stipulate that you must check in at the next penalty tent. That is the rule. It doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter where you are in the course. The rule is you must stop at the next penalty tent because it serves a great advantage if you're in the lead pack, if you stay there until the end of the bike and choose to serve your penalty there. You do not have a choice as an athlete where you serve your penalty. You serve your penalty at the next penalty tent, which was at kilometer 71, 72.
Correct.
It was a couple of kilometers away. He neglected to stop at the penalty tent. He did not stop. Rules also stipulate if you do not stop at the next penalty tent, you will be disqualified. When he did not stop at the penalty tent, referees disqualified him. He was not notified of his disqualification until T2. At T2, he was notified by a technical official that he was disqualified, and he responded to the technical official saying, I intend to protest the disqualification. So he is out finishing the race and will protest in front of a committee at the conclusion of the race. The committee will hear his protest, deliberate, and a decision will be made, we're told, anywhere from 1 to a handful of hours after his protest is filed. He has 60 minutes to notify officials of his intent to protest, which he most certainly must do. Sam Laidlow is in a position now as defending Ironman world champion. He does not need to qualify for the world championship. He simply needs to validate and finish the race. So his options are limited. If the disqualification holds up and he does not win the protest, he is already locked out of Ironman Lake Placid, which happens a week from now. There is the option of Ironman Frankfurt, although that list has not been disclosed, and it is, curious whether or not he put his name on there as a hedge. But if not, that list is closed as well, and so his opportunity to validate his slot would be gone. So there's a lot on the line. He is going to protest, and we'll have to wait and see what the technical committee decides on the protest. But he's running well. Yeah, I mean, so if you're seeing Sam Laidlow out on the course and don't understand, obviously there have been social media posts that he's been disqualified. Why is he still running? He's running because he intends to protest. Whether or not that protest will stand is to be determined. But the rules stipulate you must stop at the next penalty tent, which he failed to do. You do not have the choice of which penalty tent you stop at. The athletes are told at the briefing where the penalty tents are. They are listed on the course maps. It is up to the athlete to know where they are located. He did not stop. If you get a drafting penalty and you think it's bogus and you just choose not to stop, you can't do that. You have to stop, serve the penalty, and then you can protest the drafting penalty. But he didn't do either of those things. So he's in a tough position right now, but he's finishing out the race, and we'll see what the committee decides on his protest. Period.
Thanks, Dee. That was good clarification. Love it.
And back to our women's leader, Kat Matthews.
Yeah. And Kat still looking the goods here. Moving into the second half of this Hoka run course, starting her third lap of this 4-lap course, 10.5 kilometers each lap, and she just seems to be going from strength to strength, and yeah, not slowing down at all, which is a good thing, because Els Visser is not letting her have this all her own way.
No.
And she's still within 2.5 minutes of the leader right now.
And, Ruth Astle fighting the fight. Again, we've talked about her injury and her return to racing. The fact that she is sitting just 4 minutes 20 down of Kat Matthews with the injuries that she suffered throughout the year. Just a great race for Ruth Astle and things coming together for her still. As you say, Joe, early days. She's got a lot of running left to do with not a lot of miles in her legs running-wise, but certainly she has demonstrated that the fitness is there. She was the first off the bike, so patient in the early stages. She swam really well. She biked really well. She got to hold it together and get that Nice qualifying slot and get those all-important points on the board and try to really move forward from this injury that really has played with her, obviously physically, but also emotionally. The number of false starts. Well, I'm going to put my name on this list. Nope, I can't do it. I'm going to put my name on this list. Nope, not ready yet. And that's, as a professional athlete who literally is born to race, that's a really, really hard position to be in. But she's reaping the benefits of her patience and having a really, really solid day out there today.
Yeah, she's definitely had a few goals, and the first one was to get through in one piece, and second, obviously, to get that qualifying spot for World Championships. And right now, she's doing both of those things and having a great day. And if she can end up on the podium as well, she's going to be over the moon. And hopefully, body holds up well, and she can come back, and we see her a lot more racing this year.
Just a quick update further back in the women's race, back at just before 20 kilometers, the trio of Simone Mitchell, Katarina Wolf, and Jana Uderstadt have all moved past Steph Clutterbuck. So Steph Clutterbuck sits in 8th place. Those three together, 5th, 6th, and 7th. We're going to take a quick break, but we're going to come right back to you. Don't go away.
Beyond the finish lines, our commitment goes the extra mile. We are the Ironman Foundation. We've given back more than $55 million to support our mission of leaving a positive impact throughout race communities. Without our amazing athletes, volunteers, and givers, we wouldn't be where we are today. Together, let's continue this journey of impact. Join the Ironman Foundation and be a part of something extraordinary. And back with our men's Lido, Antonio Benito Lopez running just so well. So well. So impressed with this man.
Yeah, no, beautiful run. And yeah, it was great to see him and Dave McNamee sort of run through halfway together before Benito just sort of like squeeze the pace a little bit and catapult him straight through to the lead position. And since then, he's just, I feel like he's running with more, he's more relaxed and just got a great flow to him, and I can't see anyone getting near this man.
You can see now, coming out of the break from the last time we saw him, he's not getting quite as much distance off the ground. He's really like leaning forward, trying to roll it into the finish line. Yeah, you can just see the will is so strong, and he is literally hurling himself towards the finish line. I mean, he's got to be in a world of hurt right now. But yeah, it's what a day, what a performance for him.
Yeah, and Dave McNamee's just come through, and this is how fast Lopez is running. That Dave's 2:28 behind now. It wasn't that long ago that they were running side by side. So yeah, there's definitely, he's really opened it up. But I think everyone's starting to feel the pinch a little bit. It was a very fast swim. Yeah, extremely fast bike with 2 athletes going sub 4 hours on this bike course. And then to back it up, and Lopez to put together this marathon. And right now, I dare not look at what sort of pace is predicted to run, but it's definitely going to be very, very fast.
I think we're going to see a super emotional finish from this man for the performance he has put out today. Again, not a lot of full distance racing on his resume. He's a consistent sub 110 runner at the 70.3 distance, so we know the goods are there. Just had to put the strength behind it to finish out the back half, and that's really where he made his move here. He had company in McNamee. They set the pace together, and it's when McNamee fell off that you could really see like almost the belief in Lopez that like, hey, look at me, look at what I'm doing. And when he moved past Hogenhaug, that was it. Like you just saw the surge, and now the will to win his first Ironman.
Yeah, he definitely, you can see some grimaces now across this man's face. He's hurting, and look, he's still got some running to go as well. He's closing in probably 5 kilometers roughly to go. So he's still got another, at this pace, close to 20 minutes. And this is going to hurt, but it's going to be all worth it when he finishes down that that finishing chute.
It's like he's like, I've done the job. Like I'm winning. No one's going to catch me. Can we just stop now?
Yeah. Unfortunately not. It's, everyone's got to run every step. So yeah, he's got to battle all the way through. We just saw Hogenhaug come through the last checkpoint, 35.6 kilometers, 4:21 behind. So we saw not that long ago McNamee and Hogenhaug running together. Now Hogenhaug's nearly 2 minutes behind McNamee. So the wheels are starting to fall off a little bit, and it's people are going to be just really trying to get to that finishing line. It's but as we're part of the this pro series, every second matters, and these guys are going to fight for everything. So yeah, it's I'm expecting carnage at the finishing line.
Yeah, and rightly so. I mean, they've put it absolutely all out there, and what an emotional day here for Antonio Benito Lopez, on track to win his first Ironman in his home country of Spain. What a great thing, and how crazy this crowd must be going for him. The excitement continuing to build as he charges towards the finish line in our women's race. Kat Matthews, sort of a resurgence here, eking a little bit further away, put another 20 seconds into Elsvisser through 21.6 miles. Ruth Astle holding strong at 4:18 back, and Daniela Blymel now at 11 minutes back for your top 4 in our women's race.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Elsvisser is just not letting Kat get having any space at all. And here we see on shot Dave McNamee from Scotland. Having a great day. This would look. I think Dave, he can hold this together and come away with a second place today. He's going to be over the moon. He's really Kona is his favourite place, and the reason he gets out of bed every morning and trains. And for him to go back again in October, he's going to be really excited to do that race.
Bradley Weiss in 4th place.
Oh,
Bradley Weiss in 4th place with 2 minutes down from Christian Hogenhaug. So this is a battle. This is the last qualifying slot. Hogenhaug and Brad Weiss. But Hogenhaug, through that last timing check, his pace, and again, was this a stop at perhaps a porta potty, or is this a real degradation in pace? But his pace, 5:25K. Brad Weiss running a minute per K faster. There's only 7 Ks to go.
Yeah.
But you can eat that up if that is distinctly a pace change for Hogenhaug, or was that a stop?
And we won't really know unless we get a shot of it. But yeah, that's what I sort of said. Like the Brad would need Christian like an implosion, and either it's happening right now, or he stopped, potty stop or something, and he might get back into his rhythm. But 2 minutes, you start walking, 2 minutes evaporates very, very quickly. As we come back to our women's leader, Kat Matthews, making it look easy. I'm sure it's not easy, but she's making it look pretty smooth out there as she comes through a beautiful section of the course.
And there is where the every athlete longs to be. That's our Paul K, getting fans riled up. We can see them filing into the Finnish stadium there. And getting the excitement building for our champions. Men's champions expected about, 15 minutes time, if that. Our women still have a ways to go, but the crowd's starting to build at the finish line.
Yeah, no, this is getting really exciting, Dee. Yeah, obviously, these guys are fighting. It's crazy that these guys are all fighting for those last 3 Kona slots.
Yeah.
So exciting to watch these last few kilometers.
We have requested, we're not sure it's possible. Our cameras are working overtime out there with all of the action that's happening, but see if we can get a camera on that race for the last qualifying slot between Brad Weiss and Christian Hogenhaug. They were 2 minutes apart at 35.6 kilometers, but seemingly Hogenhaug had some sort of pause or some sort of almost breakdown to see if how that battle is ensuing as we check in with our women's leader, Kat Matthews, who's now through 24.8 kilometers. Still running really, really well, taking care of business. We see running with that water bottle in her hand, getting the nutrition on board, keeping the hydration up. As she said, back home training, they've had a little bit of heat, a little bit of rain, a little bit of cold. It's a fine British summer.
that's England for you.
Exactly, but
I can
she
say that
doesn't.
because I'm English
Originally, she doesn't seem to be feeling a bit of bother. She's really holding pace nicely. That last segment, 4:19 Ks. She's been as quick as sort of 4:08 to 4:10. Up that, of course, just there she ran through that timing mat and it said 4:39. But the fact that she's got the bottle in her hand, I think she might have stopped at that personal needs table possibly again.
Yep.
That's the only time we've seen her pace slow, and optically it doesn't look like there is anything getting in her way. Her lead on Els Visser now up to 3 minutes at 24.8 kilometers. So Kat continuing to increase her lead over Els Visser, who made a go of it. And let's not forget, Els is backing up full distance races week over week. So if there were going to be chinks in the armor, here they come in the second half of this marathon. She's done a great, great effort as we take a chance to check in with our VinFast performance analysis here on the run with Kat Matthews. Average pace per kilometer, 4:39. Again, that I believe includes a stop at the personal needs table because she has that bottle in her hand once again. But generally speaking, has been hovering in the 4:10 to 4:20 per minute Ks, just like clockwork. And Els Visser still sitting at 3. Oh, sorry, that's the last timing mat. I didn't refresh my tracker. Whoopsie daisy.
We did miss something, DD. Brad Weiss is on the move, but Cam Worth is closing on Brad Weiss. So it could be Brad might get caught by Cam Worth for the last podium spot, but get his Kona spot. And Cam Worth, the triathlete, no longer a cyclist, just to announce that. He's a triathlete. He, in his words, Cam Worth. Imagine him outrunning Brad Weiss. That'd be something. So anyway, I really want to get a camera on those three guys.
We're working on it. I am told that we're going to go to Hogenhaug and see if Weiss runs up, but now we're going to see if Worth runs up as well. Oh my goodness.
It's good racing here. Look, and yeah, every second matters. I don't know. Yeah, Kona spots on the line, last podium position on the line, and obviously points as well. So
well, but here's the thing. Cam Worth has a slot.
Cam does, but Cam Worth for third, like, you want to be the third place, you're on the podium. So
well, yeah, you want to be on the podium, but I'm saying so if Worth goes past Weiss, but Weiss gets past Hogenhaug, Weiss will still get the slot.
Yeah, but Cam Worth will celebrate like he won the thing if he outruns Brad Weiss. He'll do the robot down the finishing line if he outruns Brad Weiss.
He'll say he's a runner now.
Yeah, he'll say I'm actually quitting triathlete. I'm going to be a runner.
I'm going to pursue the marathon. That's exactly right.
Hopefully Cam doesn't listen to this broadcast. But here we are with our men's leader doing everything right, Antonio Benito Lopez. Really closing in on the last few kilometers here, and he really just wants to get to that finishing line. You can see there's a few grimaces across his face now. Definitely you can see he is slowed down, but he is on some crazy pace right now. So excited to see what he actually splits for the marathon, but this is starting to really test him and hurt, as it is for the rest of the guys, because they've left nothing out there today.
Absolutely, but they better have something, particularly for those guys in third, fourth, and fifth position out there who still have a lot to be racing for. Cam Worth to potentially put himself on the podium. Bradley Weiss to potentially get himself a World Championship qualifying slot. Christian Hogenhaug also gunning for that World Championship qualifying slot.
Yeah, and whoever doesn't get the slot, I guess Frankfurt. Yeah, it's tough. Like, to back up again.
And here's the thing, you would have had to have that forethought because the start list for Frankfurt is closed.
Yeah, of course.
So just for people that don't know, for professionals, they open up the entry lists weeks to months before race date, and you submit your intention to race, fill out your entry form, and you are secure. With the popularity of these Pro Series races, Ironman has taken to indicating to the pros when races are getting full, because we're seeing record numbers of athletes enter these races, and some of them are selling out, as we check in with Christian Hogenhaug here, who is trying to hold on to third place. So athletes can enter, and at some point, a handful of weeks, a couple of weeks before the race start, they will close the list, and you are no longer able to enter it. So whoever is on the outside looking in hopefully would have hedged and said, hey, if I don't get it here, I'm going to put my name here just in case.
That's what Cam Worth does.
Yeah, put your name down.
Why not?
So you're not shut out of it.
And there is a deadline, and that is on the entry. This is the deadline
and
for
then the courteous thing to do is, if you don't intend to race, to notify Ironman. They don't keep a wait list, but certainly for us in the booth, we want to know who's racing and who's not, so an accurate start list is always helpful. So if you don't intend to race, you can always remove your name from a start list without penalty, but as a hedge, hopefully some of these guys did throw their name on Frankfurt just in case, because one of these guys, unfortunately, is going to be on the outside looking in.
Yeah. And
it's not going to be Benito Lopez.
No, I'm pretty sure he's going to get his spot. He's definitely earned it. So he's come through 39.3 kilometers. Still sub 4-minute kilometer pace. It's hurting, but he's still holding an amazing pace there. 3:56 through that last checkpoint. So he's really closing in. A little under 3 kilometers to go. 2.9 kilometers to go from that last checkpoint. A little under 2 miles. 1.7 miles to go for Benito Lopez.
And now we're going to expect David McNamee to be the next through that 39.3, and what we're waiting for, and why we have decided to join Christian Hogenhaug, because the race for 3rd, 4th, and 5th is really, really heating up. Christian Hogenhaug has resumed pace a little bit. At least it looks like he's not running what was reported at the last time he split of 5.5 minute Ks. So maybe there was a stop in there. But boy, did that get the backup of Bradley Weiss to say, hey, there is a chance for this. I'm not out of it yet. Because of course, Antonio Benito Lopez needs a slot. David McNamee needs a slot. Christian Hogenhaug needs a slot, and Bradley Weiss needs a slot. So those 4 guys running for a World Championship qualifying slot. Can Bradley Weiss shut down Christian Hogenhaug? It doesn't seem likely that Hogenhaug's going to move in front of McNamee to make himself safe. Nope. So it's really between Hogenhaug and Bradley Weiss, and then Cam Worth just running for bragging rights at this point, trying to get himself on the podium and say, I outran Bradley Weiss.
For points, for being for being on the podium, and for potentially his fastest ever run split, which, look, Cam's just building into Kona. He's already got his qualifying slot from South Africa this year, where he placed 3rd, and he's just builds fitness. It's how he doesn't approach preparation like most triathletes. He prepares like a cyclist, and now so he uses races to build fitness, and this is just on the way to it. And this would give him a lot of confidence into Kona to maybe get back in the mix and in that top 5, which is what he really wants to do at Kona this year.
So far, men's race leader here, less than 2 kilometers to go on this final lap of this Hoka Marathon to close out this potentially first ever win for Antonio Benito Lopez. What a day he's had. Let's watch him close it out, but let's watch what unfolds behind him as well, because that's pretty darn exciting stuff as well.
Absolutely, Dee. No, it's getting really exciting. And we'll definitely come back to the women's race as well. Just an update on that. Kat Matthews still leading the way. Els Visser, 2:59. So really, still keeping just below that 3-minute threshold. Ruth Astle, amazing so far. Doing really well through 25.3 kilometers, still holding strong. Slowed a little bit, but still 6:26. And she's got good breathing space to 4th place, which Danielle Blamel, which she's another at last check, about 7 minutes behind. So Ruth doing an amazing job. As we come back to Benito Lopez, who's leading our men's race in the closing probably 2 kilometers, maybe a mile, 1.5 kilometers to go. So not far to go at all, Dee Dee.
I'm getting an update from our friends at Ironman that Hogenhaug has put his name on the Frankfurt list. So he's hedged. He's hedged should it turn south for him. But right now, he's not the one that needs the hedge.
I don't think Brad, he might have, but I don't think he wanted to have to do another
to chase
one.
it, yeah, to chase it.
It's a lot. Especially when you live in South Africa.
Yeah, true that, right?
Yeah, Denmark to
With
Germany.
a wife and a young daughter,
Yeah,
that's a
exactly.
lot. That's a big burden on the family, both to ask them to stay away from home for that long and for them to be separate for that long.
There's
so,
Brad
yeah.
right now. So, yeah, Brad's running. And look, his wife will be out there giving him all the information. I get chills thinking about it because, no, he knows what he needs
looking
to do.
over the shoulder.
And
So-
Brad is tough. He's one. Here we go.
Oh, here we go.
Look
Here we
up the
go.
pass.
Brad Weiss on the shoulder of Christian Hogenhaug. Little fanny pat. There it goes.
Wow. Brad.
Oh, golly. Yeah, you saw Hogenhaug got the heads up that he's there, and there goes Bradley Weiss. So really what this means right now, so David McNamee, by the way, through 39.3 kilometers, he's 4 minutes down of Antonio Benito Lopez. But the real sort of race within the race, and part of why we're getting so excited here, is Brad Weiss really chasing that Ironman World Championship qualifying slot, as is Christian Hogenhaug. And Hogenhaug just not able, the one-time leader of the race, just not able to hold it together in these last 10 kilometers. Brad Weiss worked down a 2-minute gap to him in the last, couple of Ks. So Bradley Weiss definitely showing that grit and determination that we've seen for him. He's going to be in a world of hurt.
Brad's. I've never seen him like that before.
I mean,
Every muscle in his whole body was like locked up, but he's such a talent.
Like, in my heart of hearts, I want to see Hogenhaug come back by him. Like, I want to see them battle all the way to the finish line. But what a race. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, very, very exciting. And, yeah, no, they're both just throwing everything they've got at it. And, Hogenhaug, like, full credit to him. He did everything right.
Yep.
His swim was the only thing that was a little off, so he maybe had to work a little harder than maybe he'd wanted to and on the bike. But, he got himself into the race and was aggressive. But that's his card, and he played it. And he ran, like, I've watched him do a few Ironmans now, and he's getting further and further to where he gets, like, a gorilla jumps on his back. And it's really, like, 37 kilometers. He's so close to executing that.
The good news and the only justice in this, and we knew that someone was going to be on the outside looking in, and right now, unfortunately, it looks like it's going to be Christian Hogenhaug. But the good news for him, he is on, and actually Cam Wharf's gone by him as well.
Cam's closing in on Brad, 8 seconds.
And Cam is just 8 seconds back of Brad Weiss. And of course, I know Brad Weiss wants the podium, certainly, but will be relieved if he can just hold on to that slot. Christian Hogenhaug, Ironman Pro membership telling me, is on the start list for Frankfurt. Brad Weiss is not. So this was Brad Weiss's last chance at that. He went all in on this. Hogenhaug's going to have another swing at it in about a month's time in Frankfurt. So
well, that's what Brad, and I reached out to Brad a few weeks ago, and that was it. He's, that's all or nothing with this. And being on another start list, yes, it makes sense if you got a flat tire, but if you've got it in the back of your mind, Brad didn't give himself another option to qualify. And maybe that's the difference.
Sometimes that's what you need.
Maybe that's the difference. That's why he's turning himself inside out right now.
Well, Brad Weiss is also very good at turning himself inside out.
Well, yeah, he does specialize in that. But
it's my specialty.
This is an amazing performance all around. These guys are leaving nothing out there.
Zips up, the fist pumps. Here we go. We're starting to enjoy it. Yeah, less than a kilometer to go here.
Looks like he's running 3-minute Ks.
For Antonio Benito Lopez from Spain. What a way to win your first Ironman in your home country in front of this amazing crowd.
Look at the time he's going to come in. We're at 7:35 and change right now, and he's in the closing few hundred meters of this course. Amazing performance here by Antonio Benito Lopez. Third place last year in Ironman Portugal, and now it looks like he's going to come away with his first ever Ironman victory in the Pro Series at Ironman Vitoria-Gasteiz.
Just because we've been referencing them, swim and bike, I will acknowledge course best time across the marathon belonged to Nick Castellin back in 2022 with 2:43.28. We'll likely see that go today.
Yeah.
Yeah, should do.
Yeah, he's going to be just under 240, I think, by my calculation, but I've been wrong before. But yeah, and the course record, Dee, did you see that one?
Overall course best.
7.
Well, that's unusual.
Yeah, that's unusual.
It's listed at 7:28.27 by an age group athlete in 2021, but then the highlighted number is 7:52.50 by Nick Castellini.
So this course record has gone 7:36 and change right now.
And here he goes, makes that U-turn. Everybody else got to turn and do another lap, but it's Antonio Benito Lopez who becomes your Ironman Vitoria-Gasteiz champion. First-time Ironman champion, secures himself a qualifying slot for the Ironman World Championship in Kona in October. What a performance for him.
Yeah, amazing. And you can see the emotion all over, just, yeah, can't contain it. He really had a poker face until that last 100, and now he gets to celebrate this amazing performance. And we're checking in with the Wahoo Element rival, a 2:37.57 run split from Antonio Benito Lopez of Spain to run away with this race and come away the champion of Vitoria-Gasteiz.
You know, it's funny, he's been in the mix. We didn't talk about him a whole lot because he was mixed up in a bunch of different groups, both in the swim, on the bike. It wasn't until the second half of this marathon he got paired up pretty much out of transition with David McNamee. They both set the pace, and when he distanced himself, he gapped McNamee by about 15 seconds. It's almost like he got the bit in the teeth, and he absolutely went for it. And when he got past Castellini, man, that was it.
Yeah, absolutely, that was it. He just went for it, and here's Dave. Well, even when he's absolutely depleted, he still is a beautiful runner, and yeah, he'll be very proud of his performance. This is what he came here to do. Obviously would have loved to have come away with a win, but I think he's going to be very, very happy with his performance today.
Yeah, super solid performance from David McNamee. We know we've seen him run brilliantly. I wouldn't say this is the most brilliant run ever, but this might be one of the hardest fought runs ever for David McNamee. We got a little concerned when Benito Lopez sort of distanced himself. Was McNamee going to sort of blow up from there? But he has held strong, moved himself into what we anticipate to be second position here. Don't think Bradley Weiss is going to catch him. There's a couple of minutes back, but Bradley Weiss got a battle on his hands now with Cameron Murph, who's literally got nothing to lose. He's got his slot. He just wants the podium. He wants the extra points. Bradley Weiss might be relaxed a little bit, thinking, I have the slot. That's what I came here to do. Do I have the fire? It took so much work for Brad Weiss to get past Christian Hogenhaug. Does he have it to fight off Cameron Murph as well?
Yeah, it's a good question. Yes, Brad's yes. He will not want to, like a third place, yeah, will mean a lot more to him.
It's so funny for a guy whose demeanor is so kind-hearted and just so mild-mannered. Man, he's savage out there.
Yeah, no, he is. And yeah, that's what makes him such a great athlete. His work ethic is second to none, and yeah, he knows how to turn it on race day. But here we're following Dave McNamee coming in. He's currently sitting in second. I did get a chance to...
Okay, so here we have, again, Sam Laidlow crossing the finish line. He has been disqualified. He has notified technical officials of his intent to protest. He's got 60 minutes following, so start your watches to file that protest. He will stand before committee, make his argument to overturn that protest, and we will certainly keep you posted. But that process can take anywhere from 1 to a handful of hours. The decision will be made today, so keep in touch with your socials to see what comes out there. But right now, David McNamee in second place of this race. Of course, if overturned, Laidlow would assume that position, but the penalty to Laidlow, disqualification for not stopping at the penalty tent after being assessed a drafting penalty. He'll make his case before committee. So now we'll get behind David McNamee as he makes his way towards the finish line in second place.
Yeah, I can feel the pain of Dave right now, just trying to get to that line. He's in survival mode right now, and he's desperate to get to that line, but he came here with a job to do, and look, he's going to come away with second place, a Kona qualification. And yeah, an amazing race for him today. And he's going to look at the points he's going to accumulate. We'll see that as he crosses under the finishing arch. But a great way to open his Pro Series account as well.
Yeah, I mean, every reason to be super pleased. Sure, he would have liked to have stayed with Antonio Benito Lopez as the two ran shoulder to shoulder and potentially take it all the way to the finish line, but not very many things for David McNamee to hang his head about here.
Yeah, and here we go. Second place finisher, David McNamee from Scotland, finishing second in IRONMAN Vitoria-Gasteiz. Congratulations, Dave McNamee. Done.
Yeah, acknowledgement of the crowd there. Takes the handshake. He looks a little bit wobbly there. Congratulations to his competitors as well. And now we will wait for third place. Will it be Cameron Worth? Will it be Bradley Weiss?
Could have a sprint finish on our hands.
Yeah,
Stephen.
could be. Could be some cramping.
So Dave McNamee came away with a 2:42.03. So a really solid run, especially fading a little bit in that last lap.
Looks like at 41.1 kilometers, Cam Worth has nudged by Bradley Weiss, leads him by about 15 seconds. So he is currently in third place. We would anticipate seeing him next, but Bradley Weiss holding off Christian Hogenhaug and will secure that Kona qualifying slot for the World Championship in October. Bradley Weiss just needs to get himself across the line. Christian Hogenhaug, what a hard-fought battle.
Yep.
He's still out there battling, sitting in fifth place. As we check in with Kat Matthews, our women's leader, who now enjoys a 3-minute and 36-second lead over Els Visser. So she continues to eke further and further away as she faces about 12 kilometers left to go. So she's going to finish out this lap, have one more to go for Kat Matthews.
Yeah, around 50 minutes or so to go for Kat at this pace. So she's looking fantastic. And but yeah, throwing back to Els Visser, she's still 3:36 back, slowed a little bit, and there's the gap's extended, but still not enough for Kat Matthews to just relax and just chill out. She's still got to hold this pace through to the end.
But I believe that this momentum is going to make her feel better about when Els was sort of trying to reel her in, brought her to almost 2 minutes. Yeah, so now she's enjoying the fact that that number's getting bigger rather than smaller, which is what you want to see when you've got 10 plus kilometers left to go.
And it looks like we just maybe missed Cam Worth come across the line in third place. So yeah, Cam Worth. So bittersweet for Brad Weiss, but he'll be very happy to secure his Kona qualification. But Cam Worth, amazing performance, third place, 2:44.41.
Congratulations, Cam. You are a triathlete. Here we go with a replay of David McNamee across the line in second place. Again, a replay of David McNamee. That happened a few moments ago, and it was Cameron Worth across the line in third for the men. His marathon time unofficially 2:44.41, followed by Bradley Weiss. Here's the replay of Cam Worth across the line. Actually looking fresh as a daisy. Well done, Cam Worth. Yeah, he comes across unofficial race time, 7:43.16, and then Bradley Weiss followed him in fourth place. Marathon time, 2:45.11 for a 7:43.51, and here we welcome Christian Hogenhaug. Got to be hard for him. He missed out both on the qualifying slot, and will have to battle back in Frankfurt if he wants to race. You got to feel a little bit of the disappointment. At one point, he had a whiff of the lead, but really struggled in the closing kilometers of that marathon. But still, 2:53.23 for him. The emotions definitely display as a bit of disappointment for Christian Hogenhaug, but we will see him again. We're going to take it down to the finish line for our recoveries for our interviews with our men's champions, starting with your champion.
We are with our champion, Antonio Benito. Antonio, congratulations for the victory. Muchas felicidades por esta victoria. ¿Te imaginabas que podías ganar el día de hoy? Could you imagine that you could win today here in Vitoria-Gasteiz?
La verdad que venía a conseguir el slot a Kona y eso era hacer podium. O sea que bueno, venía a por eso y a medida que iba pasando la carrera, sobre todo la carrera a pie, me iba viendo delante, ¿no? Intentando controlar porque aunque vayas controlando siempre se hace largo y bueno, al final he podido ganar, así que súper contento.
So Antonio said he came to Vitoria for his slot for Kona, but finally he was feeling well, especially during the race, and he was overtaking people, and finally he could have this amazing victory with 7 hours and 36 minutes, una victoria con 7 horas 36 minutos.
Sí, la verdad que me lo iban diciendo que iba a hacer, si no récord de España o algo así, la mejor marca en territorio español, y bueno, es algo secundario, ¿no? Pero la verdad que bueno, que muy contento por ello.
When Nick Castellan won here in Vitoria-Gasteiz in 2022, he made 7 hours 52 minutes. He made today 7 hours 36 minutes, so amazing performance for Antonio Benito. And the last thing I'm going to ask now, last year you won 70.3 Swansea, and that afternoon Carlos Alcaraz won Wimbledon. You won today here in Vitoria-Gasteiz. This afternoon Carlos Alcaraz is fighting for Wimbledon. Is like a signal?
Yes, Carlos win this afternoon and Spain win European Cup. Yeah.
Bueno, pues vamos a dar este fuerte aplauso. This applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our Ironman Vitoria-Gasteiz champion, Antonio Benito. Thank you. Enhorabuena.
Thank you very much.
There you go, Antonio Benito smashing his personal best here on the course. Good enough to take the win here today as we bring James Teagle across the line in 7:46.46. For him, he will take home 6th place. But Antonio Benito talking about how he is setting the trend for Spanish athletes around the world.
Amazing.
Anticipates a Spanish win at Wimbledon. Anticipates a Spanish win at, what did you say, the World Cup?
Euro Cup.
Okay, Euro Cup.
Soccer.
Sorry. Okay. Football. Football.
Yeah, football in Europe. Yes, thank you. So yes, amazing interview. That was great to hear. Very, very emotional win for him, and obviously to win on home soil, amazing. So here we are with Kat Matthews, still looking the goods here as she heads out onto her last lap.
I tell you, one person who's a group of people who aren't getting tired are our fans along the course here. They continue to will these athletes along, and Kat Matthews goes past the 32-kilometer mark. So 10.2 kilometers to go. She's into her last lap. And, of course, that pacing right back to 4:12. So she is like a metronome out there. Been waffling 4:10 to 4:20 with the occasional stop at the personal needs table, which drags her to 4:40. But really just getting the job done here today. Is showing a little bit of fatigue, but I'm just being hypercritical. She looks great.
Looks like it might be a slight uphill. I don't know. But, yeah, she's looking great. I think, she's been pushed all the way. And I think it's good for her because she just came and sort of just able to shut it down early. I think you wouldn't learn as much. So yeah, she's been sort of tested a little bit, but you have to really run under pressure pretty much the whole way.
It's been the story of her season that she's had to pivot and regroup and pivot and regroup. I think she came in here with the hopes of having a comfortable lead so she wouldn't have to push the marathon. But hey, race conditions, pivot, regroup, and she's being pushed all the way to the line as we join Robert Callan across the finish line in 7:49.05. What a performance from him. Obviously struggled a little bit in the marathon, but the fastest bike split ever recorded across this distance for him today. So he really laid it all out on the line, and we'll take a lot of learnings from it.
Yeah, no, he's definitely pushed his name forward on the Ironman list. A lot of people will take note of that performance. That swim bike combo is absolutely lethal. So he's already got his Kona slot, and full credit to him that he managed to battle all the way to the line, because for a moment there he looked like it was going to go sideways. So he managed to gather himself and finish off strong and come across the line. Was it 7th? Is that what we? 8th. Sorry, Matthias Peterson 7th. So yeah, a great performance. So Here we are in the last about 9 kilometres to go, 9.5 kilometres for our women's leader, Kat Matthews, who's having an amazing day out there. But we're going to go away for a quick break and we'll be back with all the action. Don't go away.
Here's Elizabeth in the middle of the perfect workout for her. To create it, we analyzed her biometrics and genetics, her recovery rate, injury risk, and aerobic potential, her recent training sessions, the temperature, humidity, and elevation, the demands of her next race, and billions of data points from athletes just like her. With TriDot, Elizabeth gets faster. And what does she have to do?
I just opened TriDot and did my workout.
TriDot. We do the technology, you do the training.
Hey man, do you have a non-alcoholic beer that
actually tastes good? I think you mean athletic.
Excuse me? Do you have that great non-alcoholic beer?
I'll set it.
Found it.
Do you have a favorite non-alcoholic beer on the menu? Ah.
Athletic it is.
She's funny.
IRONMAN Vitoria-Gasteiz is brought to you by Hyperice, made to move, and by Qatar Airways, going places together. Well, our men have wrapped it up across the line with your men's champion, Antonio Benito Lopez taking the win, David McNamee in second, and Cameron Worf rounding out your men's podium in third, Bradley Weiss picking up fourth, Christian Hogenhaug in fifth. But our women still in the heat of battle with Kat Matthews continuing to lead.
Yeah, the last check, Els Visser 4:11 back, so definitely Kat's has full control of this race. But yeah, Els is definitely held accountable through this whole marathon, and we're still, we're in the closing stages, but still plenty of running left, between about 35 minutes or so until Kat gets to cross that finishing line. So yeah, she can't let her guard down yet. She's still got plenty of steps still to take.
And hey, just looking back a little bit further afoot in the women's race, Guru, the local legend, has moved herself into the top 10. She's 30 minutes back of Kat Matthews, but inside of the top 10, and looks like she will pick up several more spots before the end of this marathon. So continuing to battle out there for Guru Fratis.
Yeah, and she'll keep battling all the way to that line. So who knows what she'll end up finishing at the end of the day. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, here are some of these men. They're just making sure they're keeping the pressure on all the way to the line to make sure that they get as many points as they possibly can in this IRONMAN Pro Series. Here we go, Kat Matthews. It's slightly downhill. She just seems to be flowing down here. There's definitely a couple of sort of undulations. She looks really good, in control. Just on that sort of, right on the edge of, holding a form together and making this look really good.
She's doing all the right things in terms of cooling. She's got ice in that hat. You saw she just took it off, grabbed a few cubes out. She's holding those in the palms of her hand. If you can get ice on some of those veins and arteries in the hand, it can really help cool your entire body down. So by keeping those hands nice and cool, keeping that head nice and cool, you can literally bring that core body temperature down. We know temperatures in the low to mid 80s Fahrenheit right now. Humidity is down, but it's a warm marathon out there.
Yeah,
as these women finish it up.
As you're going through all the downtown and the buildings, there's not much breeze out
Airflow,
there.
yeah.
There's not much airflow at all, so it probably feels even hotter than what was telling you the weather is. It's it's probably pretty sticky down there, and got to make sure you stay on top of that hydration. As we go back to our third place on the run right now, Ruth Astle, who Yeah, she's in one piece. She's doing well. She's closing in on that last 10. She's just about to start her last lap, so 10.5 kilometers to go for Ruth. And yeah, she's moving well and got plenty of space on fourth. So she just needs to keep, yeah, that's a good sign. She's willing to high five. She's still got some energy with 10K to go. So.
Yeah, absolutely. So great to see her back running. So great to see her healthy and putting together a really solid performance, sitting in third place at the moment. And most importantly, sitting in third place with a healthy calf and Achilles, we hope.
Yeah,
absolutely. I don't imagine she'd be running this well and this evenly if something in her calf or leg was really bothering her. I think she knows that pain so intimately so that even at this stage, if it was bothering her, she would take precautions to make sure that it wasn't season ending for her. So to see her running healthy, strong, sitting in a podium position right now and absolutely sitting in a Nice qualifying slot, very excited for Ruth Astle. As our women continue to battle out on the course, we'll come back to the finish line, chat more with some of our men, podium celebrations, the conclusion of our women's race, all still to come. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
For 12 years, for 4,383 sunrises, across millions of mornings, we've been working to make one thing better. This, AG1 is foundational nutrition, a science-driven formulation to support whole body, brain, and gut health with just one of these, or one of these, once a day. Welcome to foundational nutrition. Welcome to AG1. Start at drinkag1.com.
Here we are, back to the Kat Matthews show. I mean, Ironman Vitoria-Gasteiz, where Kat Matthews, since she took to this Hoka Marathon course, has continued to really run strong and run confident and run away from Els Visser. She now sits 4 minutes, 44 seconds. Oh, sorry, that's pace per kilometer. I lied. 4:21 ahead of Els Visser and 8 minutes, 22 seconds ahead of Ruth Astle. So Kat Matthews just getting the job done.
Yeah, no, she's just looked like this the whole way. She's definitely working for it as the temperature heats up a little bit. But as we've seen, stop at the personal needs station a couple of times and make sure she's getting on that electrolyte that she's got tailored to her with maybe some extra salt. And yeah, but on shot here, Els Visser still looking great.
Yeah, she really does. It's just her posture is so good.
Yeah.
Exquisite posture, just very, very upright, not bent over at all. Great arm carriage, just driving forward. Just, again, she has so much racing in her legs in general, not to mention a full distance just a week ago. So the fact that she's in this position to me is still pretty astounding. She's a tough woman. She's got the mindset for it. And really turning in a great, great performance here. It was just a little much to hold pace with Kat Matthews on this marathon.
Yeah, well, it's your third full distance race, or fourth, sorry, and then a bunch of 70.3s thrown in there for good measure, and your season starts back in New Zealand in January.
Yeah.
It's a lot to ask, so I'm sure maybe she's got a good some vacation planned after this where she can just let her body heal and recover. But
knowing
yeah.
Els,
no, probably not.
Maybe not. We'll see her in Lake Placid next week.
And then Frankfurt.
No women in Frankfurt, but maybe she'll race age group.
Just to get a training day in. It's amazing. Oh, I think one Ironman is enough for me. But yeah, but she's having a great day, and Here's Ruth taking care of the hydration. She's being very smart about this. She's into the last 10 kilometers of the run.
It's just, you can tell it's getting hot out there. Oh, come on, Ruth.
Timing chip rubbing on the Achilles.
Oh, Ruth, come on. Come on, Ruth. Come on, Ruth. Okay, walking it off. It's okay. There she goes, moving again. I don't know if anybody knows which Achilles or calf was bothering her. Message me, let me know if it's the right. I might be slightly concerned. Just with the adjustment there in the shoe, is it bothering her?
Yeah,
Tough to tell. I don't know which leg it was.
Kinesio tape or something. Is that on her right foot? But yeah, she definitely stopped and adjusted something on her right. But she's back moving.
Well.
Yeah.
She doesn't seem to be favoring it. Maybe I'm looking for things that just aren't there. But oh, just the battle the effort she's put out here today, and she's so close.
Yeah.
So close. She has a comfortable gap, so she doesn't need to overrun at this point. Last timing check, which of course, she's got a 6-minute lead on Daniela Blymel with about 10 kilometers to go. So she's got a comfortable gap. Doesn't need to put the foot on the gas necessarily, just needs to preserve and protect.
Yeah, but if you're having problems, 9 kilometers seems a very long way. So yeah, no, she's hanging in there, but hopefully she's managing it and get through the finishing line in one piece.
I mean, I don't want to overread into it. She walked the aid station. There's no doubt it's warm out there, and the athletes are kind of overheating a little bit with less than 10K to go in an Ironman. The fact that she adjusted her shoe, I don't want to put too much stock in that necessarily, that there's something necessarily going wrong other than the fact that she's a little hot and took a second to adjust her shoe. So yeah. She does look fine. She looks even. The turnover is still good. She does not look like she's favoring either side to me at this point. So hopefully, knock wood, that calf and Achilles is holding up for her as we come back and check in with Kat Matthews.
Yeah, and here we are back with Kat, still looking super smooth, just getting it done. This is looks like the nicer part of the course, especially in the heat of the day, onto the gravel path in the shade of the trees, making the most of it. Yeah, got plenty of, a little bit quieter out here, a bit more breeze away from all the buildings.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, she's really counting down the kilometers now. She's at 35.1 at the last split. So coming up on about a little bit less than 7 kilometers to go. So
and
30 minutes.
Like, again, I have to say 4:14, 4:10, 4:14, 4:20.
Very consistent.
Personal needs table, 4:40, 4:10, 4:15, 4:20. Just so consistent and so impressive. What impressive work from Kat Matthews.
Well, she talked about that in her little interview that we got to see, that she just goes out and executes her plan. She knows what numbers she can hit on the bike. She knows what heart rate zone she needs to hit on the bike. Same on the run. And she just does that and sort of lets everything sort of flow. And doesn't try and chase anything. She knows, okay, this is what I can do, I'll do it. And then if there's something more at the end, or if she's in a battle, then sure, you forget about those zones and you just race. But she's just doing that today, and it's working out great for her. So for this lady here on screen, Els Visser, the Dutch lady is having a great race here.
Yeah, really super impressive, especially considering the volume of racing she's been doing. The travel she's been doing is super duper impressive, that she's still holding up this well and looking this well this deep into the race.
Yeah, no, really, you said it before, a very good posture, good, just moves really nicely and very efficient running. Pretty impressive knee carriage at this late stage of a marathon, and just it's very symmetrical. And look, we keep commenting on about how many races she's done, but she just like hits the ground nicely, and she's just it's good biomechanics, which when you've got good biomechanics, you can race a little bit more. Like, you're not susceptible to injury, you're not getting as much lateral stress and stresses on the tissue. So yeah, you can back up. differently. So, yeah, it really depends on the athlete. But here we have Ruth. She's ticking off the kilometres, and that's all she needs to do right now. As you said, got plenty of gap on 4th place, but really, I think the main goal is, she said it, is to get to the finish line in one piece. And she could actually slip back a couple of spots because the 2 women in front of her already have qualifications. So if it's that bad, she knows, okay, well, I'll give up 3rd if I can not go and mess myself up for the next 3 months.
That's what says to me is that maybe the calf and the Achilles isn't actually the issue. Like, we got overly cautious there when we saw her bend over and adjust and thought, sort of shook out that leg a little bit, but that could be nothing, right? I don't even know which leg it was. So I don't want to overanalyze and read too much into that. And again, every second matters, so she wants to throw points up on the board. She's missed the first 6 months of racing, and this is her series debut. So she's got a lot of work cut out for her if she wants to factor into certainly the top 10, if that's even possible mathematically at this stage, but certainly to factor into some of the bonus payouts at the end of the year, being in that top 50. She's got to hold it together, and so she knows that. She can't blow her whole season just for the sake of one race. So I have to believe that she actually is okay, and it's just fatigue at 32 kilometers into 42.2 kilometer run when you are a little short on run miles.
Yeah, I agree. But you got to think, a World Championship slot unlocks an extra 1,000 points. So it's huge, and that's going to be a big difference at the end of the year.
Yeah.
The athletes that do get those spots and have a good day and finish and have even not their best performance, it unlocks that potential earning of an extra 1,000 points.
Yep. And I mean, the other thing about this series that's great is that we have athletes who are, by and large, 70.3 specialists who have no intention of racing a full distance race. They're at a disadvantage, and I don't think we'll see any of them factor into the top 10, but they're all going to get a nice bonus payout at the end of the year by virtue of being in the top 50 and never racing a full distance race. So if Ruth Astle can throw together 2 more solid Ironmans, like, she'll get that bonus payout that she's looking for, and that's what's great about the series.
Yeah, it is really, and I bet you'll see a couple of 70.3 specialists go, oh, okay, I'll do one Ironman just to get a few more points.
Will you though?
We might, just at the end of the year, just an Ironman WA or something. I don't know, something that just gets a few more points.
No pro race at Ironman WA.
There's no pro race,
so
but they'll find
70.3.
something.
Yeah.
But anyway, more on that after this short commercial break, where we come back and bring Kat Matthews home with a win at IRONMAN Vitoria-Gasteiz. Don't go away. We'll be back straight away.
Introducing the Ironman Pro Series Virtual Edition on Full Gas. Join athletes from across the globe as they conquer bike courses from the Ironman Pro Series. Challenge yourself, travel the world, and earn your exclusive finisher's medal. Push your limits and make your mark. Exclusively on Full Gas. Unleash your inner champion. Register now at fullgas.com.
Checking back in here with our current second place female out on course. This is Els Visser, who's starting to show a bit of the wear and tear of today's efforts, but she sits comfortably in second place. I think it's going to take something significant on the bad side for Kat Matthews to relinquish the lead, but Els continues to charge forward, but she also sits comfortably ahead of third place Ruth Astle.
Yeah, no, Kat's just been so consistent, and Els just had a few sections where she's just dropped off the pace a little bit, and just, yeah, we're up around 5 minutes gap now. So, yeah, I think they're all in a bit of a stalemate, these top three. Ruth just needs to keep herself in one piece, and Kat just needs to keep knocking out these 14-kilometre segments, and she'll be fine. Interesting to see what she comes away with in terms of overall time for the run. She looks like she just sort of been in second gear all day, but it's still a marathon at the end of a 3.8 kilometre swim and 180 kilometre bike, so she must be feeling pretty tired at this point. But yeah, a great
I would be shocked if she wasn't. I'd be disappointed if she wasn't.
Yeah. I don't think anyone's ever finished an Ironman and go, oh, that was easy. But she's making it look, looks really smooth, hasn't really shown any chinks in her armour. Great swim. Yeah, even gave her self a shot at the start to try and get on the feet of remind me who led the swim.
Steph Clutterbuck.
Steph, thank you. She's done everything right. Great bike, put in some really hard turns at the front to try and shake things up a few times, and then just look effortless from the first step onto the run. So, and here we are back with Ruth. Thoughts, Dee?
I don't think this is her calf playing up. I think this is extreme fatigue from doing an Ironman off of not a lot of run miles.
Yeah.
Like, I don't see any limp. I don't see any gimp. I don't see any favoritism of that foot. I think if it was truly her calf or Achilles, there would be some favoritism. There'd be a lot more walking. She's walking the aid stations to get the fluids in, to get the nutrition in.
Yep.
To keep herself moving forward. I don't think this is an injury issue. I think this is a lack of miles in the legs issue for running. She was so great through the swim. Really, first off the bike, so really patient in the early stages of the bike, was aggressive when she needed to be aggressive, and has put herself in a position to achieve what her goals were. Or, get to the finish line in one piece. Yes, check. Get the qualifying slot to the Ironman World Championship. So far, so good. Like, that's in sight. I really think she has achieved all her goals. She's just trying to preserve and protect and do the best she can without a lot of run miles in her. We saw Kat Matthews essentially do the same thing at Memorial Hermann Ironman Texas when she was still nursing the calf issue, right? So she ran not to her full potential, but she walked every aid station, and part of that is heat management, but part of it was just offloading the stress off the calf to check in with it at every aid station, change the muscle tone, change the group, let it relax a little bit, start running again. So, if we look at Ruth in the same place as Kat was back in April at Memorial Hermann Ironman Texas, I think she's doing all of the right things. She's getting the nutrition in. She just doesn't have, and this, I'm not saying this was Kat's issue at Texas, but I don't think Ruth has enough miles in her legs, and I think that's what's plaguing her right now. But she's doing all of the right things to hold on to that podium position. Yeah, well, it's been nearly a year since she ran a marathon, and since then, obviously, been managing this injury, and yeah, who knows what volume she's actually been running. But yeah, that lack of callousing, I like to call it. Just that durability you get from just consistent run mileage, whether it be a low mileage of 30 miles a week, about 30 miles times 52 weeks, that's still a lot of volume. So if you're not doing even that, it's hard enough running a marathon when your running's going well. Yeah, I mean, she's off limited prep. She has supplemented her training. If you follow her, she's pretty robust on social media and very open on her YouTube channel. She's been supplementing a lot with water running, but water running is no impact. She's been using lever movement, which, if you're not familiar with that, is a way to offload body weight running on the treadmill. So she's been using that, but it's not full body weight running, which is what she's doing right now. So
it's hard to really replicate
good, but it's
running.
not exactly without actually running.
Yeah, so, but she looks so strong though. Like she's obviously been doing a lot of body work and just moving really well. She looked really fluid on the bike, and yeah, despite the lack of actual running mileage, she looked really like her form was very, very good and very economical. And if she can just, obviously, has to get to the finish line, check the spot for Nice. If she can get another block of running in, who knows what she can do come World Championships.
Well, and that's what I was saying. If you draw the juxtaposition, but sort of for different reasons, to Kat in April at Ironman Texas and where Kat is now to where Ruth is now and could be in another 2-3 months' time.
Yeah, no, I totally agree there. So, no, it's all fantastic. The women's podium's looking really solid right now with Kat Matthews, Elle Visser, and Ruth Astle. We're going to take a short commercial break, but we'll be back with the closing action of the women's marathon just after this short break. Don't go away.
Your new vehicle, Mr. Lawrence, the VinFast VF8.
All the latest tech?
Precisely.
Whoa!
Cut. Great delivery, Joey.
I've had a lot of practice saying that word. It's pretty cool, huh?
The VinFast?
Yeah. It's got
action.
402 horsepower.
All-wheel drive.
Over-air updates and a 10-year unlimited miles battery warranty.
Yes, but
15-inch infotainment screen.
Cut. None of those lines are in the script, Joey.
I just think people are really going to want to know those things.
That's what the website's for, Joey.
Open up the sky, 'cause I'm coming up to you. So send down your wings and let them bring me to you. You know I'm standing at the station, ready to go. Oh, big old aeroplane, I'm trusting your soul. Get on up, big bear.
Here's Elizabeth in the middle of the perfect workout for her. To create it, we analyzed her biometrics and genetics, her recovery rate, injury risk, and aerobic potential, her recent training sessions, the temperature, humidity, and elevation, the demands of her next race, and billions of data points from athletes just like her. With TriDot, Elizabeth gets faster. And what does she have to do?
I just opened TriDot and did my workout.
TriDot. We do the technology, you do the training.
Back to the action here. Kat Matthews continuing to lead. Her lead over Els Visser, 5 minutes and 6 seconds through 35.6 kilometers. Ruth Astle holding down third place. She's 10:51 back, so another 5, nearly 6 minutes back of Els Visser. And we have to go back quite a ways, all the way back to 31.9 to find Daniela Blymel, who was 14 minutes back. There goes Daniela Blymel through 35.1. So she's 15 minutes back. She's about 420 back of Ruth Astle. So again, for Ruth, it's
Doesn't really
it's going to
matter.
be heartbreaking to lose the podium after a performance like this, but she's still got the slot.
Yeah.
Right, so if we go down the list of her stated priorities, and that doesn't mean she's not going to be disappointed if the pass does happen, but of her stated priorities, finish in one piece, get the World Championship qualifying slot, throw some points up on the board. So if she loses to Daniela Blymel, she's going to lose some points, but she's going to have achieved so much more just by returning to racing for the first time since the Ironman World Championship last October.
Yeah, and she's I think she's moving quite well from what I'm seeing here. Yeah, I feel like she's had a bit of a second wind here.
Or been given a split that you
maybe
can't walk anymore.
Maybe she heard you. You cannot walk, you will get caught for third. And she's like,
I mean, it's quite possible. But, she does, again, she looks like she's moving well. I really, really think this is just a low energy situation from a lack of durability from just too few run miles. But she can do a lot about that in the months to come, so long as she stays healthy. Would love to see her hold on for the podium. Certainly, not cheering against Daniela Blymel by any means, but Daniela had her, podium opportunity at Hamburg, has, fought valiantly here, did a lot of work on the bike. Daniela Blymel herself said she wasn't necessarily 100%, wasn't going to use it as an excuse, but And as happens, you can probably attest, as you complained about your bad back, but she had gone to break the fall of one of her kids and had sort of tweaked her back a little bit, said it wasn't going to be an excuse on the day. But, maybe just not her perfect day. So full credit to Daniela Blymel as well, but would love to see Ruth Astle just secure this podium. I think it would mean a lot to her after the struggles and challenges that she's had.
Yeah, no, absolutely, Dee Dee. But I think you said it right just a minute ago. She just can't walk, and she'll hang on to this lead. It's when you start walking, that's when you just hemorrhage time. So if she did get that update and she's like, okay, I won't walk the aid stations.
Yeah,
I can keep running it. She's still running at just under 5 minute kilometre pace, which that's plenty. Like, she's only got about 6 kilometres to go. It's not much, so she's got time. She's got about she'll have another minute upper hand if she's losing 30 seconds a kilometre. But so we're at it's sort of holding pretty steady now that Ruth's starting to move a little bit more freely. So no, I think she's going to hang on. But still a few kilometres to know, so you never can be 100% sure.
Yeah, like it's tough to tell, and it's you want to have that discipline with yourself, and maybe I'm the only one that thinks this, but on multi-loop courses like we have here at IRONMAN Vitoria-Gasteiz, it's like that first lap just melts away. You're like, oh, 1 lap down already. Second lap, third lap, then all of a sudden you get to the 4th lap. You're like, this is taking forever. Somebody made this lap longer from the last time I was out here, and the miles, the kilometers just don't come as quickly as they used to. And that's just a sign of the fatigue and what the body has gone through on the day. But right now, Ruth Astle willing herself to keep running, keep moving forward, stop the walk breaks if she can at all. Important to get the nutrition in because we don't want to see an outright collapse, certainly by any means, but needs to keep it moving to preserve that podium spot.
Yeah, and Kat Matthews just knocked off another segment, 4:15 pace. So it's just so consistent.
Almost annoying.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's really fantastic running here. She's just passed through the 39.3 kilometre mark. So, she's gone past that now. So she's probably about 1.5 miles, 2.5, 2.6 kilometres from the finishing line.
Oftentimes we see an athlete like Kat Matthews who has the speed that she does. We look at and see how well she races the 70.3 distance. Second place at Lochte a year ago at the World Champs there. She really does excel at that distance. So to see someone with that kind of speed be able to lock in that kind of consistency, oftentimes the curse of someone with that kind of speed is that they can't necessarily control it across the Ironman distance. As we see Ruth Astle walking here, another aid station. She's got to get it going again. I don't mind you walking the aid station, but Ruth, as soon as your foot crosses the plane of that last table, you got to get it going again.
Yeah.
You got to get it going again. And I know in her head she knows that, but in her legs are telling her a very different story.
Yeah, I think you're right. I don't see she's not walking with a limp or anything. I think it's just lack of conditioning and lack of running. Who knows how little running she's actually been doing? But yeah, this is painful. Feels like your quads are splintered.
And you try to have that discipline to say, okay, I'm going to let myself walk the aid stations because that's important. And as soon as my foot crosses the plane of that last table, I need to start running again. But she can't even get that going. Ruth, come on. So many people pulling for her, but a lot of people pulling for Daniela Blymel too to land on that podium, and it's going to be a battle if this walking keeps up.
It is. She needs to start soon.
Yeah.
We've all been there. Well, I have. It's a long walk on the Queen K, apparently.
It's
not much shade.
It's a long walk across every Ironman marathon course. Look who you're talking to.
That one in particular doesn't have much shade. Oh, here she goes. Okay, she's moving again. Yeah, that's
It really is. There's just no stride left. Like, there's just no pep in her step. She's, you almost think at this rate, you know, those carbon plates are almost working against her because she's just plodding so much on the ground. They're not giving her any propulsion forward. It's just everything's working against her right now, but the will is what's carrying her forward. You compare and contrast that to how well Kat Matthews, darn you, Kat Matthews, still looks.
Yeah, she's just a ground coverer. She just covers ground, just chews it up, and yeah, super
I mean,
relaxed.
that's what I'm saying about Kat is that, like, for someone who has that kind of speed, the fact that she can be so consistent, like a metronome, through the entire marathon is just so super impressive to have that range.
Well, it comes down to she moves very, very well, and she is able to tap into that top end speed because she moves that well, and she does have that a lot higher ceiling than most Ironman athletes. So
Ironman race pace as a percentage of her VO2 max is like a walk in the park.
This is nearly probably how she finishes off her long runs.
Yeah.
Whereas for some other athletes, this is like this is a session to run this pace, but this is just her in her rhythm because she does have that top end. And I think actually I did hear she's been doing she's able to, since the calf recovery, she's able to do it back to doing VO2 work on the run, which when you're doing VO2 work, like that's stressful on the body, like to run, and run pure VO2. So if she's doing that, then just the economy already steps up a notch if you can stay injury free. And obviously she is. And with that foundation of base and strength, this is why she looks so good. And yeah, she's nose breathing. She has not been in any stress. She's definitely tired.
Yeah.
Everyone would be. But she's just got that economy because she does have that range, which, it's exceptional.
And again, back to Ruth Astle. I mean, she doesn't look as well as she did at the start, but when she's moving, she's actually moving okay. She just has to keep moving.
Yeah, she stops. It's so hard to get going again.
Yeah, it really, really is. And even if at this stage, important to get those fluids in, important to give that body that mini break, but if she could just start jogging the aid station so she doesn't have to restart, that stop-start becomes really, really difficult this late into an Ironman. We'll get a check at 39.3 kilometers where Kat Matthews is already through. Again, Ruth is going to be about 10 minutes back of Kat, so it's going to be a minute before she gets to that stage. But to see if the threat still is coming from Daniela Blymel in 4th place.
Here we go. And here's Kat. She's got the hat backwards. She keeps changing, I've noticed. She goes from front to the back.
I think a little bit of it. I think it almost seems that her preferred position is hat back, but when she puts the ice in, it sits on her head better if it's bill forward. So I think that, I mean, I try to observe. I don't know for sure, but I'm guessing that when she's turned it around, it's because there's ice in there and it just sits on her head a little bit better.
I thought she might just be a big fan of Chris Gemmell. That's where he always used to wear the hat.
And T.O.
T.O., but he's a bit crooked though.
Yeah, well, his head would be back into the left.
Sorry, T.O. Good luck at Xterra today.
Yeah. Oh,
yes,
goodness.
She's definitely rolling and really closing in on this finishing line, and I'm sure she's pretty happy to get there. It's been a long day, but look at that female time right now, 8:21.16, just getting faster and faster.
Yeah,
and
it's
faster.
insane.
Yeah, like phenomenal.
We knew the day was going to set up that way when the lake was so glass, mirror glass, not a stitch of wind out on the bike. The humidity maybe played a role, and certainly things are heating up, particularly for the women here on this last couple of laps of the marathon. But really super conditions. This isn't necessarily a fast course as we see another turnaround here. You lose that momentum with so many twists and turns on the course, but it is flat and there is a ton of crowd support out there, so it can be pretty fast. But with all those turnarounds, it's hard to keep that rhythm. And if you're looking to do a course like this, good to practice things like that, right? Like get out there and do circular routes and do, turnarounds to try to keep that momentum and keep it going and practice what you're going to face on race day.
Yeah, look, it's a very engaging course, but all those turns when you're extremely fatigued are really hard. You feel every bump off the pavement. You feel every turn. You go around a corner and if you're starting to get blisters, you just feel it's really hard. Amazing for the spectators, like it's and the support, but it is very hard on the body, and a lot of this running on like hard sort of concrete as well. It's
the ancient city, the stones and the uneven surfaces. It is quite a reprieve when they got out there to the crushed gravel section of the course and the tree lined. Probably a little bit easier on the body, but Kat really enjoying the crowd now, thanking them for the support. Cut off there by an age group athlete, just again in his own world of hurt, unaware, but a quick stop and restart there for Kat Matthews as she continues to play up the crowd and make her way towards the finish line.
Yeah, she's motoring. Within a kilometre to go now of the finish, I'm sure she can hear the finishing line. Paul Kay down at the finishing line will be greeting her as she hits the red carpet and will be coming in to take her second Ironman Pro Series victory of 2024. And we're only in July.
And she'll add another 5,000 points to her points tally in this Pro Series, righting the horrible wrong of Hamburg, re-scripted the season once again. She's got another race in a couple of weeks. And then she can script the rest of the season going into her assault on World Championship season. Yeah, absolutely. An exciting year for her and well-deserved after a couple of tough years. But obviously, Kat Matthews back to her very, very best. Amazing swim, super strong bike, very aggressive, and just a very classy run to really come away with an amazing victory here. From Great Britain, your 2024 Ironman Vitoria-Gasteiz champion for the women, Kat Matthews. Very well executed race. Incredible. Let's get a look at that run split when it comes up. The Wahoo Element Rival, 2:54.40 for Kat Matthews of Great Britain. An amazing run. I think she had a little bit more in the tank there, DD, if she really needed it, but that's all she needed to do today to come away with the win. All she needed to do. Els Visser kept her honest through the mid section of that that marathon. Really started to eke away at Kat's lead. Brought her to within 2 minutes, but at the end of the day, Kat was just too strong. Kept turning in those 4:15, 4:20, 4:10 splits. Just so consistent throughout that entire marathon. Yeah, no, Els, absolutely kept her honest through the majority of the run, and just coming through the 41, coming up to the 41.1 kilometre, so not far to go for Els either. So here we go, just finishing up this last go. We're waiting for Ruth to come through her checkpoint and see how she's going. But we're going to take a short commercial break and come back with the closing stages of this women's race for second and third. Don't go away, we'll be right back.
Your new vehicle, Mr. Lawrence, the VinFast VF8.
All the latest tech?
Precisely.
Whoa!
Cut. Great delivery, Joey.
I've had a lot of practice saying that word. It's pretty cool, huh?
The VinFast?
Yeah. It's got 402 horsepower.
All-wheel drive.
Over-air updates and a 10-year unlimited miles battery warranty.
Yes, but
15-inch infotainment screen.
Cut. None of those lines are in the script, Joey.
I just think people are really going to want to know those things.
That's what the website's for, Joey.
Hey, man, do you have a non-alcoholic beer that
actually tastes good? I think you mean athletic.
Excuse me? Do you have that great non-alcoholic beer?
I'll 7.
Found it.
Do you have a favorite non-alcoholic beer on the menu? Ah.
Athletic it is.
She's funny.
And as we're back from our quick break there, we're following Els Visser, our second place female. She is now through that 41. Oh, sorry, I take it back. She is not through 41.1 kilometers, but she is making her way back to the city center towards the finish line at 39.3 kilometers, 6:49 back to Kat Matthews, who is now safely across the line. Ruth Astle sits at 13:05 back and still waiting for Daniela Blymel at 39.3 kilometers to see if Ruth might be able to hold on to that final spot on the podium, but we can see the grit of the teeth now. I can't imagine the hurt in the legs. If you can imagine the last 10K of any Ironman triathlon and how much those quads are just yelling at you, and what this woman has been through in the last week with another full distance race just a week ago is really extraordinary.
Yeah, it really is, Dee. You can see the determination across her face right now, and yeah, she's longing to get to that last checkpoint, 41.1. And here we see a replay of Kat Matthews coming across the line to take the victory in very impressive fashion. 55-minute swim, 4:30 bike, and a 4:40 run. Amazing.
And back to Els Visser. She now can hear the finish line sounds and will enjoy her finish line celebration momentarily. Els did a lot of work on the bike, was back and forth with Kat Matthews a whole bunch, and really put up a good battle, tried to keep Kat honest throughout this entire marathon, made a go of it, brought her to within 2 minutes, but Kat just sort of found another gear where Els faded a bit, not necessarily surprisingly, given what she's been through, but what a great performance. She will wind up second today.
Yeah, no, really strong performance. And although, yeah, she has dropped the pace a little bit, not much at all, and her form has sort of stayed really strong throughout, and she just moves really, really well.
Yeah.
And, yeah, like when she's maybe a little bit more rested and freshens up and focuses on one race, who knows what this lady can do.
Well, you have to wonder, like, maybe this is just her rhythm. Like, maybe she just isn't, she maintains the fitness by racing at the volume that she does. She just races, recovers, races, recovers, races, recovers. Sometimes when you get into the doldrums of just those long training blocks, it doesn't work out for you. Maybe this is just the menu that works for her.
Yeah, you race, recover, and just go. There we go.
Oh, she grimaced, and now she sees, okay, now I can smile.
Yeah, we're into the closing stages. About 1 kilometre to go. So at this pace, about 4 minutes. So yeah, she's getting very, very close, and I'm sure she can hear the finishing line from this far away. But we're just waiting for Ruth Astle. She came through the 39.3 kilometre mark.
And still no sign. I've been keeping my eye on it. Still no sign of Daniela Blymel, which for Ruth Astle is good news.
It is good news, yeah.
It could have been that Daniela Blymel, who brought her within just under 4 minutes, has had a little stall of her own.
But speak of the devil,
there we go.
3:13 behind.
Okay. Okay.
With, yeah.
2.5 Ks to go? 2 Ks to go?
It's pretty much 3K to go. So she's got 1 minute per kilometre she can lose. She should be okay. Unless she walking.
I mean, I want to see Daniela Blymel take her to the line. Like, I want to see her run it down.
Absolutely, we want to see her race, yeah.
You know, Ruth Astle still will preserve the qualifying slot. She is still sitting in the first slot up for grabs as we check out Els Visser here, making her way to the finish line stadium, just charging so hard.
Yeah,
you
just
can
a
tell,
surge of energy, amazing. Just
like
the
alternating between the grimace and the smile, and the grimace and the smile, and oh my gosh, this hurts. Acknowledge the crowd. Oh my gosh, this hurts. Acknowledge the crowd. It's just. Oh, it's just so mind-blowing.
Yeah, it's a little further than maybe the athletes think. They've still got to go around this corner and then another bend, and then they get to finish. So, but yeah, amazing change of speed there, dropping it back down to probably closer to 4 minute K pace with the energy of this amazing crowd.
And into the finish stadium here, acknowledging the crowd. They've been so supportive of every single athlete out there all day long as they now find their way to the finish line. An emotional finish for Els Visser, who, my goodness, to back up what she's done just a week ago and come at it again, just an extraordinary performance as she is on the red carpet. Will come home your 2024 IRONMAN Vitoria-Gasteiz. Second place for Els Visser from the Netherlands.
Empty, I think, Dee. There's nothing
Telling herself
left.
that was a bad idea. We heard in her interview pre-race, she thought, well, I just love both these races, so I figured why not? Next time she's going to say, I know why not.
Yeah, no, I've only heard good things about this race, and look at where they get to finish this amazing Ironman. Just such a special finishing line for these athletes, and yeah.
She is spent.
Yeah,
she is
that took a lot.
Absolutely spent, just emotionally, if not physically. I mean, definitely physically, but emotionally as well. To put up that kind of fight back-to-back weekends is extraordinary. And I really hope she gives herself the time to recover and rebuild for her next assault on whatever races come next. But she, my goodness, she needs a break. Just to make me happy, please, Els.
Yeah, absolutely. What a great race. So, yeah, we're just going to keep checking back for that that final run check, 41.1 kilometers. Looking to see Ruth Astle come through. Daniela Blamel is coming, definitely making up some ground there. And here we see on rider screen Ruth Astle coming up, hopefully coming up to that checkpoint, but only has about a 3-minute lead, and that is shrinking by the step right now. So yeah, it's going to be touch and go.
I mean, I think the good news, if I'm correct, she's moving forward, and I don't know that there are any more aid stations to be temptations for her to stop. And so maybe she can just keep, like I said, she's been looking not as good as she did at the beginning, but when she's moving, she's moving.
Yep.
It's when she stops to walk that she's really bleeding that time. She's got the zipper up. It looks like she's eyes towards the finish line.
Yep, that's a good sign.
She should make it. She is smiling a little bit now, so it does look like she will be able to hold off and come home in third.
Yeah, still hasn't made it to that 41.1 kilometer, so at that mark, you have 1.1 kilometers to go. Just under 3/4 of a mile. So still a little bit of running to go, and I'm sure she's feeling every little step right now. But very close to that final checkpoint. And then we'll be keeping an eye out on Daniela and see how she's moving. But right now, she's running, and it's going to be really hard. When she's running sub 5-minute K pace. So the only way she was going to lose this spot was if she started walking, which not that long ago, we weren't sure if she was going to get going again. So it's great to see her back up and running and moving towards that finishing line.
Just such stories of triumph for our 3 likely podium finishers today, with Kat Matthews coming back from the disappointment of the disqualification at Hamburg, putting that firmly in the rearview mirror, setting 5,000 points onto the board. Els Visser, back-to-back long-distance races, weekend after weekend. What a triumph for her. And Ruth Astle returned to racing after battling so many injuries for so long. Getting that World Championship qualifying slot. So many reasons for these women on the podium to really celebrate.
Yeah, and the good news is Ruth's just come through that 41.1 kilometer. She's probably 1.1 kilometer from that checkpoint, but she's probably covered at least another 100 meters, so within 1 kilometer of the finish. So as again, she'll be able to start to hear the finishing line as we throw down to the post-race interviews with Paul Kay.
Pro Series, what a day for our woman, Kat Matthews. That was phenomenal, smashing the previous course record on a challenging hot day.
Oh, cool, course record, yeah. Didn't know, wasn't aware, but great.
Talk us through your day.
Honestly, I had a bad swim. I felt really disconnected. I felt like I was having fun on the bike. My peers, Els, Daniela Blimel, they were pulling turns. We were riding. I thought it was just so fair, so honest, such a great course. And then the run, it was a bit of a just to get through it sort of day. Honestly, the course is so crazy here that I didn't know where I was at any point in the whole day. I barely looked at my watch for me, and I just thought about where are the crowds? Where are the crowds?
So that win in Ironman Texas, Pro Series race, and winning here at Vitoria-Gasteiz, Pro Series race, it's looking good.
Yes, I came here to get the 5,000 points for the Pro Series. That was honestly the only goal, and I found it really hard to go into a race with that as a goal. So just to win, it's hard. But I'm really, really chuffed, and I've now done 2 Ironmans, 10,000 points, and I've got a 70.3 European Champs Talent coming up.
It's looking good. All the best for Thailand. Thank you so much, our women's champion, Kat Matthews. Congratulations. We're going to get Els Visser in the hot seat now. I don't know how they get up after that. Els Visser raced here last year, had a really challenging race. What a race today, Els Visser.
Well, I'm just super happy that I made it to the finish line and that I stayed strong. It was a really tough battle to go back-to-back, and last night I was in tears and I had a call with my coach. I said I just don't want to race, but he said, Els, you go to that ring and you're going to fight. There's no other option. So the only way was to challenge myself today.
You overcame in a big way. I mean, at 8:32 on this course with like 452 kilometers of racing in a week. You said you were emotional. You didn't think you could do it yesterday, but look what your body's done today.
Yeah, I'm just like super proud, and it's such a mental game, you know, and I really had to stay strong, not to give up. That last lap on the run was like super hard. But yeah, just like super happy, and the Spanish crowd, they really made a huge difference as well.
Heel Felicity, congratulations, Els Visser, your second place. We'll chat to our third place momentarily.
Well, that's it with Paul Kay from the Hyper-Ice Recovery Zone. We'll head back down with Ruth Astle, who did make it across the line in a 3:08:24 marathon time, which for Ruth, I think is an outstanding time for her marathon. I don't know that she's had a ton of marathons that are faster than that. What a performance from Ruth Astle off of minimal run training and a really bothersome injury that plagued her on and off for months now.
Yeah, no, that was really impressive. Great way to come back into the pro racing scene. And yeah, without a few of those walks, it would be even like closer to 3 hours.
Yeah.
So, and that just comes down to consistency. So here's a replay of Ruth Astle finishing and coming across the line as our third female in today Ironman Vitoria-Gasteiz.
World of hurt, but also a world of pride there in what she's accomplished today. She really did accomplish everything she set out to do, right? She threw some good points up on the board for the Pro Series and got herself that qualifying slot to the World Championship. So many things for her to celebrate tonight.
No, absolutely, yeah, and they're celebrating with her good friend, our winner, Kat Matthews. Yeah, it's great to see they're all such a great camaraderie between the three of them, and yeah, obviously pushed each other to the absolute limit today. And look at those times, the 8:20. Like it's like, yeah, it's phenomenal what they're doing.
Absolutely amazing. So we'll head down to the finish line momentarily to chat up Ruth Astle about her thoughts and performance on the day from the Hyper-Ice Recovery Zone as we wait for Daniela Blymel, who fought so valiantly. She had such a good performance on the podium at Hamburg a handful of weeks ago, backing it up here with a 4th place finish. Some good valuable points for her in the Ironman Pro Series.
Yeah, and she was in a really good position coming into this. So yeah, she needs to fight for every second to get as many points as possible, because she'll definitely make a big jump up in the standings today.
We are hearing that the panel has listened to Laidlow's protest and declined it. He is officially disqualified from the race.
Okay, so Blymel, 3:10 marathon, 8:41:12. So Ruth Astle actually ran on really strong in that last bit and actually held the speed. So yeah, amazing performance by Daniela Blymel. Really solid performance there.
Here's a replay of her across the line. 4th place from Germany, Daniela Blymel. She looks pretty wrecked too.
Yeah. Yes, this every second matters. You don't leave anything out there, do you, Didi?
You can't, not with the level of competition now. There's no room for weakness. She fought really, really hard. We knew she wasn't feeling 100% great coming into the race, but really stuck it out. Great performance. Simone Mitchell coming in 5th place.
Very close to
yeah,
Danielle.
very close to Daniela. So Daniela held her off, but Simone Mitchell will take that that Nice qualifying slot, the second one up for grabs. So we've got 2 of those 3 qualifying slots spoken for Ruth Astle and for Simone Mitchell. Just 1 left to go.
Yeah. Just going back to the points allocation, like, you just don't know. Like, that 5 points that maybe eased off in the last kilometre, that could cost you like a top 10 finish. Like, it could, you just
don't tell
know.
that to Ruth Astle, who walked all those aid stations.
Yeah, don't watch this replay.
She's not going to want to hear that.
No, there was nothing left in the tank for Ruth. But
yeah, she did all she could do.
all those high-fiving the crowd and stuff, like, yeah, you've got to really take it all the way to the line. And these athletes absolutely did that. So amazing racing out there.
Absolutely, as we wait here to see who will collect that final slot for the women for the World Championship in Nice. Just 1 more qualifying race for the women left to go for their opportunity. That will happen next week in Lake Placid, another classic Ironman race course. But for now, we're going to take a quick break. We'll come back to you with our post-race celebrations. Don't go away.
For 12 years, for 4,383 sunrises, across millions of mornings, we've been working to make one thing better. This, AG1 is foundational nutrition, a science-driven formulation to support whole body, brain, and gut health with just one of these, or one of these, once a day. Welcome to foundational nutrition. Welcome to AG1. Start at drinkag1.com.
And here we are back at the finish line as our age group athletes continue to take turns for their whatever lap they are on. We are waiting to see who in our women's field will collect that 3rd place slot for the for the Ironman World Championship in Nice to take place on September 22nd. This is the second to last opportunity for our women to qualify, the last one being at Lake Placid a week from now. So eagerly awaiting to see who will collect that final slot. The first one went to Ruth Astle. Second one went to Simone Mitchell. Of course, Kat Matthews, Els Visser, and Daniela Blymel already qualified for the World Championship event. Record-breaking performances here today, Joe.
Yeah, all around, across the board, women and men. So Katrina Wolf, at last check, was the next woman on the run. So she should be crossing shortly, the German. So she was very strong on the bike and set up a great performance there, and should see her come across the finishing map very shortly.
Well, what a day that would be for her. What an exciting opportunity to race in Nice on September 22nd. So competitive in this day and age to get one of those coveted slots. So much to celebrate.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's just to get a spot to the World Championships, to the big dance, is quite just an achievement in itself. So yeah, we saw Dave McNamee, close friend of mine, Brad Weiss as well, get those spots, which was amazing to see because this was their one shot and they delivered on the day, which is really hard to do.
And Cam Worf turning himself into a triathlete, finishing, rounding out the men's podium. How exciting for that. We're going to go down. Sorry. We are at our podium celebration for our women. In third place from Great Britain, she secures herself a qualifying slot for the Ironman World Championship in Nice, France. It's been a really tough year for Ruth Astle, but she comes home in third place.
And in second place, we have Els Visser from the Netherlands. Sorry, from Netherlands. Sorry, the podium's off. In second place, but in our female victor is Kat Matthews of Great Britain in an amazing time of 8:21.46 with an amazing run time of 2:52.03. So amazing women's podium there today. Great racing all around.
8:24.23 for Kat Matthews. Yeah, really, really fast racing out there all around. Our women, the group of four of them together out of the swim onto the bike. Wasn't really separation until the end there. And then, of course, the battle on the marathon for Kat to redeem herself after Hamburg, throw another 5,000 points on the board towards her pursuit of the series win, her real goal for this year. Els Visser backing up, doing what she thought even 24 hours ago wasn't possible. Such a display of mental and physical strength. And, of course, Ruth Astle coming in perhaps a little underconfident in her run, but coming home to a 3:08 marathon and securing herself an opportunity to race at the Ironman World Championship was a big goal for her, and hopefully she achieved goal number one to get there in one piece.
In one piece, absolutely. Yeah, I think it looks like she had a little bit of blood on her sock, but it goes with Ironman racing. But great race there by Ruth Astle to come away with the bronze medal today.
And it was Katharina Wolf from Germany who will take that third qualifying slot for the Ironman World Championship. It was quite a battle between her and Jana Uderstadt. They were in the chase group together all day. Katharina Wolf comes out with that qualifying slot.
Yeah, that's a great feather to her cap, getting that spot for the Nice World Championships in September. Not far away for that World Championship. It's going to be exciting to tune in a couple of months' time, that's for sure.
So as we enjoy our women's athletic brewing podium presentation, we will turn to our men next. Again, that needed to be sorted until the protest from Sam Laidlow was heard. That protest was declined. He is officially disqualified, so the men's podium officially stands Antonio Benito Lopez, your winner, David McNamee second, Cameron Worf third. So we will have that podium celebration soon once the women get done celebrating as Kat enjoys her moment at the top of the podium.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot of relief there across all three ladies. Amazing racing and well fought throughout, and yeah, the camaraderie was amazing. Just I think they really enjoyed pushing each other to the absolute limit. So here they're going to enjoy a cool beverage to celebrate, no doubt. They're going to dump it on one of their heads. There we go. No love lost there.
No, absolutely. After a hot day, it's when they're cold that they're sometimes a little bit more polite with the beer. But after a hot day, I think a nice cold athletic brew over the head might actually feel good until you realize what you smell like.
Absolutely.
And we're going to take a quick break. We'll come back with our men's celebration. Don't go away. We're coming back to you.
Introducing the Ironman Pro Series Virtual Edition on Full Gas. Join athletes from across the globe as they conquer bike courses from the Ironman Pro Series. Challenge yourself, travel the world, and earn your exclusive finisher's medal. Push your limits and make your mark. Exclusively on Full Gas. Unleash your inner champion. Register now at fullgas.com.
You know, and we know. thing about challenging yourself is you're always looking for what's next.
And welcome back to the finish line at IRONMAN Vitoria-Gasteiz. What a day it's been, Joe Gambles.
Yeah, that was an epic battle across the women's and the men's field today, and amazing performances all around, and course records. The records books got rewritten today, that's for sure.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, from outstanding performances and that like glass swim to the record-setting performance from Callan on the bike to course bests. Almost across the board, swim, bike, and run across both genders.
Well, when you have a part of the pro series, it's going to bring the very best athletes, and they all performed at their very best today. So, yeah, amazing to watch. You know, it's a privilege to be part of it.
Yeah, so many great achievements from a first-time Ironman winner for our men to World Championship slots, hard-fought World Championship slots. As we take a look at our men's top 10 results, it was Antonio Benito Lopez from Spain who takes home his first Ironman win and 5,000 points. David McNamee, Cameron Worf, Bradley Weiss, Christian Hogenhog, James Teagle,
Matthias Pedersen, Robert Callan after that amazing bike, Sten Gosemors, and Thomas Bremore as well, rounding out the top 10.
And as we take a look at what happens to the point standings, incredibly, Matt Hansen stays atop the leaderboard, but it's Sten Gostowers who moves up 15 spots into second place. Jackson Laundry down a spot. Other big mover on the day, Robert Callan, off that record-setting performance on the bike. He moves up 25 spots with Perrin Pamphorel moving in to seventh place, up 22 spots.
Yeah, some big moves and shakers there today, DD.
And then we take a look at our women's top 10 results. It was Kat Matthews, Els Visser, Ruth Astle, Daniela Blymel, Simone Mitchell, Katarina Wolf, and Jana Uderstadt, with Ruth Astle, Simone Mitchell, and Katarina Wolf securing qualifying slots for the Women's World Championship in Nice.
Yeah, checked a lot of boxes. And in the point standing, we have Maya Sarge Nilsson still leading with 11,000, just over 11,000 points. Kylie Stimpson, Danielle Bemel, big mover.
Yep.
Up 10 spots into third. Kat Matthews, huge, 10,000 points from 2 races, up to fourth. Fenella Langridge, Jackie Herring, Lotta Williams, Hannah Berry, Daniela Lewis, and Els Visser moved into the top 10, and with that, second place today.
Absolutely. Well, this concludes Ironman Now's coverage of Ironman Vitoria-Gasteiz. The Ironman Pro Series season is half over as the 4th Ironman race in the series. A total of 5,000 points went to our pro winners, and those finishing after do their best to claim as many points as possible. You can watch even more Ironman Pro Series coverage with exclusive on-demand race replays in the United States and Canada by signing up for Outside Plus today. For those not in the United States and Canada, you can watch on-demand race replays by visiting proseries.ironman.com. The next Ironman Now broadcast will take place next week, Sunday, July 21st at the Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid, part of the VinFast Ironman North American Series. It will be the 25th anniversary of the race, and coverage will begin at 6 a.m. Eastern Time. You can watch the live broadcast for free. It will appear exclusively on Outside TV and in the United States and Canada. Globally, you can watch on proseries.ironman.com, on DAZN and L'Equipe Live. For our entire team, alongside Joe Gambles, I'm Dee Dee Griesbauer. Thanks for joining us today.
or otherwise distributed or used in any form without express written consent of World Triathlon Corporation.
To make the presentations this afternoon. IRONMAN Vitoria-Gasteiz 2008 honetako gizonezkoen saiobanaketa ekitaldia ospatzeko moduan gaude. A continuación celebramos la ceremonia de entrega de premios de la clasificación masculina pro de IRONMAN Vitoria-Gasteiz 2024. Ahora tenemos una vez más a los representantes institucionales que nos acompañan en la tarde de hoy. In third position, representing Australia, 7:43.16, third place,
Double check with you. I'll be back to you.
de meta y un partido a Ironman. Recibamos a los prácticamente 1.700 participantes en este IRONMAN Vitoria-Gasteiz. Nosotros los esperaremos a todos y a todas, esperemos que vosotros y todas vosotras también estéis aquí con nosotros en estas gradas para poder animar a todos nuestros. Venga, venga, vamos, Marta, vamos. La Marta Bonache, sumando vueltas en esta carrera a pie. Venga, adelante. Bueno, ahí vamos viendo cómo van pasando por dentro de esta plaza. Recordamos que son hasta 5 pasos por la plaza. La primera es el del segmento corto, desde que dejan la bicicleta aquí, que son unos 400 metros. Y después ya sí que a la quinta vez que pasa por la plaza entramos en línea de meta. Y tenemos aquí una campana para los más de 600 participantes que debutan en un Ironman cuando pasan para entrar a la línea de meta. Este no vale, este no vale porque no vale, pero oiremos este sonido que quiere decir que acaba por primera vez un Ironman, en este caso aquí en Vitoria-Gasteiz. Bueno, pues al ritmo despacio, despacito. Como decimos, poco a poco y buena letra, vamos haciendo kilómetros para llegar a esta línea de meta. Aquí en la Plaza España, que presenta una imagen excepcional con todos vosotros y todas vosotras en estas graderías en las calles, animando a todos y a todas los participantes de este Ironman Vitoria-Gasteiz. Sí, tenemos a deportistas que nos van a llegar a meta. Juan Antonio Gómez se nos va directo hacia esta línea de llegada. Juan Antonio Gómez, you are an Ironman. Juan Antonio está buscando esta plaza para Kona, a ver si la conseguimos el día de hoy. Ya sabéis, mañana toca ir al Palacio Europa a partir de las 12 del mediodía para la entrega de premios y a continuación también para esta entrega de las plazas para el soñado campeonato del mundo en Kona. Intentamos animar a todos y a todas, haciendo estos pases por contrameta. Tampoco también iremos viendo cuando la curva un poco más abierta para entrar en la línea de meta. Pero vamos, fíjate las marcas, que los que están entrando ahora están haciendo por debajo de las 9 horas, son ciertamente marcones lo que están consiguiendo. Los que ahora nos van a empezar a este arco de llegada. Mientras tanto, ya sabéis, aquí siguen pasando completo nuestro campeonato de vueltas. Y no olvidemos que la marca Antonio Benito en el día de hoy, 7 horas 36 minutos, es la marca más rápida de un Ironman en territorio español. Así que ciertamente hoy hemos vivido algo histórico de hecho en España. De hecho, han hecho caso a los científicos del running, Boca, que es tiempo para volar. Tenemos aquí a Lucas, que nos va a traer Lucas. Campana no, pues Lucas se nos va directamente. Lucas Sayer, Quick Drop, you are an Ironman, Lucas. ¿Y Lucas qué? No ha tocado la campana, pero debuta en Ironman, Lucas. Primer Ironman, enhorabuena. Ahí al fondo, vuelve y toca la hombre. Viene a tocar a Lucas, es que si no ya sabes, pero si estás buscando la plaza para Kona, si no toca la campana me parece que no, ¿eh? Este aplauso para Lucas, a ver la campana, suena Lucas. Vamos, enhorabuena Lucas, felicidades. Lucas que nos llega desde Sitges. Enhorabuena Lucas. También este paso por aquí por Plaza España, antes de irse a Plaza España. We have now Michal Wojtino from Poland, about to do the final arts. Good job, Michal. también el que tenemos, ya pisando la alfombra mágica, es John Alvisuri. Vamos, John, you are. A ver, vamos, bienvenido, John. Y aunque ahí tenemos esto, como ruge la Plaza España, como ruge la Plaza España para Ruth Brito Curvelo. Recta de meta para ella, toda su gente aquí, toda la victoria, por cara con Ruth Brito. Ruth, you are IRONMAN. Y detrás de él tenemos a Jorge Garante. Jorge, you are IRONMAN. Enhorabuena, Ruth, gran esfuerzo el del día de hoy, completando este IRONMAN Vitoria-Gasteiz. Enhorabuena, felicidades a Diana. Y seguimos, ahora es José Antonio Arranz. Venga, José, que lo tenemos ya. Viene aquí con el dorsal cogido para que no se caiga. José, bienvenido a You Are IRONMAN. Now finish line also from the Netherlands, Vicky de Ver. Vicky, you are IRONMAN. Bien, nos van entrando algunos de los triatletas, otros van dando la vuelta como Jordi. Ahí tenemos a Jordi Alsina. Sominano, venga, Jordi. Había un problema aquí. Jordan Alsina. Our finish line now for Germany's Benedict Estenhauer. Benedict, you are an Ironman. Y la máquina infalible de Jaime Menéndez de Luarca, que lo tenemos ya también en esa recta llegada. Jaime, que lo tienes ya. Bienvenido a Jaime. You are an Ironman. Felicidades, Jaime. Fijaros, grupo de edad de más 50 años, 9 horas, 8 minutos. El marcón que se acaba de hacer Jaime.